Hello and welcome to the final part of series What If Naruto, Gaara's First Love. If you not watched the first, second, third, and fourth part of the series, then I request you to watch first, second, third, and fourth part of the series. And I humble request you to support me to grow this channel to reach 500 subscriber as soon as possible. Like and comment for the more amazing content like this. We followed Gaara through a journey of unexpected love and self-discovery. Now, it's time to see how this story concludes. How has Gaara's experience with his first love changed him as a person and a leader? Let's start this video. Velvet waves of an inky sky held captive the moon and the stars, as the young and brave Kazekage walked towards the marble palace. Home, it was rumored, of Love herself. The man walked tall and steady through the long grass, feeling the dew that lingered on petals as his fingertips brushed gently by them. The air was thick with warmth and humidity. The tropical climate this part of the world inherited from its borders with Suna and Aim gave birth to the jungle. Great vines twisted and crept along tree trunks and red clay. Giant, fantastical flowers opened and closed as though the entire jungle were alive and breathing as it watched this handsome stranger. His eyes, a color unknown to these tropics, wandered towards the palace. His gentle and austere demeanor could not cloud the rumble beneath his soft sighs, nor the darkness in his furrowed brow. It seemed the sky was mirroring his temperament. A storm was moving close, threatening to hover above the palace in a matter of minutes. The calm before the storm entered with Gaara in the dead of night. A gentle breeze, a teasing wind, it made the low branches of the willow tree sway, as though nature was bowing to the shinobi's power. The crackle of electricity hummed in the air, waiting to snap, waiting for the handsome warrior to give the signal of war. It had been 3 days since the incident at the Iron Vault. Kankuro's efforts with Suna's reconnaissance teams had been running especially smoothly for the past few months, and they were able to locate AI's whereabouts within hours. The other Kage had briefed Gaara with his mission that morning: find out AI's use and plans with the Akatsuki, and try to win her back to our side. As Gaara strode confidently towards the doors of the marble palace, he thought for a moment about the girl called Love. Win her back? He could barely contain his disappointed laughter. AI was as stubborn as she was smart, as full of emotion as she was beautiful, and as ill-fated as the Kazekage himself. There was a dismally slim chance that Gaara could get his first love to change her mind. Whenever he needed to in the past, he would simply grab her by the skin and touch her until she gave in. Just a twist of her arm, a bite of her neck, a well-placed fingertip could make AI do exactly as he said. But, as he had discovered at the summit, it seemed someone else had taken on that role. Gaara glanced up at the palace. The building seemed to heave and huff, like the great head of a mythical beast. He could hear the heartbeat in its walls, and the inviting, warm breath from the windows. There was a power that he had come to test. He could feel the will of the enemy lurking in the darkened corners, like a serpent beneath a still lake. The palace was coming closer, as the Kazekage's feet pounded on the soft, fertile soil of the gardens. The whole world seemed to hold its breath, as the man of power arrived to greet his equally ferocious enemy. The moment of meeting would soon be underway. The crash of thunder alerted the Kazekage to the giant wooden doors that were creaking open, inviting him into a warm and shimmering light. Like a beacon warning ships of the rocky shore, the light form inside the palace seemed to entrance and worry him. Eerily quiet, beautifully structured, enchanting in its form, the place was every inch of her. AI's sweet and innocent face came into his mind once more. Those beautiful blue eyes, deliciously plump lips, small, fragile, breakable waist. Would it still be there? The spark, the flame, the excitement, the hate, the love, the lust? What made Gaara and AI themselves the perfectly imperfect pairing of beauty and beast? Would it still exist in all its aching beauty? The Kazekage ascended the steps into the marble palace. Betrayal. The lanterns guided his way to a beautiful room of gold and metallic spun silk. He entered where red velvet curtains parted at an archway to find a room full of treasures and precious things. A library, a courtyard, a bedroom, a garden. It was hard to give an exact name to this room's function. A large round room lined with archways, contained under a glass dome ceiling, littered with bookshelves and floristry. It was AI. This entire place was a breathing ecosystem entirely devoted to that girl. The smell of jasmine flowers floated on the surface of the water that bubbled and swished from a beautiful marble fountain that stood impressively in the middle of the room on a platform with steps leading to it. The sound of trickling water echoed in the archways, its calming sound eerily soothing in this mystical room. Velvet drapes were accompanied by beautiful silk dresses piled high to the ceiling, their metallic thread glittering in the candlelight, the entire pile swaying, threatening to fall. Parchment with scribbles of the dead language, desks with sheafs of papers, ink bottles, and writing tools were littered about the place. Poetry books, writing on economics, politics, war and ninjutsu were lying open. The room was so large and so full of clearly unending activity that it seemed as though 100 scholars, tailors, dancers, politicians, shinobi, birds, flowers, and women could enter the room every day. But of course, it was only AI. So they have sent the Kazekage to appease me when the sun sets? Her beautiful voice, accompanied with the crashing of thunder, made Gaara tear gaze was torn from the pile of clothes as he was alerted by movement near the fountain. He was surprised to find his heart skipped a beat, for in a moment, there she was, hidden amongst the silk and glass. The courtesan had been lying on the fountain's ledge on the side he could not see. She stood and walked around the fountain, coming into full view. She was accompanied by the glittery, shimmering sound of her jewelry as it moved with her. Gold, rich and solid, thick bands, delicate chains, shining gemstones, hung on her effortlessly. The metal was twisted into a wreath on her head. Small crystal flowers hung in her hair. Beneath the crown, her scar sat proudly at her hairline. In a royal blue dress with a dangerously low neckline, wrapped in a darker than blood red shawl, and white veil on her head that dragged along the floor behind her gave her an ethereal, angel-like look. AI looked like the goddess she was meant to be. That slick flick of black lining her eyes, the shimmer of moonlight on her cheekbones, deep red lips. She was no longer the innocent and flirtatious songbird Gaara had once known. Even the way she held herself, the way she walked, was arrogant, full of swagger and vanity. She was the beautiful and haunted manifestation of her night. The two appraised each other for a moment before she spoke again. "Tell me," Gaara shivered. That flirtatious, courtesan tone he used to know so well. She lifted her chin at him defiantly. "How much is a night with the Kazekage worth?" The young warrior took a step forwards and folded his arms. "An end to war." AI closed her eyes and laughed a sweet laugh. "Ha ha ha." She bit her lip at him. "I think you and I both know that would be a gross overpayment." The Kazekage stood so defiantly in the manner she remembered, his oceanic eyes giving nothing away but their beauty. Her defiant demeanor faltered for a second because she smiled. He had grown his hair until lustrous strands of crimson swept across his eyes. She had always known he would become even more handsome than when they first met. His build was even more heroic than she remembered as he stood, stiff, unmoving as a mountain. Even the fro in his brow had a few more lines to it than she remembered. Wrapped up in that dark red, the lines around his eyes thinner, but still striking against his light eyes. No, he was not the boy she had fallen in love with. He had become everything he had trained to be, everything that was expected of him. The man stood before her was not Sabaka no Gaara. This man was the Godame Kazekage, A/N, 5th Kazekage. A warrior, a hero, a leader. They took in the side of one another without giving away their thoughts. "Do not start this, AI," the Kazekage warned as the girl stretched and yawned with ill manner before sitting on the fountain's ledge, picking up a hairbrush in one hand, a mirror in the other, and appraising her reflection with a soft smile as she began brushing the ends of her hair. She turned and looked at him with bored eyes. "Did we ever have a choice, Gaara?" she asked softly, her big blue eyes shimmering with the reflection of the fountain water. The Kazekage took a step forwards and looked to her ankles. Something was subduing her chakra. Just like him, there was a power behind her that was mighty and great. She could not control it. Gaara knew that, but it did not stop him from being wary of her. This girl had gained the reputation of an enchantress. She could speak to creatures Gaara knew very well. Both were hiding the power that lay within them. Both were threatening to break. AI? The girl smiled as he spoke her name in that commanding tone he had mastered. "Do not go so far into darkness that I cannot reach out and drag you back to me." "Back to you?" AI stood, throwing her hairbrush into a pile of messy papers and candles. The woman let the mirror slip from her grasp and into the waters of the fountain. She picked up her skirt and took a step down from the fountain. "How would your fiancé feel about you doing that?" There was hurt in her voice and the glisten of a tear in her eyes. She almost cried out when he simply stared back and said nothing. Utterly, unashamedly heartless, she shouted at him in fury, her beautiful face screwing up into a snarl. AI's anger lifted her veil of superiority and power until, for the briefest of seconds, Gaara saw that lonely girl he had met on the beach all those nights ago. Her dark hair shimmering in the candlelight suddenly made her look younger. Her look of utter loss stirred his primal instinct to protect her. Her vulnerability made him falter for a moment. This was that girl, wasn't it? What they had had was real. Those few months ago, he had written to her, hadn't he? She had ignored him, hadn't she? The woman's face softened as the icy feeling of betrayal nestled itself inside her stomach, and the embarrassment of losing her temper settled in her chest. This handsome fool was as much of a fool as he ever was. Still, as she looked to him, she could see his naivety behind those unyielding eyes. Those few months ago, why had he not written to her? Why had he not come to her rescue, as he had once promised to? They caught each other's eye. "Why did you dash? Why did you not dash?" They stopped short in frustration, as they interrupted each other and scowled. How dare she shout at the Hokage? How dare he demand anything from her? She's the one who had been acting a fool and fallen into the arms of another man so easily. And he was the one who abandoned her as soon as a princess gave him a look. So typical of you to try and lead a peace agreement. So typical of you to be led. AI retorted within a second, lightning striking behind her in the gardens, a harsh wind blowing through the room, rocking the piles of clothes, threatening to blow out the candles. Love and Gaara could not escape the paradox of the bloodlove, for it is all they were. Enemies and lovers simultaneously, wanting so desperately to hear the other moan beneath them, but equally desperate to make the other scream in frustration. The two exchanged glances of annoyance as a grandfather clock struck midnight. Origin. What exactly do you think you can achieve by joining with the Akatsuki? The Hokage demanded, watching as AI tucked her hair behind her ear and folded her arms, pulling her shawl tighter around her as she did so. "A world of peace," she replied. "Peace without free will is an illusion." "Free will?" AI barely let him finish his sentence. She smiled as though reminiscing, her whole face lighting up in that familiar. "Tell me, Hokage, have your tutors given you as advanced of an education as I ever did? Do you really wish to take up such a taxing debate in these twilight hours with me?" AI smirked at him in such a delicious manner that the Hokage could feel a slight pang in his chest, a numbness in his fingertips. He shook his head at her, his crimson waves of hair swaying as he did so. "You cannot deny free will to mankind. You have my mark on your forehead, I have yours on mine." AI interrupted as though Gaara had not spoken at all, as though she was speaking to herself. She sat back down on the fountain ledge and peered over into the crystal clear water at her reflection. Stark and stunning, her scar always looked fresh, as though ready to ooze blood, as though waiting for Gaara's hands. "We have often forsaken Kismet for this tragic end to our love," she spoke softly. "How can fate coexist with free will? It is one or the other." The girl with the faces of a goddess turned to him sharply, her jewelry shining so brightly it almost looked like she were covered in fairy lights. "Tell me, Sabaku no Gaara, was it your choice to hurt in love as we have done? Or was the hurt thrust upon you by forces unknown?" "AI, I am the key to happiness." AI stood again and exclaimed as though she still could not understand Gaara's unwillingness to join her. "I, with Madara, can achieve what human beings are too meek to achieve alone," she shouted. "Haven't you heard? I am creation itself. I grant death and take life. My origins are of a divine nature." Her voice echoed in the circular room, bending the water from the fountain, swaying the stack piled of parchment. The entire world was stood in awe of this beautiful and powerful being. Every inch of the world bar one man. Gaara looked at her with sympathy, with a look she could not understand. "Is that what you think? he asked softly. I know you better, AI. I will never concede to calling you by any other name. You were born out of my soul, for that is where the wild things wander. He watched as AI grew enchanted with his words. As her chest began to heave, her breathing became deeper. Wild things like you, dark, twisted, beautiful creatures made of moonlight and lust. He began to walk towards her, igniting their old ritual of predator and prey. Enchanted, entranced with his beauty, AI found herself unable to move, unable to tear her eyes away from him. Where the dark meets the light, right there, upon the horizon that divides the two, lies the origin of your existence. AI bit her lip as she watched him approach. Unwillingly, her fingertips were grasping the material of her clothes with a vice-like grip as she silently begged him not to come closer. I used to find you where fantasies are, where my thoughts turn from the innocent one of love to the reckless lust for death. You are made of love and violence, beautiful one, of my insatiable desire to feel alive. Gaara stopped at the foot of the stairs to the fountain, looking up at her with all the emotion he remembered having for this woman. I will never concede to call you by any other name. But her stubborn nature would not let her succumb to his charms. Do not claim me as yours, Kazekage. Come home to me. AI stopped short and jumped as thunder crashed and echoed around the room. Doors unknown were blown open by a vicious wind as the Kazekage held his hand out to her. Love. We are enemies, Kazekage, AI said, staring at his hand as though it were the most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Her eyes then traveled to her face, where she remained hypnotized. It had been so long since they had been in such close quarters. You have chosen your side, and I breathed. I have chosen mine. There it was. It passed between the two of them in an instant. That pang of achingly beautiful, reckless desire. Gaara ran up the steps to her and brought her into embrace. The dancer closed her eyes, not wanting to look at his face any longer for fear of giving in. But her body was not cooperating. Her hands clasped onto his chest, grasping onto his muscular, heroic figure. Her knees were going weak as her hips moved towards him. They were breathing together, moving as one. Gaara put his forehead against hers and closed his eyes. He swallowed hard as his mouth was watering. I cannot say I will spare you on the battlefield, he whispered, stroking the tip of his nose against hers, feeling the heat of her breath on his lips. What would you do, Gaara? She whispered back. Kill me? No, he answered instantly, his body almost shaking with want, his hips naturally pushing against her. I would bind your hands and take you as my prisoner. He opened his eyes to watch AI's lips part to speak. Are you not even the least bit concerned of what I might do to you? She asked, but it only made him smile. I know everything you could do to me. The pair jumped as lighting struck in the gardens of the palace, illuminated the room with a cold light, suddenly bringing some sense back to them. AI opened her eyes and looked at him in determination. It is done, she confirmed. I am the enemy. Gaara's arms slipped away from her. Till battle. AI fell to her knees as he resealed her and took his leave. Lust. Entering the palace in the village of Sand barely an hour later, the Kazekage threw open the doors to his room, making its only inhabitant jump up from her seat on his bed. Taki grasped her nightdress around herself and was about to spill over with excuses for being in his private quarters so late, but was silenced completely as the Kazekage reached her and pulled her in for a fierce kiss. Long and deep, Taki could barely contain herself. She was losing her senses as the man of her dreams led her into his watering mouth. He withdrew from the princess and shot her slightly far away, look a smirk of approval. With her toes curling against the carpet, holding on to her blonde curls in apprehension, Taki lost her voice as Gaara removed his shirt. WHWH. Taki shook her head as she took in the sight of Gaara's abdomen. She relaxed a little as Gaara took her face in his hands and kissed her cheeks softly. Do you trust me? Gaara asked the wide-eyed princess as his hands traveled from her face to the neck of her nightdress, which he pulled on teasingly. The girl let her gray eyes mist over with lust. Yes, she breathed. Do you want this? He asked, his hair brushing her chin. Yes, Taki breathed again, wanting desperately to put her hands on him. The Kazekage stood to his full height and took her shaking hands in his. He looked at her with complete sincerity and lust. I can be all you want if you let down your guard and surrender everything to me. He kissed her fingers softly. Taki nodded slowly, as though hypnotized, watching his lips push against her delicate hands. Okay, she said softly, her nerves kicking into overdrive, as Gaara smirked at her in a way she had never seen before. Ai stood from her bed and grabbed her shawl, which she wrapped around her. The woman barely looked at her lover. I thought you said never again? Sasuke teased her, reaching over to her table for a glass of water. The woman was staring out of the doors and into the garden, half hating herself, half begging for it to happen again. I suppose I was lying, she murmured to herself before turning back to him. Sasuke ran a hand through his dark hair and sighed, as Ai let her shawl drop to the floor. Aren't you a little pleased? She put her hands on the bed and began to crawl towards him. Only a little, the man admitted with a small smile. It was that special time of the morning when a gentle fog would seep into the grounds of the marble palace and fill your lungs with fresh, warm air. The palace was quiet at this time of day, with only the peacocks roaming in the gardens and the butterflies flitting about the flowers, catching onto sunbeams. The mist of the scent of jasmine lifted up from a shallow hot spring that was warming up with sunlight. Secluded by the thick trunks of tall palm trees, shrubbery and vines, the spring was the perfect temperature at this time of day. The girl the world now knew to be Renai was stood in that shallow spring, the sunlight shimmering on the water and on her skin as she stood in all her nakedness. She was totally isolated from the outside world, as one side of the spring was the palace and the walkway to her quarters, and on the other side of her, the jungle was so thick and vibrant in color that she was hidden from view. She stood beneath a small waterfall, letting the water run through her silken black hair, smiling as the warm water seemed to seep into her soul and woke her up. The air was so warm, the water so gentle, the fragrance of jungle flowers so intoxicating, that Ai was almost lost to another world. She sang softly, underneath her breath. Words of love and lust could be heard, mixing in with the sound of running water and birdsong. Ah! The girl turned in fright as she heard the unwelcome sound of rustling in the jungle beyond. Staring into the greenery, she looked lost and innocent as her brow furrowed and her big blue eyes became round in fear. Her hair fell on one side of her neck, water droplets dropping from her head and into the water of the spring. Eventually her face adorned an inviting pout. So you still spy on me? She asked, turning back to the waterfall and continuing to bathe. Two opal orbs which shone in the shade of the palm trees glittered as she spoke before vanishing. A figure emerged from its flowery hiding place. A man, almost a stranger, stood tall between the vines, his red robes flowing around him in the breeze. The great Hokage has come to spy on a goddess as she bathes? She smirked over her shoulder at him. This is shameless even for your standards. In less than a moment, Ai's head hit Gaara's chest. Her hands were up in his hair, tugging at his crimson locks without mercy. Her rear was pushed up and into him with impatience. His lips were on her neck, one hand around her waist in embrace. He handled her gently, as she gasped at the delicate treatment from his lips. Ai was grinding into her lover with reckless lust. What took you so long to come and find me, Gaara? I've been so lonely without you. I'm here, Gaara whispered. Ai's skin was wet and warm, slipping from his grasp. He was caught up in her gasps of his name, and the feel of her. Ai, what's the matter? The courtesan was woken from her dreams to the sound of Sasuke's voice. As she opened her eyes, images of the garden left her, and were replaced by her bedroom in the marble palace. She lifted her head, and looked down between her legs to find Sasuke crouching at the foot of her bed, his lips wet, and eyes sparkling with lust. What do you mean? The girl asked softly, trying to blink sleep away from her eyes. The two were on Ai's bed. Sasuke, fully clothed, had slipped into Ai's room to wake her up. He had found her sleeping in a dangerously thin purple night dress that was held together by a single pink ribbon at her waist. The material was silky and slipped off her curves with ease. The Uchiha had smirked upon seeing the tiny loose ribbon. It was so like Ai to appear delicate and sweet, but offer a hint to the vixen she could be. It is what made her so intriguing to him. How far did he have to push that sweet girl until he whore in her came out? It was always a rewarding challenge. As he had untied her ribbon, he smiled at her lips, which were a sweet pink hue, and her dark hair falling in angelic curls on her pillow. Sometimes she looked like the moonrise to the man who knew nothing of beauty. But now she was blinking at him through tired eyes, a small smile on her face after seeing sitting on the end of her bed. "You are not yourself," he said gently before climbing on top of her and holding himself above her. AI put her hands on his chest and took a deep breath in as she adjusted to the morning. "I'm barely awake," she smiled, trying to rid herself of the dream she had been having. Slowly sounds of the morning crept into her ears, the bird song beyond her balcony, the sound of running water rushing from the hot spring outside. The fragrance of jasmine tea was flooding the palace along with morning sunshine. Oh, Sasuke seemed to scoff, causing AI to frown. "What?" she asked innocently, although she had a feeling she knew what was coming. "I thought you were awake," the man murmured. "What made you think that?" "You were talking," Sasuke shrugged. "Oh." AI was already blushing. "You were saying his name." As he said it, Sasuke moved away from her and went to sit next to her. "Oh." AI looked up at the ceiling as Sasuke moved away and contemplated as she took in the roof of the canopy above her bed. She frowned. Did she owe Sasuke fidelity? They had never spoken about anything like that. Propping herself up onto her elbows, AI turned to him. "Should I apologize?" she asked. "No," Sasuke shrugged. "I assumed you were thinking about the both of us." The girl's eyes widened. Had she heard correctly? A small smile of disbelief was creeping onto her face. Wondering why she hadn't said anything, Sasuke turned to her and noticed her look of shock. "What's the matter?" "You say that with absolutely no inhibition," AI responded, her smile widening. "I don't understand. You've never said anything like that to me." As AI began to laugh, Sasuke became frustrated, not comprehending what was so funny. "So?" he asked with a slight growl of impatience. "So I want to hear about it," AI exclaimed in excitement. "Why?" "I don't know, it intrigues me." "Why?" Sasuke's patience wore out as the girl sat up and began to laugh. Was she laughing at him? It was hard to tell, because after months of wondering what it is you are thinking about when you're silent, I now have some indication. AI sat up and knelt on the bed in excitement, looking at Sasuke as though she had never seen him before. Sasuke's dark eyes looked back at her with a totally blank expression. It was the first time he had ever seen her excited. In fact, it was the first time he had ever heard her laugh. At the sound of her laughter, Sasuke stood in anger. "Sasuke, don't be like this," AI called to him as he walked away towards her bedroom door. "Wouldn't you like to know my thoughts on the matter?" Sasuke stopped dead in his tracks, and it was his turn to wonder if he had heard correctly. He turned back to see AI holding her dressed together, kneeling on her bed. But her smile from before had been replaced by a look of mischief and seduction. She was biting her lip, beckoning him with her eyes. "You," Sasuke turned to her fully, "have thoughts?" As AI nodded, Sasuke found his feet were already walking him towards her. "You've thought about it?" he asked as he approached her. Sasuke could tell her mouth was already watering. He could see her nipples through her dress hardening. The way she was sitting indicated an immense excitement. He took her face in his hands. "Tell me," he commanded as AI moved up to meet his lips. "AI?" The two jumped as Madara called to her from beyond her bedroom. She began to retie her the ribbon of her dress and stood from her bed in case Madara tried to enter. "Yes, sensei?" she called back as she walked to her door, her teacher's voice becoming louder as she got closer to him. "Dress and come down at once. There is someone here to meet you." As AI reached her door, her eyes widened in surprise. "To meet Sasuke, you were supposed to have left already for your mission," Madara called, much to AI and Sasuke's embarrassment. "Do not delay." Dressed in green, the color of jungle leaves, lips of luscious pink, rubies and emeralds around her wrists, neck and ankles, AI floated through the marble palace with haste as she walked on to meet her visitor. Her mind was racing, her eyes watching the dancing sunbeams as they streamed in through the windows, her heart beating fast with anticipation. Who could it be who had come to see her? It seemed her life was constantly punctuated with these unexpected meetings, and each one often changed the course of destiny. Gaara, Jiraiya, Kankuro, Taki, Itachi, Sasuke, each of them had made a profound change in her life after what felt like a chance encounter. Her footsteps hurried, her smile widening as she wondered who it could be. She approached the main hall and pushed open the doors in excitement. AI. Her smile faded as Madara was simply stood by himself in the middle of the hall. Slits for archers were the only windows in this room. On either side, small slithers of light entered the room. It had to be lit by large hanging lanterns that hung from the ceiling. "Sensei?" AI called out uncertainly and walked towards him slowly. Try as she might, she still could not warm to that cold mask. Although, this morning, she could somehow tell he was smiling. "I have someone to introduce you to," Madara informed her. "I have a visitor?" "Indeed," her sensei replied with affection. She had a very innocent voice that hid to anyone the destruction she could cause. "Someone who has been looking for you for years." As AI approached him, she gasped. Could it be? She wondered as he put his hands on her shoulders. "Kai-sama?" She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. Was she about to see the man who was responsible for her creation? The girl was smiling from ear to ear as Madara turned her by her shoulders to face the doors through which she had first entered. "Ah!" AI's smile was wiped from her face as a cloaked figure entered with an icy breeze. The room seemed to plunge itself into semi-darkness, as though the day had turned to night only in this part of the palace. AI gulped and felt a shiver of disgust go down her spine as she took in the sight of a serpent slithering its way towards her. A man, or what AI could just about call a man, with a gaunt face, protruding tongue that seemed to be smelling the air, scaly skin and a distinctive line of purple around his eyes, was walking towards her. "Renai, it is an honor," he announced to the room, but AI was a little taken aback. The man came accompanied with the sound of hissing. "Itachi, pretty one," Madara encouraged her. "Speak to our guest, won't you?" But AI was lost for words. "Oh, won't you, pretty one? I have wandered for years wishing to stand in your healing light." The man stopped in his tracks. AI cleared her throat and tried to ignore the feeling of disgust as she sensed something wriggling inside the man's cloak. "What is it you are after, stranger?" she asked. "My name is Kabuto, and I am your integral servant." He bowed to her, giving AI a better look at his skin in the dim light. Pale, dry, scales were etched on his skin. "I have brought you gifts," he exclaimed. "Gifts? This is the next stage of our strategy, Renai," Madara informed her. AI was beginning to feel claustrophobic between the two men. Both were clearly powerful. Both were clearly in desire of her. "We need your power." "What power can I provide?" the woman asked. "I barely know myself." "Sweet girl," the man called Kabuto smiled at her, revealing small fangs, his long tongue darting out of his mouth. "Don't you know the role Renai plays?" AI cleared her throat. "The goddess of love. She guards the gates of heaven." "Not quite," Itachi, Madara whispered. "She is the doorway between life and death." "What do you mean?" As she asked, AI turned back to Madara, a look of panic barely hidden on her featured. "Sensei, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu." AI almost lost her balance as Kabuto summoned something behind her. Turning back to the snake-like man, and suddenly aware of her vulnerability being in the room with these two, AI was surprised to see 4 large wooden boxes now standing between her and Kabuto. AI was not prepared for the sight that greeted her when the top to these boxes fell away to the floor. "Ah!" she gasped but could barely hear it. Even the sound of the wood hitting the floor was distant as the blood rushing in her ears became louder, defeating her to any other sound. The wooden boxes were not boxes at all but coffins, and their contents alarmed and sickened her. But she could not tear her gaze away from one figure in particular. The body of a man with hair a familiar shade of red, a broad physique, and tanned skin was propped upright in one of the boxes. AI was trembling, shaking, barely able to find her voice as she took in the sight of Gaara's deceased father. "Kazekage?" Gaara looked away from the window as an advisor spoke his title urgently. He was sat in the usual venue for such meetings about war and politics. The council room was a room he particularly hated. It was one of the oldest rooms in the palace, and was made of a very old brown clay that cracked and crumbled with age. Huge statues of the previous Kazekages were built along one wall, and towered above the room's occupants as though listening in. Gaara often entered this room as a child and, while his father ignored him, and spoke to his siblings, would fantasize about Shikaku's tail splitting into hundreds of serpent-like creatures and snacking up the statues, pouring into the cracks in the clay and bringing them, and the room, to the ground. How he always longed to destroy this room. And now he was sat in it, head of the circular table, discussing how to keep the shinobi world alive, and, he supposed, this room from tumbling down around his councilman. The night was a beautiful black, studded with stars, and a full moon, which had been distracting Gaara with its beauty. The fragrance of freshly made rice and torakatsu was drifting up from the kitchens, making everyone impatient for dinner. A wonderful breeze drifted through the open window, inviting the Kazekage to eat his dinners in the peaceful quiet of his garden for one last time before war. Until then, Gaara sighed. This meeting had to be dealt with. Ai, he said her name slowly, reading it from the paper in front of him like the very word was foreign to him, even though it was scarred on his forehead. She can read, write, and speak the dead language. His voice began to drag on as he felt he was discussing this for the 100th time. As only he, his siblings, and a few sand shinobi had ever seen Ai use ninjutsu, the rest of the world, it seemed, were shocked beyond repair, and demanded to discuss the girl in every waking moment. She can use summoning techniques. She can talk to tailed beasts. Gaara's stomach grumbled as dinner played on his mind. She can perform forbidden jutsu. This is the woman you had banished? The Kazekage almost jumped as a member of his council erupted a few seats down. Why didn't you lock her up? Gaara almost rolled his eyes. The same discussion every time. He opened his mouth, but someone beat him to the answer. This was a grievous mistake on our part. Gaara had to blink the tired away from his eyes, before tilting his head forward in his seat to see who had spoken. There, a look of utter shamelessness, his bony elbows resting on the table, his white wispy beard falling like a waterfall from his chin to his mouth, sat Indo. Young Kazekage felt a slight pang of reckless disgust at the fool that started it all. He rubbed his eyes. Get out, Yori-san. The table sat stock still in silence upon hearing the man, barely into his 20s, speak like that to an elder. Yori smiled a little. Gaara-kun. Kazekage. Gaara corrected him and maintained a determined stare. Under his gaze, the most fearsome of men perished. Yori understood the instruction. He stood slowly, nodded to the council, bowed to the Kazekage and left the room. In his wake, a stunned crowd watched his white cloak disappear behind the door. Heads turned back to the Kazekage. All who appraised him saw a man not to be taken lightly, a fierce strength of a new generation set to expose of the outdated. Gaara barely paid them any attention before turning to the council member who had first spoken, a meek and mousa-looking man with curly black hair. The Kazekage spoke a single word, speak. CC-. The man took a breath to compose himself, suddenly aware of the fact that he was in a room with one of the strongest men in history. Can we not play on the girl's affection? Gaara sighed as he suggested this. It is exactly what the red-headed shinobi thought would work previously, but his attempt to get Ai to come home had failed. Do you know who Ai is? Gaara asked the group aloud. When no one answered, he scribbled the 2 kanji which made up her true name, his ink pen swirling and scratching at the parchment. She is Renai, the goddess. A slow murmur of interest rippled around the table. They had thought this was a mere rumor. It was impossible. What do you know of Renai? Another member of the council piped up. She is the goddess of love, compassion. She is a fierce and fiery opponent. Gaara practically spoke over the man. His manner was as though he were lost within himself, half remembering, half hating, half sick with himself, half in awe of her. She scars easily, and swears revenge in a heartbeat. If asked, she would tell you she created love and obsession in equal measure. The man sighed and looked around the room. How could he possibly articulate to them how Ai was? Describing her is an impossible task. There is no getting through to her now, the Kazekage concluded. She is lost to us. Move on. The group nodded. How can we fight an enemy we know nothing about? It was a sincere question, not a challenge, so Gaara let the question's phrasing pass him by. Kankuro will lead reconnaissance missions in conjunction with Konoha, he announced to the group as the men began to scribble furiously. Temari will secure defenses of the village. And you, Kazekage? Gaara almost laughed at the question. Amidst everything, he had informed no one of his plans. I have accepted the role of Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Shinobi Forces. I will lead us into battle. The group nodded and Gaara sat a little straighter after catching Temari's glare from across the table. Her teal eyes turning to steel as they took in the manner in which he spoke and sat. So aloof, so uninterested. Gaara stood with a reassuring smile. There is nothing to fear. Together we are strong. He left, his smile stiff on his face. What could AI possibly do? What exactly do you think you're doing, Shoujo little girl? AI's electric blue eyes snapped open as she suddenly found herself in a familiar and frightening place. Her eyes were flooded with that strange glowing white light that adorned the gates of Tengaku, heaven. She stumbled back a little, stepping on the hem of her white dress that this place would make her wear, before she opened her eyes to see the goddess of love staring at her in confusion. Renai? AI's voice croaked as she spoke. Whenever she came to this place, her body always felt as though she had never used it before. She was surprised she even materialized standing up. Her legs felt like huge weights. Even the soft silk fabric against her skin felt heavy. Why have you brought me here? She asked, and was surprised when Renai clicked her tongue with impatience, her usual ethereal glow cracking and turning a light blue color. I guard the gates to heaven. If you call someone from the other place, they must ask me to return to the mortal plane, Renai informed her. The goddess sighed impatiently. He did not think she would be seeing AI so soon. The girl looked much older, much more aware of herself. She even moved with more ease on this plane than the first time. A mortal came to me saying he was being summoned back to the earth, and that I was the one calling to him. Renai almost smiled with appreciation for AI's ambition, but was irritated with how far this girl was straying from her charge. That could only mean you were dabbling in forbidden spells. She spoke with such authority and power, she almost seemed to grow in size as she approached her incarnation. So I ask you again, what exactly do you think you are doing? Why do you speak with such malevolence, Renai? AI asked softly. We are one and the same. She smiled sweetly. We should embrace one another. But the goddess seemed to click her heels and float up into the air above AI, the white behind her turning dark, her dark ringlets of hair and white silk of her dress floating around her, as though she were in water. She pointed a finger straight at AI, who felt weighted to the ground, unable to tear her eyes away from the beautiful, haunting face of love. There are a few stark differences between the two of us, girl. Firstly, Renai informed her, I am immortal, older than 1,000 suns your world has circled. You are as old as 20 Earth years. Do you know what that makes you? She laughed as AI remained silent, biting her tongue as sparks crackled around Renai's figure. Insignificant in the grand scheme of whatever it is you mortals determine time to be, a mere dot of ink on the story of creation. I possess power beyond your wildest dreams, little one, she stressed. Only I can determine their use. You are merely borrowing a fraction of what I can do. And you are my servant, charged with a task that I do not see you fulfilling. You want to know what love is, you selfish old relic? Renai almost fell to the ground as AI rose up to meet her. It wasn't possible. It is a ruse to help the weak through their suffering, AI retorted, watching as Renai fell back to the ground softly. It is the only plague that kills its victims, and somehow lets them walk soulless through the world. AI spoke a little faster as she felt something pulling her back to the ground. It is the most painful, unbearable thing, AI Renai said in a warning tone. It is about as useful as you have been to me, OW. AI exclaimed as whatever had been pulling her gently, suddenly yanked her down to the floor, making her fall on her rear. Was I ever this stupid? I wonder. Look what it did to you, AI cried, standing to her feet with all her strength. You're wasting away standing at these gates for him to come back. AI Renai's fingertips snapped small lightning bolts, because they don't come back, the young girl cried, small tears forming in her eyes. Senso, Kai, Gaara. AI seemed to lose her fire as she thought about it. They're all the same, she concluded quietly, staring at the floor. I cannot wait for you to age. AI looked up in surprise as Renai's anger seemed to dissolve. I suppose because mortals have such little time to live, they see aging as a terrible thing. But it's the most wonderful gift, the goddess sighed, her perfect pout twitching into a smile of nostalgia for her youth. The hindsight, The foresight, the reason, the steadiness you find in your feet are all gifts of aging. She looked her incarnation up and down, seeing her vulnerability, her hurt, her refusal to back down was almost enough to make Renai falter. But should Renai push AI out into the world? Should she let her seize her power? Should the girl be truly unleashed on the world? You are still not ready to answer my question, AI. The goddess smiled as AI's face turned back to one of defiance. How strange. To think you are the one in control until you find that your equal is suddenly more. Let him pass. AI spoke with no trace of backing down. You have started a war. Even I did not think the bloodlove would come so far. Nothing passed over AI's face as Renai said this. She merely stood her ground and lifted her chin in defiance. Let him pass, she said again, and did not flinch as Renai walked up to her with an outstretched hand. Baka, idiot. Renai whispered as she placed her fingertips against AI's forehead and pushed gently. Ah! AI gasped as she felt a vacuum pulling her backwards mercilessly. The vision of Renai faded as AI was pulled away from her and back into reality. That mischievous moon was playing tricks on the Kazekage. While eating his dinner, he could have sworn he saw it sitting patiently atop the pavilion, and now it spied on him in his bedroom through his open window. He stared at it defiantly, wondering, if he stretched out his hand, could he touch it? Of course, as he reached out, he could do no such thing. The moon was too far. As it seemed, was his privacy. The Kazekage groaned in impatience as someone knocked on his bedroom door and proceeded to enter without him calling to the visitor. His elder sister walked in, clearly unimpressed by his antics in the council room that evening. But the Kazekage was too relaxed after a good meal and ridiculous conversation with Kankuro to be troubled at this time. Gaara, has Taki left the palace yet? He interrupted Temari with the one thing he knew would distract her. Temari took his relationship with Taki more seriously than he did. She was determined to find a good pair of hands to leave the village to when Gaara was away. She stopped short, a frown on her face, half guessing what Gaara was up to and deciding to give him the benefit of the doubt. She said, "No, she wishes to speak to you." Gaara paused as he reached out for a book from his library. He sighed. "I don't have the time for this," he said, but with his other hand waved at Temari to show her it was okay to let Taki into the room. Temari left in a huff, but Gaara did not feel bad. Brothers are supposed to annoy, aren't they? The Kazekage pulled out a book on foreign military and went to sit on the end of his bed, just as the door to his bedroom opened once more. "Gaara?" "Yes, princess." As he spoke, he glanced out of his window to find the moon no longer there. It was playing tricks on him. "I received your message this morning." He stood and appraised his sweet princess, who was smiling at him, stood in a candy-pink dress, looking entirely at home and utterly unready to leave. "Are we communicating by notes now?" she asked haughtily, clearly offended by his letter asking her to return home until the end of the war. "War approaches, Taki," Gaara said seriously, as he went to stand with her. "And our wedding date recedes," she said to the floor. "Why are you speaking so formally, Kazekage?" Taki asked, tucking a golden girl behind her ear, her gray eyes sparkling in the candlelight. "There is much to do," Gaara replied with a standard Kazekage reply he had been practicing before putting his hands on either side of her face. "Why haven't you left yet?" he asked softly. "I wanted to speak to you about the wedding," the princess said seriously, pushing his hands away from her face. "What about it?" "It's postponed." "Yes, I know," Gaara replied, returning to the bed and shutting his book, which was lying open, waiting to be read. "Is there an issue?" "I want to marry now, in the spring." "We will marry." Gaara paused as he turned and was surprised to find Taki right behind him. "On the agreed date," he finished slowly. Why was she pushing this on him now? Taki turned away in a huff. "Did you treat her like this too?" Gaara had to stop himself from going to his usual stance of aggression when it came to Taki's insecurity. He had to remind himself of how she was feeling, as Kankuro had suggested he do. The Kazekage took a deep breath and walked up to her, her back still to him, before he put his arms around her and leant down to kiss the side of her head. She relaxed at his arms, her adorable smile lighting up her face. "Taki, I'm very stressed and very tired, and I need you to do what you always do for me," he whispered to her. "What's that?" the princess whispered back. "Be the sunshine," Gaara told her. "Flitter through space and warm everyone with your charm and grace. Can you do that for me?" He glanced her reflection in the mirror in front of him and saw her smiling, dying to give in to him. "Can't we marry any earlier than July?" as she asked. Gaara's smile faded slightly. There, in the reflection of the mirror, in the window behind them, sat the moon. Gaara released her and turned to the window. "Do you know how the moon looks after battle?" he asked and walked to the window. "It burns a bright red." Covered in blood, he flinched with distaste, scarred and broken. The moonshine no longer glitters, space is vacuous. "It feels hard to breathe," he whispered and gasped slightly for breath, as though he could already feel the pain of loss. "When the moon looks like death," he turned to her, "I shall marry you." Taki smiled with relief and ran up into his arms as they smiled at one another. "The night after battle?" She squeezed him tightly and looked up to the night sky with a dreamy look. "With the death of the moon?" "Yes." Gaara turned to look out of his window, a breeze ruffling his hair as he held on tight to the princess. "Only then." "Hello. So since stating that November 1st is a birthday AI and I share, some have asked me in what other ways I am similar to AI. I think it's more to get random facts about AI than anyone giving a shit about me, which is totally fine, ha ha ha. So here are 10 things AI and I have in common. We were both born on November 1st. We both practice Catholic dance style. We both love makeup. Have you noticed highlighter has been mentioned 3 times in this FIC? When we orgasm, our right legs tremble. We both enjoy drinking a meshu. We're both introverts. We both have a sweet tooth. We both love being on our knees, winky face. We both love lingerie. We both hate the fact that so far in RTK there is only one time AI has given head, and there has been absolutely no mention of lingerie. Because her dresses take center stage, I don't want it to be describe the dress then describe the undergarments. I mean, I could, but who has the patience when you know AI and Gaara are about to get down to it? I hope that was interesting for someone. AI had to gasp on the air that was suddenly easier to breathe. She was lying on the cold floor of the marble palace, a strange tingling sensation on her forehead where Renai had touched her. In fact, as AI put her fingertips against her forehead, she felt cold blood trickling down from her hairline. Had her scar opened up? When would that wound ever heal? Her body felt bizarre, as though she had been put under immense physical pressure and suddenly told to lie down. She felt as though she had little control of her limbs. As she opened her eyes and adjusted to the room she was in, she could hear a buzzing, a humming, a low roar like the sea in the background. Had she hit her head? The dancer sat up slowly, glowing in her jungle green dress. Her eyes seemed brighter to the god Raijin, who sat, trapped in stone, upon the plinth she had given him in this room. Before performing forbidden magic, the girl had turned this room into a temple to protect herself. So Raijin had been brought in from his usual place in her private shrine, to observe, as the woman began to sparkle, with an aura he had not seen in 1,000 years. Her skin was gleaming as though moonlight lit her every pore, her movement effortless, as though weight did not drag her back to the earth. Even she seemed to marvel at the way her dress flowed around her like waves of water. Her face lit up the room. Was she smiling? Something had passed into the courtesan from the other place. Perhaps Renai had gifted her something special. Perhaps the goddess was just as mischievous as Raijin had heard about, and was placing a well-concealed catalyst into this volatile world. AI stood on shaking legs, feeling unsure of herself, looking around as though to figure out the source of this new feeling. Raijin spied her as she looked down to her ankles, to check her chakra-subduing anklets had not slipped off. He heard her gasp as they were still there. Ah! AI looked around her. The world was different. The marble walls no longer looked strong and thick, but as breakable as vines and he gardened. She could hear voices whispering in a nearby room, talking about her, fighting with one another, calling out to her. Shikaku. She breathed slowly, as she heard a familiar growl in the air. She could not only hear more but feel more. The anguish of someone on his way to her was shooting like a permanent lightning bolt through her chest. She was almost dizzy with a strange sensation that pulsed through her stomach, one of guilt and anger, but it was not her feeling it. It was someone else. She could almost feel the warmth of Sasuke's hands along her back, and suddenly, she was filled with joy. Was Sasuke coming back to the palace soon? How could she possibly know that? It was overwhelming, as though she was being drowned in a pool of emotion and sensation. Her sight adjusted and her breathing returned to normal, as this strange and inordinate feeling washed away. As her eyes became clear, darkness returned to the room, and the girl gulped when she saw what was in front of her. Perfectly intact, the fourth Hokage was held upright in a wooden, unmarked coffin, his hands bound to the sides of the coffin, waiting for life to be breathed back into him. AI had been scribbling on a desk beside him, as the sun had been setting. Now, after returning from the other place, AI was stood in twilight with just enough light to see her scribbles. She needed to light the lanterns in the palace, but she was preoccupied with a strange new thought. She had been writing in the dead language, and when she was almost at completion of the written work, she had been summoned by Renai. The magic she wanted to write was incomplete. But, as AI looked at the letters on the parchment, which all seemed alive and dancing in the faint light, the courtesan suddenly knew that she had received a gift from the goddess, the gift of incantation. The written word was no longer necessary to her work. Looking determinedly up at the face of Gaara's father, AI squared her shoulders, took a deep breath in to ease her lack of confidence, and spoke loudly and clearly into the room. "Come forward, lost one." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, in less than a heartbeat, AI's breath left her as she watched light pour out of the eyes and mouth of the former Hokage. Her hand covered her mouth in shock as color seeped back into the man's face, and the corpse took a breath. "What have I done?" AI stood to her full height, fearful of her fear showing, not letting a single cell on her body cower as she performed the unthinkable. The Hokage opened his eyes, and AI tried hard not to flinch as those dark empty pools of black stared back at her. It was so unnerving not to know where he was looking, but he seemed to be looking everywhere, straining against his chains, feeling everything all over again, until the unfathomable truth hit him. His voice cracked, "I thought you were a dream. But this feels real." AI bowed her head, the jewelry hanging from her ears, and hair all tilting forwards as she did so. "Hokage," the girl with the familiar face spoke so gently, like a poem whispered in the nighttime, with a softness the man had not heard since his wife had passed away. He could barely move with his aching muscles, or focus with his foggy vision, but he could see this delicate girl, barely into her 20s, dressed like a princess, but she held herself with a worldliness that he could not explain. Her skin was glowing, her hair flowing like a dark river around her. She was every inch the goddess of death. "Why am I here?" he croaked. A long moment of silence stretched on until, eventually, AI looked up at him without emotion. "For your son's sake." AI saw the Hokage frown as she said this. It was clear Raza knew he had been dead, and knew that he was back in the living plane. Explaining why would be a little difficult. "Kankuro? He prays for me no longer." As he spoke, AI almost laughed. "Neither does Temari. You have another son," AI reminded him, and was shocked as Raza genuinely seemed to forget. Did he not think of Gaara as a son? Why did she care? Why suddenly was she stopping herself from doing what she knew she had to do? "Gaara?" Raza brought the girl out of her thoughts, and was surprised to see she was suddenly angry. "Why did you put Shikaku inside of him?" she asked urgently. Raza looked to the floor guilty and mumbled, "To become the ultimate weapon. You sacrificed your son." The young woman scolded him, ensured him a miserable and lonely fate, empty of love. Raza looked her dead in the eye, his lips twitching in anticipation as he controlled himself, trying not to become angry with someone who looked like the daughter of gods. That man never had a chance. He was a monster, came the reply through gritted teeth. "How can you say that about your own child? Because he took my wife." In a single sentence, Raza silenced AI with a tone of such heart-wrenching anguish. Even she could not hold onto her anger. "He took the sweetest, most delicate thing the gods ever created, tore her body in half, drowned out her cries of pain, soaked up her blood. Enough." As AI spoke sharply, a gust of wind issued from the open doors behind her. "Enough," she whispered to the floor, unable to think of why she was doing what she was doing. It was so hard to hear someone talk about Gaara in this way. She may not be in love with him anymore, but it did not mean she did not hurt for that motherless and fatherless child. "Why did you bring me back?" Raza asked again. "For Gaara's sake," the girl responded, her sweet pea-colored lips pursing after she spoke, as though she were unable to say more. "And why would you ever want to help my son?" As Raza spoke, he was surprised to find the girl almost laugh. "Because love is a stupid and heartless thing." A moment's silence passed. "You are in love with Gaara?" The two looked at each other, wondering who the other was, what their role is, why they were here, what was going on their heads. "It's complicated," AI finally admitted. "I fell in love with that monster at a time when we were both young, naive, reckless." As she spoke, AI smiled at the fools they had been. "Now we are either side of a war." All smiles vanished at once. "Both of us completely hopeless in love. And I am supposed to be love itself in human form," the girl exclaimed. "Totally unmatched yet totally inseparable. We belong to each other and yet, we are becoming bound to others." Her head became filled with a vision of dark eyes and long dark hair that she had to shake out of her head. "We exist as a paradox." The woman seemed to become lost in her thoughts before realizing where she was, and addressing the man with dark spikes of red hair. "I understand your confusion," she almost laughed. "Who on earth could keep up with the endless saga of Gaara and AI? But do not misunderstand me. Your son is a monster no more. Not to others, at least," she added as an afterthought. Raza seemed to think deeply about what she was saying before he asked, "To you? He has left me with half a heart." AI spoke gently, her words falling to the floor and floating up all around them, surrounding the pair in veil of melancholy that could only describe AI and Gaara's story. "Stole one side of it, cut it out of me." Raza heard the sharp way in which her tongue clicked out the words with distaste. Gaara was a department at destroying the most gentle of things. "It belongs to him," AI admitted, "and am bound by love and hate him for it." Suddenly, Raza understood what she had meant before. "A paradox," the man confirmed. "Precisely," Renai's incarnate responded. "Now I am here, wondering why I summoned his unloving father." She gestured to him. "Why, meeting you, hearing you talk about that beautiful man in such a grotesque manner." Emotions were tumbling around in AI's stomach at a rate she could not cope with. Gaara was the enemy. He was a fool. And, just like that, a new thought formed in AI's head with all the clarity and radiance of the first ray of sunlight in a dark morning. She gasped with realization. "I'm half in love with another fool." The thought struck her like a thunderbolt. Renai's gift had not been only incantation, nor had it been the ability to hear otherworldly creatures across planes. She had pushed AI further into love. Renai? AI's thoughts were interrupted as she looked into the face of a man she had always wanted to speak to. Her life had a new light. Things seemed so different. The anger, the animosity towards Gaara was different. Her heart felt a little more whole as she smiled up at Raza. "This spell allows me to disable your thoughts and feelings, to make you into, essentially, a drone," she informed the Kazich, gesturing towards the table of papers beside him that he could not see for the sides of his coffin. "But I feel you can serve a greater purpose than just being a soldier in war." She seemed to wonder to herself. "You should speak with your son." AI smiled a little at the small gift she could afford. "Your personality and memories will remain intact," she said almost to herself. "When you meet your son," her voice suddenly turned serious, "ask him about his cowardice, encourage him to be braver." "Gaara is a coward?" Raza called to her as AI had already started to exit the room. "Like you wouldn't believe," she called back and, with a murmur under her breath, the light went from behind Raza's eyes, and his figure returned to an empty husk. AI had seen Sasuke in the weeks following the Kage summit, but when they had met it had only been for brief moments, barely an hour at a time. He had only come alone 3 times since the summit, but still they'd barely exchanged a few sentences before their charges tore them away from one another. But today, it would be different. AI could not make sense of her emotions, but in truth, she did not want to. She was lost in lust and love, totally caught up in the ecstasy of anticipation, of waiting for his touch, of waiting for him to say her name in greeting. She was in her quarters, preparing a tray of bushu, offering, for her guests that she could sense only a few miles from her doorstep. With milk blessed by gods and flowers from the garden, she was excited to greet Taka to her palace. With her newfound affection, AI finally felt at home on the other side of the war. Amidst the marble and glass, AI was dressed in a pale pink with gold sequins, looking like a wisp of cloud in the sunset, sparkling with the stars waiting to be seen. She could almost hear the men making their way towards her with hurried footsteps, and began to remember what it was like to be partner to a warrior. AI eyed herself in her mirror, a tray of bushu in her hand. She stood in pink, looking simultaneously delicate and royal. With large diamonds encased in gold around her ankles, wrists, neck, and hanging like a halo in her hair, she had, for some reason, adopted the traditional jewelry of the Sand Village. A thick gold border lined each diamond, which was cloudy and unrefined. The pokey diamond sat proudly in her hair, as though crowning her. The smell of jasmine fluttered around her as she had placed oil of the flower on her wrists and neck. There was even some tying the string of diamonds in her hair together. She looked every part the young goddess, a mischievous glint in her eye, a smile to beckon even the most secluded hermits out of hiding, and the air of summertime in her wake. Ah! And I gasped in excitement as she felt the gates to the gardens open, and her lover's foot step onto the soil of her home. The girl picked up her feet, and hurried to the doorsteps of the marble palace. As AI pushed open the doors that led to the main entrance of the marble palace, she almost laughed with joy as she saw Suigetsu and Yugo looking up at her with teary expressions, clearly tired from their wanderings outside the palace, so ready and eager for a place to rest. She smiled at them both as they approached, and looked over to Suigetsu, as he threw his head back to move his fringe from his eyes, and wink at AI in a far too familiar manner. AI, he began with a smirk, why did you send all those girls away? They were the only reason worth coming to this ghost town, explained dramatically. AI was speechless for a moment, as a wave of different emotions and memories came alongside Suigetsu. Death and humor followed this boy in equal amounts. AI could sense the death of his enemies, and the laughter in his throat, as he cackles watching Yugo talk to birds. It was such a strange mix of emotions AI was briefly stunned. This is a place of pilgrimage for the old philosophers, Yugo responded to Suigetsu sharply, his long club dragging on the floor, as his small frame sprained AI with curiosity. I'm pretty sure my mother was born here, he said slowly, looking at AI as though he had never seen something so wonderful before. Who cares for the old ways? AI almost laughed at Yugo's expression when Suigetsu interrupted him. She had become so accustomed to their rhetoric, she had found the pair tolerable. They're all dead since shinobi have taken charge, Suigetsu almost moaned with boredom. Where did you all disappear to after the Kage summit? AI said happily as she approached the pair. I've only been visited by that fool, she said cheerfully, hoping Sasuke would hear her. It was in this moment, as she was looking for Sasuke, that AI noticed a member of Taki was missing. Where's Karen? As AI asked this question, she felt the swell of a great dark cloud nearby. Suigetsu rubbed the back of his neck to personify awkwardness. That's a bit of a sore subject, he said to AI. AI, you look different. The boy with orange hair observed as AI, holding onto a tray of sweet milk and flowers. Her look of concern turned to one of genuine excitement, as she picked a few blossoms from her tray, and threw them over Yugo's head in welcome. I feel different, Yugo, she exclaimed. Your chakra is so bright, the boy exclaimed, watching the outline of her skin glow silver and pearl. I can feel it. AI shrugged happily, and turned to the boy with razor-sharp teeth. Yes, the boy with silver hair said slowly, trying to figure out what was different. It feels warm as summer in here, he observed. Your skin is glowing. The man reached out a hand, as though to touch her as AI approached him, but quickly withdrew his hand upon remembering her relationship with Sasuke. Are you not wearing your anklets? Suigetsu said quickly, ducking as AI threw petals over his head, and blushing furiously in embarrassment as he retracted his hand. As AI let go of the bright pink petals, they showered over Suigetsu before falling to the floor, and she noticed a dark shadow behind her two guests. Her outstretched hand returned slowly to the tray. I am, she answered her guest before, to his delight, placing her hand against his face, and looking solemn. You both feel cold, she observed, like icy water. There's a shadow behind you like death. Where have you been? She asked them, and when they were silent she remembered the girl she had not seen for a while. Where's Karen? She asked urgently. Still Suigetsu and Yugo would not meet her eye. The two men were stood in front of something angelic, heavenly ordained. They were not about to discuss their vulgar human matters with a girl who looked like a goddess. AI noticed them falter and took a step back, a look of apprehension before she felt a darker, much more sinister thread enter the palace grounds and wrap around her ankle. Where's Dash? AI began and turned as she felt a light fall on her. There, approaching from the gardens, was the man she had been most excited to meet. Her electric eyes softened to a sea blue as they came across his figure. Dark and alluring, the Uchiha walked up to her slowly. Sasuke, she greeted him with such a small smile you would think she were planning something mischievous. She threw petals over his head in welcome and lifted the clay mug of milk. But as that man approached, appraising her with dark, cold eyes, the woman could suddenly hear voices all around her, crying out in pain. Sasuke? AI asked quietly. Her smile struck from her face. You've killed someone. I've killed a lot of people. Sasuke did not flinch as AI put the clay mug back onto the tray, and her eyes began to dart around Sasuke, as though she could see the souls of those he had hurt. She looked totally out of place to him, greeting a murder with offerings, like a wife waiting for her husband to return from war. Sasuke could never understand the woman. What did she want from him? Why did she greet him in a way that made him feel like he was coming home to her? Nothing could be home now. But the girl's eyes were dancing, darting from his red, patterned eyes to his lips and back. You've hurt people, AI said, taking a step away from Sasuke. I've hurt a lot of people. Hearing this reply, AI was suddenly able to tune out all the voices she felt she could hear and focus solely on the man in front of him. His dead eyes, appraising her with little interest, stood in the light of a dying sun, the green of the leaves of the garden turning dark in the evening. AI kept her yes locked with Sasuke's, but instructed the other men, leave us. Yugo and Suigetsu knew not to cross the woman they had grown to respect. They slinked past her in less than a moment, noticing how her eyes never left Sasuke's. Someone's in trouble, Suigetsu sniggered quietly. What's there to eat around here anyway? He said loudly, causing a flock of birds to erupt from a bush nearby and soar into the darkening sky. Yo Madara. And with that, the two members of Taka walked into the marble palace as the large wooden doors closed, leaving AI and Sasuke on the porch. The Uchiha shifted a little to lift the weight of his katana off one shoulder, as he appraised a woman he was finding hard to forget. AI had this long dark hair that reminded him of his mother, this stern, moral stare which made him constantly question himself. He had not seen her for weeks, and had barely spoken to her since the Kage summit. He did not want their reunion to be one so full of judgment. As the lanterns around the palace were mysteriously lit by unseen forces, Sasuke clicked his tongue with impatience, and stood with his hands on his belt. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked sharply, as he noticed the dancer's blue eyes begin to fill with tears. I can see them, AI whispered, a tear falling from her eye. The dead were calling out to her. They were clutching to invisible breezes on this plane, and begging AI to let them pass into the next plane. She could not see or hear anything really truly, but she could sense the souls of those who had met their end at Sasuke's hands. I can feel them, whispered before something was caught in her through and she saw, deep in the darkness of her mind, a girl with long red hair crying out in pain, Sasuke's face the same as when he had done it to AI, sparks flying all around them. It could only mean, Karen, AI whispered in disbelief, trying to keep the tray in her hand from falling from her grasp. Sasuke, AI gasped, tears streaming from her eyes, as the pain of loss engulfed her. What have you done, Dash? Ah! Before AI could even finish her sentence, she heard the clatter of her silver tray hit the floor, and tumbled down the stairs of the marble palace. Her back hit the wooden doors as Sasuke walked towards her, grabbed the courtesan by the neck, and pushed her back into the wooden doors. Why must you always question me? Sasuke snarled, his face contorted with anger. Why must you greet me with a smile and a tray? If he glanced down to the tray, whatever the hell this is, he spat at her, watching as tears rolled down her cheeks, as her weak hands clasped onto his, begging for relief. "Why must you beckon me into the palace like it is home?" he asked, his face coming close to hers. Why must you wear your hair like that?" The Uchiha's patterned eyes seemed to swirl, and turning a menacing manner, as he pulled her forwards by the throat, and knocked her back into the wall again. "Why must you smell like heaven? Why must you look so inviting? Because, why must you?" He interrupted her, whispering now in a menacing manner, tightening his grip on her soft, breakable neck. Every single time, he emphasized each word by knocking her head back on the wall gently. "Speak and act like the keeper of all that is moral and just," he asked before raising his voice. "Why must you look like salvation and hell all at once? Something erupted from AI's skin like a bolt of electricity, pushing Sasuke away, causing him to release her neck and cradle his hand in agony. He stumbled back and looked at her in shock as AI stood against the wall, barely able to keep herself upright. "Because I am in love with you," she screamed, but it seemed to have no effect on her lover, who shrugged, rubbing his hand to soothe his skin. They all say that, as Sasuke said this, it took all of AI's strength not to walk up to him and slap him. "Do you think I want to be?" AI asked in an almost mocking tone. "Do you think I enjoy this ridiculous relationship we have?" She asked him, and shook her head, as the warrior finally looked up at her. "Do you think I want to pine after a murderer? Isn't that just so easy for you?" As Saki asked this, the anger inside of him faded. The girl's face sunk. She withdrew into herself. "How are you so easily fixated on one monster and then another?" Sasuke asked her with a small smirk. AI thought for a moment before laughing at their predicament. "The world exists in equilibrium," she taught him. "Everything moves towards a balance. Love goes where there is none, and there is none in you," she said with all the malice she could muster. "You heartless bastard." And with that, the goddess incarnate walked away, down to her quarters of the palace, paying no attention to the man who followed in pursuit. The night saw a starry inky blue sky, and warm breezes wrap up the palace in its own exotic climax. As AI walked purposefully through the palace, looking like a queen on her way to battle, the entire garden seemed to freeze and surrender. She reached the outside entrance to her quarters, and as she reached out a hand to open the door, Sasuke pushed it shut from behind her. "Leave me alone," AI said, her hand resting on the door handle, not willing to move. Finally, this odd response from Sasuke caused AI to turn and face him. He towered over her in the night, causing her to back into the door. "What? A girl who's in love with me and doesn't want me around?" He smirked at her, causing AI's lip to twitch with desire to unleash hurtful and ungodly things to the wretched fool. Finally, hearing Sasuke repeat this made AI take a step forwards, right up to his face, look him in the eye and say, "You are a disgrace to a clan that stood for unity." The girl with blue eyes was cut short as her lover, within a split second, had his blade against her neck. Gently, he pushed the blade further against AI's glowing skin until she backed back into the carved wooden door. For a few moments, they could hear the crickets, the gentle rustling of the garden grass in the breeze, the trickling of water from the spring. "I could so easily kill you," he informed her. "I could destroy all that you are, and all that you are doing to me." AI almost laughed. It was not the first time she had been threatened like this. "Go ahead." She cocked her head at him, her eyes daring the blade to come closer. "Death would be better than being in love with a soulless creature like you." AI jumped as Sasuke this girl did to him was beyond description. Didn't she know it was torture for him too? Didn't she know how he thought of her constantly, hated her constantly, longed for her constantly? "I do not love you," the man said eventually. But the girl's eyes widened at this word, eager to hear more. "If anyone else put their hands on you, I would kill the both of you. Do you understand? If you so much as glance at another man, it will be the last thing you do." Sasuke dropped his blade, watching in delight as AI jumped at the sound of the metal clanging against the marble floor. "You are for me and me alone. If I even hear a rumor that a man touched your feet in worship, I will destroy you. You are my prisoner, and exist for me alone." "Have you lost your mind?" the girl asked. "Whatever I have lost," Sasuke smirked, "it belongs to you, and you belong to me now." I cannot offer you love, but I can offer you enslavement. AI pushed his chest, causing Sasuke to take a step back, before she turned, opened the door to her bedroom and walked into the darkness. Don't touch me, Sasuke heard AI call. Ever again. Leave me alone. But Sasuke did not let the door swing shut. He threw it wide open, and stepped inside to the circular room, with AI's bed and belongings. The candles gave the room a gentle gold glow, making the already ethereal girl look like light itself. I cannot do that, AI, Sasuke said, as he stood in her doorway. Why not? AI asked him, hating herself, hating him, hating the feelings she was caught between. You leave so easily, so on a whim, so eagerly for every mission. You abuse me. You use me, you wretched, wicked, awful man. Why can't you leave me be? Because you will be the mother to my children. AI stopped short as Sasuke said this. Lost for words, the girl with the face of a goddess almost fell to her knees in surprise. You are the woman I will rebuild the Uchiha clan with. When the war is over and the red moon shines, you will retreat in hiding and bear a child. Do you understand? The seriousness in his voice, the anger in his tone, the controlling desire in which he appraised her left AI in shock. Well, he asked her, will you take on such a role? So my parents, ha 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 ha, sorry to bring them up, did a couple's dance to Mass Magon from the movie Two States, and it's a song I associate with AI and Gaara, so I was tearing up because my parents have an epic love story too, and it was like after 30 years they could finally just dance together, and not worry about people trying to tear them apart. Will AI and Gaara ever have that? Whales, because it's all so sad and beautiful. I should give a whole list of recommendations of songs for RTK. Would anyone enjoy that? Almost every chapter as a song inspiration. Y'all need to appreciate Bollywood to truly get this story, ha 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 ha. It was a garden at twilight into which the proud Hokage entered. Soft hues of blue and purple lined the fences. A clematis shone a beautiful aubergine color in the dusky sunlight, and delicate verbena sat in bunches lining the pathway to a pavilion. A beautiful stone structure with engraved arches and a stone dome stood magnificently in the center of the garden, with lavender caressing the stone steps leading up to its entrance. Inside was a familiar figure, lying on a bench, playing with blossoms that fell from the cherry tree and drifted to her on the breeze. Was a girl dressed in lilac, with large blue eyes and shimmering waves of dark hair. Her fair skin glowed gold in the last rays of sunshine. Dressed in white silk slippers, white trousers, and a long white top with high neck collar, as was his usual fashion, Gaara could not take his eyes off of her. A nightingale sang out to the hidden moon as though announcing the man's arrival into her garden. The young Hokage approached with unhidden apathy. He sauntered up to her, a breeze ruffling his hair, and a small smile of disbelief playing on his face. She was barefoot. The anklets he gifted her one night in the palace gardens were twinkling in the sunset. The layers of lilac chiffon she had wrapped around her were caressing her curves in the breeze. Her veil was taken off her head, and instead lying on the bench, swirling around her arm as she stretched out to the floor, letting a petal dance around her fingertip. As he entered the pavilion, she caught his eye and smiled mischievously, beckoning him in with the biting of her lips. I barely sleep, and yet you've taken to haunting my dreams, Gaara said, as her smile broadened. Is there no end to this torture, Renai? At hearing this name, her smile faded. The woman in front of him sat up suddenly, her innocent and coy looks replaced with one of smugness. You know I am not her? She asked, her voice deeper than he remembered. Gaara leant against a pillar and folded his arms. Of course I do, he scoffed, noticing now the lines around her eyes, the creases in her brow. She looked more like an angel. Her skin did not sag, her teeth were not sharp, her hair more lustrous than starlight, not coils of barbed wire. How dare you dash? What do you want, Renai? The goddess' face fell entirely. She had the power to destroy this mortal in the blink of an eye, and yet he stood, so defiant, so recklessly disrespectful, before her. She stood from the bench, and made darkness descend onto the sky. The moon shone brightly on her as her dark hair swayed around her. Candles were lit suddenly, flames springing into life as nighttime covered the scene. Gaara did not flinch. Do you know who you're talking to? He practically rolled his eyes as she shouted. It was so like any form of AI to be vain. "Spare me the lecture," Gaara mumbled, staring absent-mindedly at the way the clematis on the opposite pillar twirled so effortlessly around the smooth stone, before he turned his attention back to an outraged Rinai. The look on her face, seeing AI's brow furrowed in frustration, her fists clenched, it sparked something primal in him. "It's entirely your fault that the world has been shaped the way it has," he told her, watching her shoulders shake in frustration. "You put AI on the earth, you made her perfect to me, made our love inescapable." He unfolded his arms, and stood defiantly at the entrance of the pavilion. Inexplicably, stars began to shine behind him, as though waking up to the Kazekage's indignation. "You made AI capable of ninjutsu. That simple fact left us spiraling into something tragic. And now that I know her, I know you so well. You are both consumed by vanity and short tempers. And you are so much worse than her." "Gaara," Rinai said in a warning tone, but was barely heard by Gaara, who was consumed by his utter fascination at her arrogant attempts to contact him. "I bet you made sure she had even a tenth of your power not for her protection, but because of your own arrogance and vanity." The young, reckless Kazekage questioned the goddess of love without faltering. "Am I wrong?" he asked, watching as the goddess began to look bashful. "Did you not look at the earth and think how they would worship her? And you, if they only knew who she was, so why not give them a clue as to her identity? Why not make her born of a lotus flower, have beauty only comparable to yours, be gifted in ninjutsu, make her only made for royalty?" Gaara walked up to her, the goddess with the face of a woman he once loved, and whispered, "You wanted her to be found. You could not stand the idea of her just being a village girl, and holding a man's heart in her keeping." Gaara reached out a hand, and put it against her face, ignoring the fizzle of electricity that passed through her body and to him. He watched her lips, the way they were painted in that soft rose color he had grown to associate with late nights, and the taste of plum wine. Her eyes caught his. There was a moment of utter tension, heart-wrenching and stretching into the infinite. To the outside world it looked as though AI and Gaara had reunited, but the two knew they were not those people. A gust of wind whipped Rinai's hair around them. Gaara's shirt lifted up slightly, and swayed, as cherry blossoms were plucked from the tree, and fell in a shower around the pair. The two broke eye contact as the breeze seemed to melt away, and Gaara took his hand away from her face. "You simply had to complicate things because everyone knows love is obsessed with itself more than anything in any world." Gaara scoffed and shook his head in utter disbelief. "This is the night before war, Rinai. I am set to marry a princess. Has your meddling not done enough? You think I am so powerful?" He was cut off by Rinai as she sighed in exasperation. "You don't want to acknowledge the role fate has played? I am done with your notions of fate and destiny." Gaara was shocked by something outside the physical, and stumbled backwards, not even sure where he had felt the sudden pang of pain. "Humans are so bold," Rinai said coldly. "It frightens me how often you need to be reminded of your mortality." "May I speak?" she asked without needing an answer. Gaara nodded. "Just because I am a goddess and immortal, does not make me incapable of being victim to fate," she lectured him. "I am not omniscient or omnipotent. Being a deity under rule is an exceptionally restricted and puzzling existence. I did not know what would happen, but I had hopes for what I might accomplish in her time on Earth." Gaara looked up at her, puzzled. He had not heard this part of the story. "What did you want her to do?" "I wanted her to discover what love was like for mortals. I was sitting in a star 21 years ago, when I heard the most beautiful poetry. He who walks in the shadow of love must surely have heaven beneath his feet." Rinai nodded. "And so I visited Earth as an image in a notebook to speak with Arawara no Kai, and to tell him a daughter would be born to him." Rinai shrugged as though helpless, as though none of this was her fault, as though she were a victim too. "I thought the story of blood love was no more than a legend. I was convinced it was over, unable to exist outside of heaven." "I don't believe you," Gaara snapped. "You knew Kai would bring her back to Suna, and you knew there was a little boy so devoid of love that he could only ever fall in love with her. You knew the blood love would be seen on Earth." "No!" Rinai looked at him in bewilderment. She huffed in frustration, losing her words. "For goodness sake," she exclaimed, What is it about mortal men thinking everything is about them? I'm not talking about your story. I'm talking about mine. Yours? Don't you know the story of the original blood love? Renai shook her head, trying to figure it out herself. How was I to know what would happen? How was I to know who I would meet? Gaara watched her begin to pace frantically. What? He asked quickly. Was his and AI's story that linked to Renai's and who? Who did AI meet? Renai turned to him, her eyes turning round in apology almost. Senso. Gaara stopped stock still. AI met Senso? When? Who was he? When? Senso was reincarnated on Earth? Gaara asked and felt a shiver run down his spine as Renai nodded. Who is he? The Hokage asked sternly. Is it me? He asked uncertainly. Surely he would know if he were a god incarnate. But AI had never known until recently. Well? Is it me? But Renai did not answer him. Is it Sasuke? The goddess turned to him. The nighttime turned colder, as her eyes became heavy with a feeling of guilt. I'm afraid, she whispered. You will not like the answer. With delicate fingers, the girl who took the shape of love was gently weaving ribbons together over a summoning tag. There was no need for the cool colors of teal, ocean blue and mint green. Usually summoning tags were hung with red ribbon, but for some reason, the colder colors seemed to soothe her. Her blood felt warm. It ran close to the surface of her skin, making her constantly feel a little hot. She had shrugged off her shawl. When she entered the room, she had temporarily transformed into a temple and lit the candles which lined the walls as though giving light to the stars. They twinkled so far from her in this large room that they may as well have adorned the sky. She longed to open the window and release some of this heat that was building up in the room, holding on to the spicy and thick scent of sandalwood that clung to the air. AI had barely been able to speak to Sasuke that morning. She was so caught up in the anger and frustration of being in love with the ungrateful fool that she could not think straight following his proposal. He hadn't even asked her to marry him. He had asked her to bear his children and restore honor to his clan. The courtesan was, yet again, confused by her destiny. Was she a whore? A courtesan? The Hokage's beloved? The mother of the next generation of Uchiha? Why were all these roles defined by men? What did it mean to self-determine? Wasn't she doing that now? Here, in the Marble Palace, she was empress, heir to the throne that looked after the world. The look of her did not give any clue of the thoughts in her head, however. She looked quite sweet. A young girl with big blue eyes rolling up ribbon between her fingers, her nails painted a soft lilac as she stood, shimmering in white chiffon and rubies. Surrounded by books and candles, she seemed lost in an inviting world of antiquity. If you could tear your eyes away from her, however, you would find a most gruesome and eerie sight. 9 coffins stood upright, made from a sturdy bamboo. Housing the empty bodies of Akatsuki girl was not as lovely as she first seemed to the unknowing watcher. Ai was now powerful in her own right, barely into her 20s, untrained as a shinobi and more accustomed to dancing. The girl was formidable in reconnaissance, battle and magic. Magic was a strange word to use. It did not exist in the shinobi world that she had been drawn into, but it did exist in the music and poetry she had been a student of. Talk of spells from divine creatures, enchantments from women's eyes, and charms from the goddess of love herself were all stipulated in ancient texts. Magic was lost on humans and shinobi alike, which was comfortingly ironic to AI. She had been a rare delicacy to men as a courtesan, but just slightly out of reach and considered strange to them now. As a warrior, she was still maintaining her status as the one who was a little different. If only people knew how powerful she had become. She just had to think something into existence, and I didn't think you would wake me so soon. Ah! AI turned sharply, surprised by her own skill, before dropping the bundle of ribbon in her hands and gasping at the sight of a man she had once been the victim of. Uchiha Itachi was shaking his head and straining against the binds, holding his hands to the sides of the coffin, as though trying to stretch and wake himself from a long sleep. Eventually, his coal-colored eyes found hers. The delicate moonbeam, although powerful enough to incant without uttering a word, was still frightened to see what she could do. He looked down at her and bowed his head in respect. Forgive me, Yuta. Poem. His silky voice seemed to catch the incense in the room and drift over to her. Her face softened. She relaxed a little before frowning. He had woken up as though he already knew where he was, who would be calling him. "How did you know?" I began, but her voice trailed away as she remembered the last time she had brought someone back. "Oh," she said hoarsely, "Renai warned you?" She doused out the desire to roll her eyes. "Not at all." Itachi, his hair spilling over his shoulders like dark water, surprised her. "I know you more than you know yourself. I saw the desire in you that day in Koto." The man smiled at her softly. "I know how your heart aches, beautiful one. I know what troubles you have faced." The girl seemed to stand taller as he spoke. Itachi had seen a determined and wronged woman that day in Koto. He knew which side she would take. "You know nothing, Uchiha." At this, Itachi bowed his head and smiled to himself. "Has Sasuke told you he loves you yet?" A deathly silence cleared the room of all heat at once. Ai's determined look fell from her face instantly. "What? My little brother? Has he told you he is in love with you?" A million questions ran through Ai's mind as he asked this. How did he know about her and Sasuke? How did he know things would go this way? "No," Ai answered him, determined to know more. "How did you know we have met?" she asked. She saw Itachi falter for a moment, and remembered all those months ago on the roof. He had come to her and asked her for forgiveness, treated her like a goddess, and tortured her at the same time. Told her he had spent his life running from and chasing people he loved. Could it be now, here in the Marble Palace, on the brink of war, she would finally understand him? "Before I died," the Uchiha began gruffly, "I asked you for forgiveness, but I did not confess my sin." A shiver ran down Ai's spine. "What are you talking about?" With a heavy sigh, Itachi, a look of shame etched in his features, began to tell a new story. "Sasuke's destiny and yours are linked. They are linked because..." Itachi could barely look at her. "Because I made it that way. I set you both in motion, spinning out into the world like dark clouds of chaos waiting to collide into one another and create a universe." Ai's head was beginning to feel like it was full of air, light and drifting. Yet another man was telling her how he controlled her life. "I killed my clan and told my younger brother to hate me, to grow strong and seek vengeance. I stole love from him in one long and gut-wrenching night of pain. He became empty, devoid of affection, loveless and torn. And you know," I blinked away tears as Itachi looked up at her, "love goes wherever there is none. I set up his life, so meeting you was unavoidable and, of course, what else would you look like other than salvation to a boy who longed for love?" Ai swallowed hard. "You made us meet?" she said in a disbelieving tone. "But I was set up to be a courtesan for life. How could you possibly have known I would be banished and become a war criminal?" Ai babbled, barely able to keep her thoughts together. "How could you know about Koto, about Jireya's death, about what transpired at the Kage summit? You are mistaken to think that my influence in your life was recent. I made an appearance in your life when you were a child. I tried to kill your father." Ai had to lean against the table behind her as she felt weak at the knees. "What? After my work in Konoha?" Ai laughed in disbelief at his nonchalant attitude towards the Uchiha clan massacre. "I followed the rumors of your birth to find where Arawara no Kai kept you hidden." The tea house was barely one of the great houses in those days. All the colored glass did not exist back then. Years ago, Suda did not regard the house as a monument of cultural heritage like it does now, so it was easy to infiltrate. I entered the place, quiet as a shadow, with no expectations of what I would find. And I let a tear run down her face, picturing the tea house, how Megumi would have felt had she known a murderer had entered. "I approached your father, as he slept in a bed with curtains made of a sort of tool," I whispered, barely looking at Itachi, remembering the way her hand would glide across the cream-colored net that surrounded her father's bed. She often used to imagine that is where her dreams projected, and she would watch the moving shapes on the net. "Yes," he agreed without knowing what she was talking about. But he remembered, in the dim candlelight, seeing the figure of a sleeping man, like he had seen 1,000 times before, waiting for his end. But then, inexplicably, from the darkness of the man's arms, came something he had not anticipated. "You had not yet fallen asleep. You opened your eyes and saw me. I couldn't take the look you gave me." Those azure blue eyes, so round, so innocent, begged me in an instant to protect you. You were barely 6 years old, hair almost down to your ankles, telling me off in the dead language with the voice of a skylark. I couldn't kill in front of you. I don't remember this, I said suddenly. Surely, being 6 years old meant that she should be able to remember what happened. Genjutsu mars the memory of that night, the man with purple-black hair explained to AI's discomfort. I saw your face, and couldn't do it, Itachi explained, not to something so beautiful. So I told him to abandon you, to only see you as a student from time to time to ensure you were not sold to anyone other than a high-ranking shinobi, so that you would one day enter the ninja world and pick a side. AI's head was still swirling with questions. Itachi knew, made it so, that she would join the shinobi world, but how? Why? And did that mean you started this? AI whispered indignantly. Why was it? Wherever she ran to, some man was controlling what she did. I told you that day in Koto Renai. I started a war for you. Why? I shouted at him, her courage coming from her utter dislike and distrust of the man who had ruined the lives of the two men she had grown to love. Who are you? I don't know you, but I know you so well. As he spoke this troubled enigma, and I found that her patience was running out. Why do you want war? She asked sternly, watching his figure and its dark shadow writhing in the coffin, trying desperately to feel truly alive. So humanity sees what shinobi have done to the world, so that the gods see what that forsaken tree has cursed this world with. Tree? The divine tree that gifted humans chakra. As he spoke, I turned back to the table and, in anger, picked up the roll of parchment that she just had to blink at to send Itachi back to where his wretched soul had come from. But why would you want to show the gods such a thing? She asked, walking towards him. The gods are selfish creatures. Itachi spoke quickly, and I noticed the change of tone in his voice. He was sounding a little more desperate. Disgusting, brutish tyrants obsessed with their own existence. They grow old on their vanity and fat on their egos. And I held out the parchment like an assassin would hold out a blade as she approached him. There was only one divine creature so beautiful, so lovely, so innocent that they threw her in prison because of their jealousy. AI stopped in her tracks. How was Renai related to Itachi? Why was this happening? The candles lining the wall seemed to dim as she looked up at the man that towered in his coffin before her, his dark eyes hollow and dark, his hair falling in front of his face. Renai? AI asked, lowering her hand. But why would you, a mortal, care about godly matters? She asked, now being the one to sound desperate. Who are you? At this question, the candles cowered. The nighttime seemed to seep in from beneath the doors and settle in the corners of the room, bringing a chill and eerie silence. AI knew the answer. Itachi sighed and looked down to her with clear affection. You know me well, Sai, beloved. As he spoke, the clatter of the parchment roll hitting the marble floor as it fell from A's hands echoed around the room. She had no memories of him, for they were not her memories, but she knew him clear as day. Senso? Uchiha? Itachi? Gaara fell to the floor and crossed his legs as shock robbed him of his strength. Yes, Renai confirmed. Senso was lost in battle following the creation of that despicable tree. She spat out. I waited so long for him. He traveled through many planes, times, bodies until his spirit found the fresh, fertile soil of earth. He saw it as a young world, full of life and promise, a world where his soul could rest before he went in search of me again. Renai gave a small smile, her affection for her lover sparkling in her blue eyes. He knew I guarded the gates of heaven, and that death would reunite us. But something in his bones told him to stay in that earthly plane, to look into what this new world had to offer. And then it happened. Gaara looked her straight in her eye as she said this with such certainty. The most wonderful day he had ever known. What happened? A warm breeze fluttered into the pavilion, and Gaara was suddenly distracted by the way Renai's hair swayed by her hips. Sasuke was born. Gaara blushed on AI's behalf as Renai said this. What a tangled web the three mortals had managed to weave. Renai seemed to notice the color rise in Gaara's cheeks, and smiled knowingly. AI and I are separate beings. Is it so mad that she would fall for the brother of my soul mate? She said. Senso had never experienced love like it. Renai continued with her story. A straying dark curl of hair brushed her lips in the breeze. Gods are born from no one, and although we relate to one another, we cannot have siblings. Finally, Shinso had something he wanted to protect from the evils of the world. To him, Sasuke was perfect in every way and helped him to understand how humans love. This is, it seems, a very pressing matter for gods. But Gaara thought for a moment of all the blood that Itachi washed his hands with, the Uchiha massacre, the Akatsuki. One of the great secrets of Konoha was Itachi's mission to destroy his clan. It was his mission. Gaara's eyes widened in shock as he appraised the goddess, who took a seat on the bench in front of him. Don't look at me like that. You men are bizarre creatures. I barely understand Shinso at times, but everything that Itachi did, he did out of love. But Rinai could tell that Gaara had forgiven and forgotten very quickly. Something was playing on Gaara's mind. Rinai could see his eyes dancing, that his attention was no longer with her. What is it, Gaara? Does she love Sasuke? As Gaara was sat cross-legged on the stone floor, Rinai lowered herself from the bench and onto the cold ground. There, she sat on her knees, and her sparkling blue eyes locked onto his. The goddess smiled at him knowingly, apologetically. Yes, Gaara nodded as she spoke. There was no trace of anger or jealousy. Perfectly reasoned, perfectly rational, the Hokage had matured to the man he was destined to become. Itachi made the world play out this way, didn't he? Rinai nodded. Yes. Did he interfere with my relationship with AI? Yes. Again, Gaara nodded. It was all so perfect. If a man devoid of love met love herself, the pair would have no choice but to fall into each other's arms. The Hokage almost smiled. The story of love was as twisted as it would always be, as beautiful as it was tragic. What did he do? Candles in the archways flickered like a crowd of onlookers whispering to one another, guessing what his was, and how Itachi had managed to come between the two. I heard that Sabaka no Gaara had taken to a girl of the tea house, so beautiful, she could have been mistaken for Kichijoten, goddess of happiness, fertility and beauty, and I knew instantly that it had to be you. I could barely breathe with all the emotions suddenly filling her up. Her blood was churning with confusion and anger. The only interaction I had with Sabaka no Gaara was in the planning of his assassination. The Akatsuki wanted to wait longer before acting, but I persuaded them the time was right. As soon as I heard the rumors that the moon had come down to earth and enchanted the demon Shikaku with bloodlove, I knew it was time to act. The girl's shoulders shook. The night I was with Nobutara, AI started, her voice sharp and clear, striking like a whip through the air. Shikaku was driven into a frenzy, and no one ever bothered to ask why. That was you, wasn't it? AI felt something in her stomach drop as he nodded at her. You knew I would seal Shikaku away, weaken Gaara before he fought Deidara. Again Itachi nodded. On the day of Gaara's death, I saw a light shining on his bedroom balcony and ran towards it. That light was you, wasn't it? Again, the Uchiha nodded. His face showed no trace of apology or remorse. He was merely waiting to hear forgiveness. You led me there, knowing I would be found in his quarters, and our relationship would be found out by the higher-ups in Suna. Gods, a single tear fell from her eyes. It's all so perfect, isn't it? I never meant to hurt you, Itachi said quickly, straining against his ties, desperate to hold the mortal girl he had come to respect and adore. I never meant for things to go so awry. I didn't think bloodlove would be seen on Earth. The man stopped suddenly, and finally hung his head in shame when the girl looked up at him, a single tear shimmering in the candlelight. It was eerie, her resemblance to Rinai. She looked younger than the goddess, but exuded the same power and authority. It was enough to silence one of the deadliest men known to the world. We had to become enemies to fulfill the fate of bloodlove, Ai said quietly, raising her head high as though to see above the mess the mortals had created. Whether it was some cruel kismet, or by your hand, Gaara and I were destined to become enemies. The girl's face screwed up in frustration as she let out a shuddering breath. Her shoulders slumped as though in surrender. I am in love with Sasuke, the girl, the goddess, whispered quietly. I am glad. Hearing this, Ai stood suddenly in frustration and walked up to Itachi confidently. The powerful and dangerous man almost recoiled, feeling the venom that was seeping out of the girl's skin. Who has won, Itachi? She asked him. Answer me, she shouted when he did not respond. Are you happy? Is Renai? Because I can assure you, Gaara, Sasuke and myself are victims to your wretched schemes. AI blinked away tears of frustration. I swear, the pair of you deserve one another. She spat at him. Have you won? Has Tengaku heaven? No, she answered for him. The battle is not done yet. Renai, ha! The girl laughed at being called a name that she had no need for. Don't call me that. As she spoke, a mischievous smile spread across her face, and she went up on her tiptoes to lean in close to Itachi's face, watching as the man, years older than her with a soul centuries old, became coy. A younger version of the goddess he was in love with, flaunted her lips by biting them in front of him and spying him under her eyelashes. Itachi almost withdrew back into the coffin to avoid the erotic smell of the jasmine oil that shimmered on her collarbone. This is the night before war, Senso, she whispered, blowing the words up to his ear. A victor is yet to be named. AI pouted, smiling as Itachi's eyes were kept on her lips. Don't be reckless. AI, he gulped as AI turned away sharply and began to walk out of the room. Is that a dare? Temari-sama. The blonde-haired shinobi turned as Matsuri, one of Gaara's students, approached her as she was walking from the Kazekage's office. The girl was running, still dressed at this odd hour of the night, in her clothes she usually wore for a mission. Had she been on boundary patrols at this time of the night? What is it? Temari answered in her usual sharp tone, making the girl blush. At this hour, Matsuri-kun, and for you to abandon your post at the gates, it better be important. Why yes, it is Temari-sama, the girl said, as she skidded to a halt in front of Temari. There is word of a spy in the palace. Temari's eyes widened. Her feet automatically planted on the ground to take the stance as if about to engage in combat. A spy? How could this happen? The short, curt manner in which Temari spoke seemed to throw the shy girl off balance until she felt as though her forehead protector slipped down her head and covered her face to avoid an interrogation. Well? Temari snapped. Don't just stare at me. Give me some evidence. I found this just outside the village gates. It was covered in sand following a sandstorm a few weeks ago. She held up a bundle of white sheets covered in sand. The granules of sand seemed to pour away from a mound in the center of the bundle until the foul stench of rotting flesh filled the air. Oh gods, Temari recoiled, covering her nose. She peered at the bundle with suspicion and watched in curiosity as the sand poured away into the bundle of white sheets until it revealed feathers of darkish brown and black. Wait, Temari murmured, lowering her hand from her mouth. Is that Dash? Yes, Matsuri answered, wrinkling her nose at the smell. It's Heigisu, our fastest flying hawk. It went missing last month. Missing! Upon raising her voice, Temari turned back to see, at the end of the hall, the door to the Kazekage's office which hid her brother, who was working tirelessly at this ungodly hour. In a moment, Temari made a decision that she could not determine the reason for, as she opened the door to an abandoned office beside them, and beckoned Matsuri in with a nod. Why didn't you inform us sooner? The deadly kunoichi snapped. You went to the Kage summit. Matsuri began to trip over her own words. There was barely any time. Wasn't Hayadisa carrying a message for her? Almost as though fate was listening to her. A small fold of white cotton fell away from the corpse of the hawk. Something fell to the pit of her stomach. Tied to the hawk's leg, perfectly intact, was a small piece of parchment rolled up and carefully attached. Open it. Open it, she hurriedly instructed the girl. Matsuri carefully placed the bird on the desk in the office and removed the parchment before Temari snatched the paper away from her. Her eyes danced wildly around the parchment as butterflies danced in her stomach with such frenzied actions that she felt sick. There, clearly in Gaara's handwriting, was a letter written from him to AI. Forgive me for not writing to you sooner. AI, forgive me for being weak and foolish, naive and cowardly. Oh gods, no. Temari fell into a nearby chair. Why should I be so fearful of having loved love herself? My soul can no longer rest peacefully knowing you are not near me. I was Gaara once, before you. Now your blood beats through my aching heart. Temari-sama, Matsuri spoke in the background, but Temari could not hear her. "I prepare to meet Suna Shinobi in the hill station that borders Niba and Nico at sunset in 2 days' time. Temari-sama, our relationship can no longer remain behind closed doors. If there is no veil between our love and the gods, then why should there be a veil between us and the world?" "Temari, what is it?" Temari shouted, standing up and looking at the girl in frustration. Matsuri was too frightened to say anything. She simply held something up in the light. Temari closed her eyes as the wave of realization passed over her. There in Matsuri's hand, taken from a wound in the bird, was a shard of metal the shape of a broken arrow. The crest of a kingdom Temari knew well was carved into the blunt side of the shard. The sister of the Kazekage fell back into the chair and held her head in her hand. The letter her brother wrote a month ago, dangling in her grasp, the black ink of the writing reflecting in the candlelight. War had a striking effect on the shinobi world that no one could have predicted. Time became obsolete. How long had it been since the war began? How long until it was over? All questions frustratingly unanswered, all hope growing dimmer by the day. Along with time, other things were running out. The Golden Kazekage wondered how many more words of encouragement he could offer his forces when they faced the death of their friends, families, children, every day. He watched as hot tears streamed down soldiers' faces as they screamed in frustration and hopelessness over their comrades' cold bodies. Bringing a fist down on the round table in front of him, Gaara caused a crack right across the middle of the solid marble table. He slumped into his chair and gritted his teeth as, without any conscious command from him, a sparkling cloud rose out of his gourd that leant against a pillar in the corner of the room. It landed softly on the table and moved like water across the intricate, ornate paintings of the shinobi lands that spread across the marble. Between the figurines that stood for shinobi and enemies, Gaara watched absent-mindedly as the sand, glittering in the light that streamed in between the clouds behind him, seeped into the crack he had created. It solidified and he cracked, mending the table but unable to put it back together. It looked like kintsugi, except instead of gold it was gray and cold. A new technique Gaara had mastered, but it was clearly not as impressive as gold when it came to repairing objects. Greenery, the zone of running water everywhere, the almost heaven-like horizon. But all beautiful things came at a cost. The place was cold to the bone. The Kazekage, raised in the desert, was still getting used to it. He looked up as his elder brother walked through the door. Gaara blew his now long hair from in front of his eyes, making it flop up onto his head in an uncharacteristically tidy manner. He sat up straight, back into his Kazekage pose and nodded at his brother. No pleasantries were exchanged. Another thing war had done away with. "Any news?" Gaara asked, and although he tried to hide the urgency in his voice, Kankuro knew exactly what he was talking about. Kankuro's purple lines on his face were getting hard to see, as the wrinkles of his frown were beginning to become permanently etched into his skin. With a grim grunt that signaled his answer was no, the puppeteer unfolded a scroll and rolled it out in front of Gaara to assess. Kankuro had been put in charge of reconnaissance missions for the Shinobi Alliance. While he had reported on just about everything the enemy was up to, one part of their forces was yet to make an appearance. "Nothing unusual. We have 24-hour surveillance of the Marble Palace. She doesn't go in or out. Scrolls are snuck in, as well as other things she needs to write summoning scrolls." "How do you know that if they are sneaking in?" Gaara interrupted. "Sometimes we see them, but they are gone in an instant. They are by skilled." "When have you seen these deliveries take place?" Kankuro, who had taken liberty of his little brother's contemplative silence and was ready for his own monologue, stumbled over his words. "In the last week." The purple paint on Kanuro's face was completely obscured now by a frown that almost contorted her face. "The last week," Gaara muttered to himself. "And you can't catch them?" Kankuro shook his head. "They're there 1 second and gone the next moment." As he answered, Gaara let out an exasperated sigh and pinched his nose, closing his eyes, taking a moment to rein in his temper at his brother's stupidity, as he figured out what was going on in a second. "They are shadow clones." The Kazekage tried to keep up his voice at a reasonable volume. Kankuro almost fell over in surprise. Why the hell hadn't he thought of that? But why would she? She's not at the palace. Finally Gaara lost his temper and stood up to scold his brother. It's a distraction dash. Kankuro's eyes seemed to dart around the room, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The Kazekage's breath quickened. AI had been unseen since they had last spoken, since before the beginning of the war. She's getting ready to join the battle. Bashfully, Kankuro asked quietly, "When? Where do you think?" He blinked as the sunlight burst through the clouds and lit up his face, as though a spotlight with a malicious sense of humor were making sure everyone could see the incompetent shinobi. Gaara's eyes scanned the map on the table, noting where his men were heading. His eyes fell onto a familiar place, and Gaara almost let out a laugh at her spiteful games. Here, Gaara pointed to a beach where groups of his troops were headed. Kankuro twisted his head a little to take in the beach. Why there? Gaara had to laugh as Kankuro asked his question slowly. With a sick smile Gaara answered, "Because it is where we first kissed." Our goddess incarnate looked like an oil painting as she sat still in her carriage, which was yet to start its journey. Her petal pink bottom lip was pushed up against her thumb as she bit down gently on her flesh. Her brow was slightly furrowed, her eyes misted over as she was lost in thought. Sat in a dress of caramel silk with a gold trim, she looked like the golden rays of sunshine one only sees when dusk approaches. No gemstones adorned her today, just bands of pure gold wrapped around her ankles, wrists, and neck. A gold band was strung up in her hair, but partially hidden by an elaborately embroidered veil that was so heavy her neck was beginning to ache. She was peering out of the window of her carriage with a look of longing and nostalgia. Whose shadow was she looking for? Whose footsteps was she longing to hear? The birds of the garden were wondering these things as they watched, perched in the palm trees that lined the walkway leading to the door of the marble palace. The whole garden seemed to stop and stare as though waiting for the young woman to command it to move, as though allowing her to hear and see everything as she waited, as she watched. Dearest Yuta, A/N. Poem, it has been too long. The girl stirred as someone opened the door to her carriage and got in to sit opposite her. Suigetsu sat back with a large grin that faded quickly, as he had to swallow hard the nerves that erupted inside him when being appraised by her. Those electric blue eyes flashed up at him, so inviting and intense when lined with a slick flick of black. She dragged her thumb down her bottom lip slightly, as she opened her mouth to greet the man. Feels like years, A/N. Yes, thank you AI. She nodded gently in greeting, her gold earrings tinkling gently, a slight smirk lifting up her lips as she saw how nervous the vicious man instantly became. He looked a little tired after traveling all the way to escort her from the marble palace to the tower in preparation for her entry into battle. At this thought AI let out a long breath to soothe herself, smoothed her dress down with the palms of her hands, and returned to looking out of the window. Back at the marble palace, she had competently ruled. Suigetsu followed her eyes to focus on the palace, and watched as her entourage of girls were saying goodbye to Lena, as she who was the only girl chosen to follow AI to the next location. It would be incredibly unsafe, but Lena had acted well within her character, and laughed defiantly when AI suggested she should stay at the palace with the rest of the girls. Looking back to AI, Suigetsu's heart softened a little as he saw the longing in her eyes. He knew what she was longing for and cleared his throat, annoyed at himself for feeling so nervous in front of her to tell her. He is okay, you know, Suigetsu said in what he hoped was a supportive tone. He wants to make his way back to you. He will make his way back to you. He blinked as AI turned to him suddenly. Your Highness, he added sheepishly at the end. What do you call the mortal incarnate of a goddess? AI smiled softly at him. You may call me AI Suigetsu, she said sweetly. We are friends, are we not? He nodded in return as AI went back to looking out the window. Suigetsu knew perfectly well who she was looking for. But to him, the strange thing was, it looked as though Sasuke was right there with them. Anyone could see him left in little clues all over her. The black line around her eyes was the darkness of his hair. The red on her lips were the red of his eyes. The small bruise on her wrist from his thumb, as he loved her in the only way Sasuke would know how. The glow in her skin was from the heat of his touch. The way she looked up through her eyelashes seductively was to beckon only him. We will reach the tower in a few hours. Suigetsu spoke softly, unsure if AI could even hear him. For those visiting the tower, there is never any real need to ask how close you are to arriving at your destination. If you are foolish enough to do so, you will be asked to listen closely for an answer, and as you draw closer you will hear it. It starts as a gentle rumble, as though you are catching echoes of a faraway thunderstorm, and within moments it changes and transforms into the growl of a tiger, and soon the sound of the sea swallows up any other sound around you. The tower is the only remaining part of a fort built during the Second Shinobi War. It lies between a beach and Sunagakure, a beach which has witnessed battle before, but more recently witnessed the blossoming of the blood love between the young Kazekage and a courtesan. It was the place they had first kissed. That same courtesan was a mere tiger's growl away from the tower now, although her reasons for returning to the beach were far from romantic. She traveled in a caravan of carriages all hidden from the outside world by the use of extremely powerful Jinjutsu. Suigetsu thought it was rather a bold move of the young woman to so adamantly travel with barely any security in an entire procession of carriages. It was only after a letter from Sasuke that she had agreed to Suigetsu's presence in her journey. And that is exactly how he felt, as though he were simply there as a token of compromise between her and the Uchiha. He felt entirely superfluous, for there was now a power around AI that had not been there mere months before. She had no need for such protection when she herself stood in front of the gates that divided life and death. He watched her as she continued to stare with round, wanting eyes out of the carriage window. Sat beside her was her best friend, confidant, and fellow house girl Lena, with dark blonde curls that fell in ringlets around her face, and angled green eyes. She flashed them up at Suigetsu flirtatiously. He seemed to notice, and smirked back at her, as he realized perhaps his presence on this trip would not be without reward. Lena curled a ringlet around her index finger before she leant back, pulling her hair from around her finger gently. Suigetsu watched her finger, his mouth starting to water, as she adjusted a pendant on her necklace that was sitting comfortably on her bosom. She looked over to AI suddenly, as the tiger's growl seemed to multiply in volume, until the roar of the sea was in earshot. Within moments the carriage had come to a stop. They had arrived at the tower. Looking out the window, Lena could see a pathway lit by lanterns that led to the base of the tower. It was an astoundingly tall pillar of cement blocks and, in Lena's opinion, it was incredibly ugly. She looked back at AI, who was already dismounting, and wondered how the girl, who was so used to beautiful things, would fit into a place like this. Getting out of the carriage, Lena could see that the tower was indeed a relic of war. It was damaged and decaying. Perhaps once a triumphant place of victory, it was now entirely devoid of any life. It did not seem to deter AI, however, who was already walking determinedly towards the building. Lena had to run to catch up with her, and giggled as she heard Suigetsu mutter something about getting the luggage. The lanterns, that were much larger than she had first thought, were comprised of solid iron boxes with glass panels. They illuminated what must have once been a very well cared for garden. The palm trees lined this pathway just like at the Marble Palace, but here the trees were brown and dry, falling apart above your head. The garden was equally suggestive of a once beautiful place. You could see that the plants, comfortable in the beach climate, were now dark in color, their spikes and leaves aged and dying. Looking at the fallen leaves, Lena suddenly realized these plants were growing in sand, and looked up with a smile to ask AI if she knew this place that was so close to her village. Upon looking up, however, she could see AI was glancing around the place as though waiting for someone. "Sasuke will come before the battle. He promised you he would," she said supportively, and was puzzled as AI turned to her, gold bangles tinkling together, veil blowing gently in the wind, the dim gold light of the lanterns glittering in her eyes. "Oh yes," AI said softly before smiling, "I know." Lena frowned as AI turned away, and continued to walk to the tower. The goddess incarnate had been quiet and lost in thought the entire journey. Perhaps that's what loving an Uchiha does to you. In fact, Lena could think of many women who longed for Sasuke in silence. They reached the wooden door at the base of the tower, and Suigetsu, who had been only a few steps behind them, put down AI's bags and stepped between them to open the door. Two things happened almost instantaneously. With the sound of 1,000 bees rushing towards them, sand erupted from the earth in front of them and rushed towards them. At the same time, AI grabbed Suigetsu's arm with her right hand, preventing him from putting his hand in harm's way, and with her left hand, she bit her thumb, drawing blood, before swiping it across the man's brow with a quiet apology. Suigetsu felt something strange, as though someone had poured cold water on his feet, and it was running up his legs, before he felt weak for a brief moment. In front of his face, a sealing across appeared, which AI grabbed and unfurled, before holding it up to the sand. Suigetsu staggered backwards, bumping into the bags. "Did you just?" He gathered his strength. "Did you just use me to summon something?" AI looked back at him with a smile of apology. "I needed to use your chakra. I cannot manipulate my own." "Oh," he shook his head, not really understanding how this girl, who was practically made of chakra, could perform something that went against everything he understood about ninjutsu. "Sure, no problem." But the courtesan was no longer listening, and instead frowning at the seal she had in her hands. Even Lena was transfixed, uncaring of the man behind them. "It's not the seal," Lena whispered. As AI moved the seal towards the sand, it did not move. It was entirely unaffected by the woman's attempt to undo whatever magic was woven into this trap. However, when she lifted her other hand and moved it towards the sand, the glittering mass moved away, parted to let her hand through. "Is it fear?" Lena suggested, trying to understand why the sand would behave this way. "No," AI replied. "It's familiarity." Lena gasped. The warm air she inhaled seemed to seize up inside of her, making her entire body frigid. "Does that mean dash?" "Yes," the courtesan murmured. "This is Gaara's sand." Fireflies danced around AI's hand as she twirled it gently. It felt like she were dancing again after so long. Her wrist even felt a little stiff after months of only writing letters and plans for war. The glittering sand moved harmoniously with her, gliding between her fingers, never touching her, but not avoiding her. Something about it reminded Lena of a pet, and its owner reuniting. The young woman's green eyes narrowed on the display of, well, affection between AI and the sand. It was clear that they knew one another. They were not enemies, but the sand only signaled danger to the young dancer, and she hoped that AI had not let her guard down. It seemed that Suigetsu was thinking along similar lines. "AI-sama, I must insist," but the frosty-haired boy was silenced in a sharp look that AI gave him over her shoulder. Even Lena took a small step back in surprise at the quiet power that radiated from the courtesan. Lena knew AI had gifts, had talents to use in war, but they did not translate into any real violence or jujitsu. But with this look from the goddess incarnate, Lena made a sudden and startling realization. A part of this girl, a bigger, more powerful, more dangerous part, literally guarded the gates to heaven. She alone guaranteed her place in the afterlife. Watched she pass through the veil between life and death, permitted and, in a way, dictated the moment you were to die. With this understanding, Lena could finally see the true power AI had, and wondered how easy it was for her to communicate with Renai and demand someone be struck from earthly planes. Again, Suigetsu's thoughts were mirroring her own, and she felt him shift uncomfortably before nodding at AI to acknowledge his mistake of trying to interfere. "Stay here," AI said gently. "It will not let you pass." Both Lena and Suigetsu knew better than to argue with her. They nodded in grim silence and watched as AI approached the sand cautiously. It parted like a pair of gold, glittering curtains, revealing the door to the tower. AI held out both her hands, placed her palms against the wood of the door before pushing on it firmly. The door creaked open, and the girl stepped inside the tower before the door shut with a sharp thwack. She gasped softly at the sound. Looking over her shoulder, she managed to catch a glimpse of the sand outside form a solid wall between her and her companions. It sealed her away inside the tower, out of the prying gaze of the world, and trapped her in here with whatever was waiting for her. And something was indeed waiting. In this circular room, all the lanterns were lit. There were scrolls, pens, and ink on the desk by the window that looked out onto the sea. Rays of a dying sun poured in through the window. Even several doves found this place to be a sanctuary, and were sitting peacefully by the windows. She could smell the comforting fragrance that emitted from the wooden walls, when the sun bathed them in warmth over a long day. It smelled like sandalwood and amber, a warm, musty, strong fragrance that reminded her of the Kazekage's palace. The room was a study. Not only was there a well-used desk, but there were well-stocked bookshelves. A crystal carafe of water was half drunk on a small table by a window. Someone was using this place to study, but where were they now? AI was paralyzed by her own intrusion. Had she scared away whoever dwelled in this tower? Dare she move and alert him to her presence anymore? Her breath was caught in her throat. She tried not to move, not to make herself known to the occupier. Of course, she knew who the occupant must be. His sand was guarding this place. His writing was there, plain to see on the scrolls left half written on the desk. She could sense him nearby. There was a snap of electricity and heat in the air that only existed around the great Godane Kazekage. She gathered herself by taking a deep breath and stretching out the fingers of her right hand, blood still dripping from her thumb. She looked down as a droplet of blood fell onto the floor before it was covered by a tiny mass of glittering sand and practically devoured by it. The blood was soaked up by the sand in a hungry manner, and she almost smirked as she remembered the gentle, quiet violence Gaara used to show her in the dead of night. Perhaps he had not changed as much as she thought he had. "Is he not here?" she asked the sand softly as it retreated from her. The answer seemed to be no, and she gathered her dress and walked around the room to take in what exactly the Kazekage used this place for. On the desk were purely notes, taken to advance his understanding of summoning techniques. Perhaps he was trying to make sense of AI's talents after seeing her at the Kage Summit? But there was no evidence of such learning. It all seemed to be purely technical. No notes on the battles ahead. No journal entries revealing her enemy's plans. She sighed as she perused Gaara's writing with fading interest. Eventually her eyes caught the bookshelves, and she wandered over to inspect them, causing a few doves to hop away in fear of the newcomer. She reached out a slender finger and traced along the spines of the books, smiling as she saw titles she and Gaara had spoken of together, argued over together, hated together, loved together. It was like a little row of memories she had forgotten. Her finger stopped at the edge of the bookshelf. Next to it, between this bookshelf and the window, was a wooden cupboard with stained glass doors, or teal and jade colors. From the window, golden rays, the last drops of sunlight, were pouring into the room. She could see sparks of a sand floating in the sunlight. Beyond the tower AI could see the ocean. She could see the golden sand of the shore, and she sighed as she was engulfed by the ache of want. She longed to feel the sand beneath her feet once more, as she did as a child of Sunagakure. The beautiful woman tilted her head at the cupboard, unsure of whether or not to open it. On a whim, she unlatched the doors and pried them open gently. Her heart stopped as she came across a familiar and unexpected sight. A single ring lay atop a piece of paper, with a silver band and a lone, rectangular aquamarine sitting elegantly at the center of the band. She recognized it instantly. Reaching out, the courtesan picked up the ring. Feeling the cold, smooth metal slide across her palm, it gave her a small jolt of surprise and nostalgia. She had gifted it to Gaara the day he had saved her from the wrath of a rather melodramatic gardener. She had tricked the man into showing her the flowers in his greenhouse, and when he turned his back she had reached up to free 2 nightingales. On the paper beneath the ring AI could make out a few scribbles that someone had written. This paper was printed on a pressed paper, embossed with the seal of Sunagakure. It was from the palace itself. Looking closely at it, AI squinted to see that it was actually the official report in which her crime of theft was documented. Had Gaara hidden it here, along with this ring, to keep them safe? Such small trinkets, such tiny moments hidden behind them, did they still mean something to him? She laughed a little in remembrance as she held up the aquamarine in the sunlight. She had been such a carefree nuisance to the Kazekage when she was only a few years younger. Admiring the blue, bright stone that sparkled before her, she held on to it and closed the cupboard. Looking around her, a small wave of realization flowed over her. Years ago, when she had only just met the Kazekage, she had accused him of being content with the rigid and boring life of a bureaucrat, and he had reprimanded her, telling her that he did not sit with such constraints quietly. The handsome young Kazekage had told her that his court often fell into pandemonium searching for him. When she had asked him where he went, he took her to that very beach beyond the window, and they had shared their first kiss. "Is this where you would run to?" AI asked herself so softly that her voice was carried away quickly by the ocean breeze. Looking around the room, she could finally see him everywhere, in everything. Books were left on the floor by the fireplace Gaara often liked to sit and read by the flames in the evening. A crystal glass was laying on its side by the carafe. The Kazekage would often roll his glass around absent-mindedly while distracted by poetry. She could feel him everywhere in the room, and it was so unexpected to be encountering her first love in this way that she did not even hear the door behind her open. "Hello, AI." She turned at the sound of his voice. Like a lullaby you hadn't heard in years, its familiar sound brought her back to reality. As she turned, her dress followed her movement like liquid sunlight, surrounding her in waves of bronze and gold. The sound of her moving was like stars gently falling into water, a tinkling sound like wind chimes caught on the breeze as her jewelry knocked against itself. She stood, staring disbelievingly as the last rays of golden light lit up his face, while the cool darkness of dusk began to creep into the tower. There he stood, the golden Kazekage, just as handsome as she remembered him. He had entered and stood in his usual stance, ready for battle, both feet planted firmly on the ground, his arms folded, his chin tilted downward, ready to strike at any moment. But when she turned, still caught up in her feelings of nostalgia, she had taken him off guard. Her face was not that of the cold, calculated, manipulative villain he had been expecting. Her face was innocent, her rosebud lips quivering a little as his beauty and power left her speechless. Both were entirely paralyzed by the other. It was as though, in this place, full of memories and unspoken love, they were hidden away from the rest of the world. Thoughts of war and the past remained locked out of this tower, back in the real world, and in here just the two star-crossed lovers were caught in a strange and undeniable moment of kismet. Looking over at him, AI's brow began to furrow in confusion. Gaara looked different from the last time she had seen him at the Marble Palace. His hair was shorter, his stature different. In fact, she could sense the underlying turbulence of emotion inside of him that she had not felt for some years. Was he younger? Even the way he was looking at her, she could see that familiar feeling of lust and love and romance and chaos taking him over. Renai! Ah! AI gasped in pain and fell to her knees as a screeching, booming voice echoed from nowhere, calling out for her heavenly self to come forth. It was a voice AI recognized, but before she could respond, her consciousness split in two, and she felt Renai, the goddess herself, look over to Gaara in surprise. The earthbound AI crumpled in pain as Renai used her as a conduit to see who had called to her. "Are you okay?" Gaara walked swiftly towards her as AI fell to the floor. Her vision divided in two, and she shook her head, widening her eyes in shock and surprise, trying to rid herself of the vision of heaven Renai was sharing with her. The courtesan reached out to steady herself and caught onto the Kazekage's arm as he crouched down beside her. What? AI whispered as her eyes squinted in pain. Why on earth was he treating her like this? They were enemies. After a few moments of heavy breathing, her eyes closed, the sight of heaven slowly fading away, and I opened her eyes and froze. Her gaze locked with those seductive, dark-lined ocean eyes she knew so well. But these were different. Something was different about him. He held her tightly, a look of concern etched on his face. They were mere inches from one another. In fact, the Kazekage was holding her so tightly, she hadn't been this close to his heroic figure in years. She was still panting. He looked down at her chest to see it rising and falling rapidly, before he blushed and looked away. Up close, I could see his face was so different to what she remembered of him. "Are you blushing?" she asked, trying to stop herself from smiling in confusion. The Kazekage had seen her in much more scandalous positions than this. "No." She searched his face for an answer. This was not the same man she had met at the Marble Palace all those months ago. "Who are you?" she asked. As she spoke, Gaara looked once more into her eyes, and she saw something there, something dark and menacing, a presence she had not felt in a long time. Eventually, she could hear the breath of the beast in the air. It was practically salivating for her, ready to engulf her, devour her. She squinted into Gaara's eyes. Shikaku? Yippee! I told you she'd remember me, you arrogant little brat. AI jumped away from Gaara, falling out of his arms, and onto the floor. How was this possible? Who are you? She asked again, but before he had time to answer, before he had time to even stand again, both looked towards the door sharply, sensing the danger a moment before the door burst open. Sand came rushing in towards Gaara to protect him as, within the mass of sand, the steel of a katana shone briefly in the lamplight as it hurtled towards the Kazekage, faster than the sand could move. No! AI shouted and propelled herself towards Gaara in a bid to reach him first. With barely moments to move, it seemed the Kazekage was completely out of practice on the battlefield. He stood and froze before wrapping his arms around his first love as she flung herself at him to protect him from the blade that was hidden in the sandstorm. AI, no! Another voice came from behind the sand, and in less than a second, Uchiha Sasuke followed his katana with lightning speed. He managed to reach the handle and brush it with his fingertips, which was enough to divert the katana's trajectory by a few degrees, so it did not pierce straight through AI, and instead grazed her right shoulder before piercing the wooden window frame next to Gaara. Ah! The Kazekage felt AI tense up a little, and gasped as the blade scratched her shoulder. The force of her falling to him caused Gaara to collide with the wall behind him. The two lost lovers were forced up against each other, breathing heavily, as sand whooshed around them like a glittering cloud before all was still. AI felt the cold metal of Sasuke's katana against her neck. He had removed it from the wall, and placed it threateningly on her shoulder, so the tip ended a mere inch from Gaara's throat. Sasuke's dark hair fell from his shoulders, as he bowed his head a little, trying to control his temper, as he had just witnessed the woman he loved save the life of their enemy, of a man she had sworn would never touch her again. The sight of Gaara's hands on her hips, her body pressed against his, made Sasuke grip the handle of his blade so tightly he could feel the wood crack in his palm. Get your hands off her, Sasuke breathed menacingly, running into the tower, alongside Lina. As the sand defense melted away, Suigetsu stopped abruptly at the shocking scene before him. The Kazekage and AI were clutching onto one another in embrace, forced up against a wall. They were pinned, immobilized by Sasuke's katana that he rested on AI's shoulder, its sharp point scraping hungrily against Gaara's neck. The blade had pierced through the porcelain layer of sand that protected the Kazekage's skin. How had they managed to get through the Kazekage's ultimate defense? Perhaps AI's sealing tag had meddled with its properties? Taking a protective step in front of Lina, Suigetsu put a slender arm up to grasp a hold of his weapon, the steel of his Kubikura Bocho shimmering in the candlelight as the sun dipped below the ocean. The Kazekage recovered first from the surprising encounter. Lower your weapon, he growled, but Sasuke was not one to give in first. Lower your hands, the Uchiha commanded. Suigetsu's eyes darted between the two men, unsure of what move he should make. After a few moments of begrudged silence, the hidden mist ninja heard AI sigh in exasperation. Both of you, the woman ordered, get away from me. With one last look of loathing at each other, Sasuke lifted up his katana as Gaara removed his hands from AI's hips. AI and Gaara looked at one another. She could see so much of him that she had forgotten how lost he was, how alone, and, with a sympathetic look, she reached up and ran a finger along the small stream of blood that had seeped from the scratch on his neck where the katana had rested. The girl could feel him shudder under her touch. His eyes were fixed on his face. He barely noticed her reach into the caramel-colored chiffon of her dress to retrieve a scroll. With lightning speed, she wiped Gaara's blood across his forehead and placed the unraveled scroll on his chest. With a puff of smoke, the onlookers watched as Gaara was forced onto one knee as AI's spell took hold. Ah! He gasped in surprise, completely unaware and unguarded to anything she might be capable of. Sasuke looked down at him disdainfully, placing his katana back into its sheath beneath his dark cloak. What did you do? Sasuke asked. Put a seal on his abilities. It will prevent him from vanishing. AI replied, watching as Gaara stood on shaking legs. It also prevents him from leaving the tower. This strange new, or old version of Gaara winced, clenching his fists at the thought that he was so easily overpowered by her. You're a Sunabunshin? A/N, San clone. So the dancing girl had figured it out. Yes, so let's destroy him, Suigetsu shouted from behind them. No, Sasuke put his hands on his hips, looking lost in deep thought. AI was correct to use the seal. If he vanishes all of his memories, all of his knowledge will transfer to the real Gaara. It would give away our position. We have to keep him alive. AI turned to Sasuke, and they exchanged a look. Was this a trap? How could they have overpowered the Kazekage so easily? That's the Kazekage? Lena's soft voice interrupted the silence as she watched Gaara, taking in his dark-rimmed opal eyes and mess of crimson hair flowing in the sea breeze as he stood to his full height. He had an innocent, almost naive look to him, like a bird too easily trapped. He's beautiful, she whispered. You should see him now. Everyone in the room turned to Suigetsu as he smiled bashfully at his inability to keep his thoughts to himself. What do you mean? Lena asked innocently. He's a clone. Don't they look the same? No. AI walked away from Gaara and Sasuke, wondering what step to take next. She looked at the shadow of her first love. You are younger. Clones do not age. They are a copy of you at the moment of creation and remain that way. When were you created? She could see the conflict in Gaara's face as he debated how much information to give away. Having completely underestimated her, having been completely unprepared for their meeting, he was now robbed of movement or ability. He had no choice but to comply. 2 years ago, he said through gritted teeth, clearly annoyed by his predicament. But AI nodded as though this explained everything. The Kazekage can sustain a clone for more than 2 years? Lena asked out loud with an impressed whistle. It alerted Sasuke to how dangerous this man might be. AI, this could be a trap. I disagree, Love stated firmly. It's not unusual for a Kage to keep multiple clones in isolated places. Lena, still new to the world of shinobi, stirred behind AI. Why? Her question earned a small frown from AI. This must be a strategic outpost? She questioned the clone. This tower is located between the coast and Sunagakure, making it an ideal spot for monitoring the area and gathering intelligence. Most likely, Gaara created the clone to serve as a long-term sentry, keeping watch over the region and reporting back to the real Gaara. AI paused in thought, thinking about what she knew of the Kazekage's motivations. Most likely Gaara did this to maintain a clone for an extended period in a controlled environment. He must be working on increasing the technique's durability, range, or intelligence gathering capabilities. Hearing AI speak logically, rationalizing the Kazekage's actions, was enough to convince Suigetsu and Lena. Sasuke, however, was still unsure. But why here? The Uchiha asked slowly. AI knew the answer. She tried to avoid Gaara's gaze as she spoke. Sentimental reasons, she said softly. He placed you here to safeguard a place of personal significance. Finally, AI looked at Gaara's clone, her eyes softening slightly. The Kazekage put you here, only days after our first kiss, to maintain a connection to that moment, even if only through a fragment of himself. Her blue eyes trailed to the floor as she saw Gaara's fists clench in frustration as she figured him out so easily, a stony, stoic look on his face. Yes, AI knew the answer, but she did not want to face it. Could it be that the clone's presence was a manifestation of Gaara's lingering attachment, or a way for him to process his feelings about their past? More likely, Gaara, with his controlling, determined ways, put the clone here to protect this place, a deterrent to potential intruders. She could not face the idea that it was a means of preserving the memories associated with the location. The gold band in her hair was shimmering in the candlelight. In fact, all her jewelry was glittering around her, as though she were constantly followed by fireflies. Everyone was waiting for the goddess to speak, to instruct, to guide, but she was far too arrogant, too vain to let go how this clone had underestimated her. You were created 2 years ago? So you barely know me, Love stated, a sting of scorn in her voice. The clone nodded, his crimson hair falling into his eyes. The last time this version of Gaara ever saw you was on this beach, He nodded towards the window, indicating the beach outside. Did Gaara never speak to you? I asked. The Hokage and I have corresponded regularly over the last 2 years. His comment earned a cold laugh from AI. So you are aware of the state of the world? Of what transpired between Gaara and myself? Her questions were met with silent nods. You are aware that I am Renai's incarnate, that I hold the power of gods? Her arrogance shone through her questions, and laughter as Gaara nodded again. And yet, you underestimated me? Her eyes narrowed on him. You barely thought I posed a threat. It was so easy to disarm you. The arrogance of this boy. I suppose it was hard for me to truly believe what has happened, what you have become, AI. There was a familiar sense of distrust, indignation, and annoyance around Gaara, an AI which felt all too painful for the girl to remember. It was so like the Gaara she had first met, to assume so little of her, to not even attempt to defend himself. Had he always seen her as so passive? Like an annoying firefly you could just bat away. And now your prejudice has imprisoned you. She scorned him, her blue eyes flashing with vanity. It was not prejudice that let my guard down, Gaara replied softly, causing AI to glance over to him. No, it was not that he had underestimated her at all. It was that all he remembered of her was their kiss, witnessed only by a full moon above an ocean, before he was created and tethered to the tower. He had thought about her for 2 years, only hearing of her through the Hokage's letters. This Gaara was suspended in time at 19 years old, still stuck with the demon Shikaku fueling his thoughts of AI. How many nights had he spent here, wondering where that dancing girl had vanished to? AI, it is not safe to keep him here. Sasuke's soft voice emanated slowly through the room, cooling the tension between AI and Gaara, making them break eye contact. AI nodded. Confine him to a room with no windows. Place the seals in that box. AI pointed to a small wooden box beside Suigetsu, on the walls and doors. A small smile, unnoticed by all except Gaara, placed on Love's face as she said something he had once said to her. You are my prisoner. AI did not watch as Sasuke and Suigetsu escorted her first love to his prison. The air was still, yet heavy with unspoken words that hung between AI and Sasuke like stars suspended in the night sky. AI's blue eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, were clouded with apprehension as she considered the events that were to unfold tomorrow. She stood on the balcony of the tower, her chiffon dress fluttering in the warm breeze, her raven hair a river of darkness against the starlit sky. AI was to enter the battlefield and meet Gaara and his army on the beach. In truth, she was nervous. She knew nothing of war and her experience of death was merely its impermanence. She walked through the gates between life and death with the ease of walking into another room. She had never caused death. She had never been the reason for ending someone's life. Why had things played out this way? Itachi, Senso, loved Renai. Why would he so willingly push her incarnate into war? So many questions clouded her mind as she watched the ocean tumble within itself, moonlight churning between the waves, being lost in the movement of something bigger than itself. Gaara's clone was a few floors below her, but she could still hear Shikaku calling out her name in the nighttime. It agonized her, the thought of Gaara being tortured by the demon. Her relationship with the Hokage had changed so much. Her thoughts about him, as the enemy had taken over. But the younger, troubled Gaara, was not her enemy. He was far more vulnerable than she remembered, and being shut up here for 2 years, she shuddered to think what the man had had to endure. Gaara, what have we done to each other? The door to her room opened, and she felt the cool, calm air of Sasuke's chakra enter. He emerged from the shadows, and she turned to see him standing in the moonlight. He was still wrapped up in his dark cloak, still as terrified of her as the moment they were first alone together. His handsome face was serene, not giving away what was clearly bubbling under the surface. I cannot stay, he said calmly, his voice a low murmur in the stillness of the night. I have told Suigetsu to guard you tomorrow with his life. You will be safe. AI nodded and turned back to the ocean, trying not to drown in the memories of the first time she had set foot here. Her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where the fires of battle burned like fallen stars. She could sense the tension in Sasuke's body, the unspoken words that hung between them like a veil of smoke. The Uchiha joined her on the balcony. When the last battle is fought, Sasuke began, his hand reaching out to touch her arm, his fingers a brand against her skin. When the world is reborn from the ashes of war, you will take your place by my side. AI turned to face him, her eyes a tempest of emotions, her lips parted in question. Why do you ask this of me, as though I do not have a choice? Sasuke's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing in the moonlight. You are in love with me, he reminded her, as if that was enough reason to tie herself to him forever. She almost laughed as she realized he had never admitted any kind of affection for her. She tilted her head at him, smiling at his naivete. And you? She questioned. Do you love me? Sasuke turned to view the world outside, his unnerving silence infuriating AI as she waited for the answer. For so long I wasn't sure. I kept insisting I could stay away from you. I could be apart from you. He reached out to hold her hand. But even I realize now that there was no fooling myself. It is done. I am in love with you. AI shook her head, her hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of ink. Don't do that, love, Sasuke whispered. Don't shake your head at me like you don't feel this too. A wave crashed on rocks in the distance. You will come with me, Sasuke. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the night like a blade. She withdrew her hand from his. You cannot force me into loving you the only way you want to be loved. Sasuke's brow furrowed, his lips twisting into a frown. What does that mean? AI sighed and turned away. You have to ask me, not tell me. Why? Sasuke's eyes became redder as the girl threw her head back and laughed. Because I deserve the right to choose. Sasuke's eyes flashed with something dark and desperate, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. Is it him? He asked, his tone raw and vulnerable. Are you still in love with him? AI closed her eyes, her face tilted towards the sky, as if seeking solace in the endless expanse of stars. It's not that simple, she explained, her voice soft and heavy with sorrow. Gaara is a part of me, a piece of my past that you cannot ask me to simply cast aside. His love turned to him, a sweet look of understanding in her eye. But it's more than that, Sasuke. There are forces at work here, greater than you or I. I have a duty, a destiny that I am only beginning to understand. Sasuke stepped closer, his breath ghosting across her cheek, his Sharingan spinning in the darkness. But imagine together what we could build, what your destiny could be. Let me help you. Let me fight beside you for as long as I can. AI smiled sadly, her hand reaching up to cup his face, her thumb tracing the curve of his cheekbone. You have your own path to walk, your own demons to conquer. I cannot ask you to set aside your own destiny for the sake of mine. You are my destiny, Sasuke declared fiercely, his forehead pressing against hers. I cannot answer you, not yet. Not until the final battle is won, and the will of the gods is made clear. Sasuke pulled back, his expression a mask of confusion and frustration. What does the will of the gods have to do with us? You have defied Rinai every step. The gods have no power to come between us. AI's heart seized up for a moment. Sasuke did not know the role his brother played in their lives, the greater forces at play here. Could she tell him? What tempest would she unleash if she did so? Her fingers trembling, she reached for his hand, her touch a lifeline in the storm of their emotions. There is a reason you and I met. She spoke softly, as though not to scare Sasuke away. A greater plan put into place by someone else. His brow furrowed in incomprehension. Who? AI took a breath. It was Itachi, she revealed, her voice barely a whisper. Your brother, who wove the threads of our fate, who guided us to each other's arms. Sasuke froze, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. What do you mean? He demanded, his voice low and dangerous, like the rumble of distant thunder. Itachi is dead, his machinations buried with him. Our destinies were spun into existence before the creation of the earth. AI pressed on, her fingers tightening around his, her eyes pleading for him to understand. Your brother was born as Senso's incarnate, the god of war? Sasuke whispered, his eyes darting around AI's face, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. It was he who orchestrated our meeting, who saw in us the echoes of the legend of bloodlove. But his true motives remain hidden, even from me, the incarnate of his lover, Rinai. Sasuke's eyes widened, the tomo of his Sharingan spinning faster, his chakra a maelstrom of rage and confusion. What did this mean? Why? He choked out, his grip on her wrist tightening, his hand shaking with barely contained emotion. Why would he meddle in our lives? AI's expression softened, her free hand reaching up to brush a lock of hair from his face, her touch a soothing balm against the storm of his thoughts. The gods have been playing human lives since the dawn of time. They have their own selfish motivations. But with you, she soothed him. With us, I think, perhaps, it was love, she mused. A twisted, desperate attempt to give you a chance at happiness, to destroy your family, your home, to leave you devoid of love. Because, as we know, love goes where there is none. Sasuke pulled away, his head bowed, his shoulders hunched as if under the weight of unseen burden. No, he whispered harshly, his voice a ragged edge of pain and denial. I cannot accept it. My feelings, my choices, they must be my own. AI stepped forward, her arms wrapping around him, her cheek pressed against his back, her warmth seeping into his battle-weary bones. And they are, she assured him. Let Itachi's actions be a catalyst, not a cage. We are still the masters of our own souls, the goddess incarnate smiled, as her lover turned to her. But now you understand, she asked, why you must let me be free to choose. He leant down to kiss her, and she felt him pour his soul into her. This newfound unconditional love he had discovered in himself washed over her. I understand. I will wait for you at the end of the war. They stood together on the balcony as the night wind swirled around them, carrying the whispers of the gods, the whimpers of Shikaku, and the echoes of battles yet to come. Tomorrow, they would face the crucible of war, bringing them a step closer to the final reckoning of their fates. Beneath a glimmering sun, in the waves of heat rising up from the sand, Gaara stood before his army, his crimson hair aflame, and the Kazekage stood atop a large rock, his soldiers protected from the formation of large boulders and cliffs that stood between them and the enemy. Gaara looked out to the horizon, trying to ignore the tingle in his fingertips as he felt the enemy was close. Temari stood by his side, her expression grim as she contemplated what they were about to face. They had no idea of AI's power. And if it was true that she was a goddess incarnate, would they be fighting against the power of a god? What had defined AI's training? Who had trained her? All questions the blonde kunoichi was too scared to ask herself, too timid to ask her brother. She looked down to glance at the Tsuchikage, a fierce but small older shinobi who was acting as Gaara's second in command. The two Kage were discussing their plans on the battlefield. If you see AI, your orders are to capture her alive, Gaara said to the Tsuchikage. His voice was steady, and Temari strained her ears in an attempt to hear any trace of fear or trepidation. Be cautious, Gaara continued. We do not know the full extent of her powers. Temari and the Tsuchikage nodded, the older man rubbing his beard in thought. Gaara turned to Temari, his ocean eyes shadowed with worry, the circles around his eyes darker than she had seen them before. I suspect she will rely on long-distance attacks, he mused. She will want to avoid engaging in physical combat. Gritting his teeth, Gaara's voice was carried away with a coastal breeze. I'll need to get as close to her as possible. With nods of agreement, the Tsuchikage and gathered nearby shinobi, who were leading smaller teams into battle, jumped down from the rock to inform their subordinates. Turning back to face the horizon, Gaara tried desperately to rid himself of this strange feeling coursing through his veins. Usually such a calm and collected fighter before every battle, he was nervous to discover he was nervous. For the first time in his life, he was thrown off before the battle had even begun. A similar feeling was lingering in his sister's thoughts. As the allied shinobi forces prepared for the impending battle down below, Temari grasped Gaara's arm, forcing him to turn. Her expression was grave. The Kazekage looked at his sister quizzically, wondering what could be so important that it couldn't wait until after the fight. Gaara, Temari began, her voice low and urgent, be careful out there today, especially when it comes to AI. Gaara's brow furrowed, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Do you think a courtesan is a match for me in battle? He scoffed. Temari sighed, shaking her head. You know that's not what I meant, Gaara. I'm not worried about AI's power, at least not in the traditional sense. Temari frowned. I'm worried about the effect she has on you. Her words were met with silence, the salty sea breeze whipping at their faces as brother and sister appraised one another. "Not anymore," Gaara said simply, folding his arms. "AI brings out your worst traits, Gaara," Temari said bluntly, her gaze unwavering. "Your vanity, your arrogance. When you're around her, it's like you forget yourself, forget all the progress you've made." The Hokage opened his mouth to protest, but Temari held up a hand, cutting him off. "Don't forget the ruckus you caused at the Kage summit." Gaara's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing. "Do not take me for some love-struck child, Temari. I know how to separate past feelings from duty." As he spoke those words, Gaara felt a twinge of doubt in his heart. Did he truly no longer love AI? Or was he simply burying his feelings, pretending they didn't exist? He couldn't be sure, but he knew he couldn't afford to dwell on it now, not with so much at stake. Temari placed a hand on her brother's shoulder, her touch comforting and firm. "You are a fine Hokage." She smiled with pride at her baby brother. "I am by your side, Gaara." He nodded, a new sense of resolve settling over him. He knew that the battle ahead would be the hardest he had ever fought, not just because of AI's power, but because of the hold she had over him from the moment they met. But he also knew that he had a duty, to his village, to his comrades, and to himself. He would face AI with all the strength and courage he possessed, and he would do whatever it took to protect the people he loved, even if it meant letting go of the one he once loved most. With a final nod to Temari, Gaara turned to face the battlefield, his heart heavy, but his resolve unshakable. The time for doubt and hesitation was over. Miles away, amidst the swirling sands and scorching sun of the beach, AI stood, her heart pounding in anticipation of the impending battle. The wind whipped at her white chiffon dress, making the gold jewelry adorning her body glimmer, as though she were made of sunlight. Her veil was pinned on her shoulder, no longer resting on her head. Instead, she was adorned with a tiara of gold. Two golden circles seemed to hover above her head like halos. The tiara served as a symbol of her divine status, the weight of which felt heavier than ever before. Her blue eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of her first love and his army. She knew they were coming, knew that the man she once loved would stop at nothing to stop her. But beneath the facade of a goddess incarnate, AI was still human, and the thought of facing Gaara again made her heart ache with a mixture of longing and dread. She took in a deep breath of sea air, and immediately regretted it as the smell and taste brought back memories of years ago, a night she had spent here with Gaara. Shutting her eyes tightly, as though to rid her of the vision, AI clenched her fists, and reminded herself of the path she had chosen. This was the only way. Her breathing eased as she found her resolve. The Hokage turned as a soldier below them shouted something out, and pointed into the distance. He squinted through the wisps of sand caught in the wind to see a figure appear on the horizon, walking with a purposeful stride. Gaara's heart seized in his chest as he recognized that dark hair billowing in the wind behind her like a river of ink. The sparkle of gold around her figure, the scent of jasmine that carried on the breeze, the grace of her walk. It was her. It was AI. Beside her walked the white-haired Akatsuki member, Suigetsu, the red clouds on his cloak shifting in the wind, his sword glinting menacingly in the sun. Whispers rippled through the army as they took in the sight of Renai's incarnate. Many had heard tales of her beauty, but seeing her in person was perplexing to them. She moved with an otherworldly grace, her skin luminous and her eyes alive with an ancient power. Surely something so beautiful, so pure and innocent looking, could not be the enemy? Even the Sasuke, a man hardened by years of battle, found himself captivated. "Remarkable," he murmured, stroking his beard. To think the Hokage let such a creature slip through his fingers. Gaara heard the comment, but did not respond. His eyes were locked on AI, drinking in every detail of her face, every curve of her body. The sun glinted off her golden tiara and jewelry, making her seem to glow with an otherworldly light. Her white dress billowed around her, a stark contrast to the harsh desert landscape that surrounded them. At her hairline, the mark of his love shone brightly, but it was more than just her physical appearance that captivated him. It was the power that radiated from her, the aura of divinity that seemed to crackle in the air around her. Seeing her like this, in all her celestial glory, was not something he was prepared for. In that moment, the full weight of their tragic love crashed over him, and he felt a pain so acute it stole his breath. How did it come to this, AI? AI, too, found herself transfixed by the sight of Gaara, atop a rock, towering over the earth, as though he ruled the entire thing. He looked every inch the leader, his posture regal, and his expression resolute. In his dark red cloak, his usual calm demeanor seemed to cool the air around him. AI's attention was captured away from Gaara for a moment as Suigetsu stiffened beside her, his body going rigid. AI glanced at him, alarmed, but before she could speak, his mouth opened and a voice that was not his own emerged. "It's time," Kabuto hissed, his words slithering through Suigetsu's lips. AI shuddered a little as the snake-like man used her friend as a puppet. "Show them the power of a goddess." AI nodded, steeling herself. Gaara watched in half curiosity, half awe as AI raised her hands to the sky and, just as she did years ago, her hands made beautiful, graceful shapes as though she were dancing. And for a moment, he allowed himself to imagine what it would be like to worship at her altar once more, to offer himself up as a willing sacrifice. But then the moment passed, and reality came crashing back down around him, as her melodic voice rang out across the battlefield. "Shine!" she cried. In an instant, the sun overhead flared with a blinding intensity. Gaara's army cried out, shielding their eyes against the searing light. Some fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sudden radiance. As though they were witnessing some divine miracle, they cried out in worship. But Gaara, even with his eyes shut tight, refused to yield. He could not let his men think that this dancer was any more than she was, a childish, selfish, vengeful girl. He raised his hands, his sand erupting from the earth, up around him, swirling faster and faster, forming a massive wall that stretched across the sky. "Sandstorm eclipse," he roared, his chakras surging. While Gaara was occupied, AI took a step back and fell to her knees, her dark hair spilling around her. She was breathing heavy as Suigetsu knelt down beside her. "Is that how it feels to use so much chakra?" AI gasped. "I can't feel my fingers," the blue-eyed dancer breathed. Her comrade put a comforting hand on her shoulder and smiled, his razor-sharp teeth glinting in the blinding light. "You'll get used to it," he said before his face became serious. "It's time." AI nodded and unfurled a summoning tag onto the sand before her. Within moments, Gaara's sand blotted out the sun, plunging the battlefield into an eerie twilight. Slowly, the soldiers began to regain their vision, blinking away the spots that danced before their eyes. As the darkness receded, Gaara's eyes narrowed on where AI was last seen. Temari recovered quickly and swallowed hard as a shudder of horror and disbelief ran up her spine. "Are those," she could barely finish her sentence, "coffins?" Gaara's eyes swept the scene, but he could not locate AI. He could sense her further away. Suigetsu must have removed her from the battlefield. AI Temari barely breathed, her eyes wide with fear at the lengths the girl was willing to go. "What have you done?" "Be on guard," Gaara cried, ignoring his sister's fear, not letting her think for a moment that they shared the same thoughts. The coffin doors fell one by one onto the sand, the sound of their impact on the ground booming, echoing eerily in the silence before battle. As the dust settled on the desert battlefield, four figures emerged from the coffin summoned by AI's forbidden jutsu. The reanimated Kage, once leaders of their respective villages, now stood as mere pawns in her game. Mu, the second Tsuchikage, his bandaged visage and eerie form hinting at the fearsome Kekkei Toda he wielded in life, looked around himself uncertainly. Beside him, the third Raikage, a mountain of a man with rippling muscles and an aura of indomitable strength, stretched as though emerging from a deep sleep. The second Mizukage, a figure shrouded in mystery, emerged from his coffin, his eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. Gaara felt Temari tense up beside him, and let out a gasp of utter disbelief as their father stepped out into the sunlight, his face a mask of stoic determination, his gold dust swirling menacingly around him. Why would AI orchestrate a horrific, bittersweet reunion between father and son on the battlefield? These legendary shinobi, each a titan in their own right, now stood united under the thrall of AI's jutsu, their wills bent to her divine command. ready to unleash chaos upon the desert sands. How could she? Temari's hand was already grasping onto her fan tightly, her knuckles white with anger. AI summoned them, but we cannot be sure if she is controlling them, Gaara mused. That Sasuke nodded. We must capture her, and get to the bottom of that. That Sasuke's voice trailed away, but Gaara was not listening, as his gaze settled on his father, hate gently seeping into his veins. Raza stepped forward, looking up as Gaara, floating on a cloud of sand, came closer. His sand hovered in the air, the formidable Sasuke floating beside him. Raza's face was a mask of sorrow and regret. For a long moment, father and son simply stared at each other, the weight of their shared history hanging heavy between them. Gaara, Raza said at last, his voice soft. Is it true? Have you really changed so much? Gaara swallowed hard, his throat tight with emotion. I have, father, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil raging in his heart. I'm not the same person I was before. I am Kazekage. He ignored his father's gasp. I've learned to trust, to care for others. I've made friends, formed bonds. He trailed off, his gaze drifting to find AI, standing beside Suigetsu on a nearby cliff. AI stood proudly, her eyes locked on his. Raza followed his son's gaze, his expression unreadable. Renai's incarnate, he murmured, more to himself than to Gaara. I never would have believed it possible, that someone like her could love someone like me, Gaara finished, his voice hard. A monster, a demon. That's what you made me, father. That's the legacy you left me with. Father of the year, over here, the Mizuki murmured with a smirk. The third Raikage looked on at their shinobi descendants. Your son seems a fine shinobi, Kazekage. Raza flinched as if struck, his eyes filling with pain. Gaara, No, Gaara interrupted, his hand clenching into a fist at his side. Do you have any idea what it was like? Growing up alone, hated and feared by everyone around me. A tear streamed down Gaara's face. Do you know how many nights I cried myself to sleep, wondering what I had done to deserve such a fate? I was a child, and you tried to kill me. Father of the century, the Mizuki whispered and looked awkwardly around himself. Tears spilled down Raza's cheeks, his composure cracking under the weight of his son's words. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry, Gaara. I thought I was doing what was best for the village, for our family. But I was wrong. I was so very wrong. Gaara closed his eyes, trying to steady the rapid beating of his heart. He had waited so long to hear those words, to have his father acknowledge the pain he had caused. Raza stepped forward, his hand reaching out into the air, as if to touch Gaara's face. I'm proud of you, Gaara, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I know I have no right to be, not after everything I've done. But seeing the man you've become, the leader you are, it's more than I ever could have hoped for. Raza closed his eyes, and admitted one final truth. Your mother was right to love you. Gaara felt his throat tighten, tears stinging the backs of his eyes. Mother loved me? He whispered. Raza nodded, a sad smile crossing his face. But you endured, under pain and hate, he said softly. And that's what makes it all the more remarkable. You've found your own path, your own strength. You've become the Kazekage that Suna deserves. Gaara bowed his head, the weight of his father's words settling over him like a mantle. He had spent so long chasing his father's approval, his acknowledgement. He spent so many years wondering after his mother, wondering why he had to hurt her, why he was so unworthy of her love. And now, in this moment, he realized that he no longer needed his father's approval. He no longer needed to ask after his mother. He had found his own worth, his own purpose. Thank you, father, he said, his voice steady. For what it's worth, I forgive you. Not for your sake, but for mine. I won't let the past define me any longer. Raza's eyes shone with unshed tears, a look of profound gratitude crossing his face. Now I understand what she said when she reanimated me. Gaara wiped his face on his sleeve. What? He glanced over to AI once more. What did she say? She said she was doing it for your sake, Gaara. The young Kazekage's heart broke as he heard this. For his sake? So Gaara could speak with his father? Could learn his mother loved him? Why would AI do that? Why would the enemy offer him love and healing? Suna is lucky to have my son, Raza said, his voice soft. I know you'll continue to lead them well, to protect them with all the strength and courage you possess. Gaara nodded, his resolve hardening, trying to block out what he had just learned about AI. He could not afford to be distracted by her games. He would end this war, this cycle of pain and suffering. Before Gaara could respond, the other Kage began to attack, their bodies puppeted by Kabuto's vile jutsu. Gaara leapt into action, his sand shield absorbing blow after blow. Beside him, the Sasuke unleashed a barrage of earth-style ninjutsu, his face set in grim determination. Together, the two Kage fought with a synchronicity born of desperation, their attacks complementing each other in a deadly dance. As the battle raged on, AI watched from a distance, her heart torn. What had Raza said to his son? What had passed between them? She knew this was all part of the divine plan, knew that she had to play her role, but something inside of her trembled in fear at the sight of Gaara, tearing through the air on his sand, being cut and bruised and damaged by war. Her mind drifted back to their first meeting, to the spark of connection that had ignited between them in the tea house. She had been so young then, so naive. She had thought their love could overcome any obstacle, could weather any storm. But now, as she watched the man she loved fighting for his life, she realized the true cost of that love. Gaara, too, found his thoughts wandering even as he fought. Each time he struck down one of the reanimated Kage, he felt a piece of his heart break. These were his predecessors, his mentors, and now, because of his love for AI, he was forced to confront them as enemies. The weight of his choices, of the path he had set them both upon, seemed to grow heavier with every passing moment. Why are you hesitating? AI jumped as Kabuto's voice hissed in her ear, making her jump. She turned to see Soijetsu speaking with the fallen ninja's voice, Kabuto's presence, like a malevolent shadow. This is what you wanted, isn't it? To bring the shinobi world to its knees? AI swallowed hard, her fists clenching at her sides. All this pain, even Gaara's harsh and hate-filled childhood, was because of the world ninja had created. It tore everyone apart, destroyed families, and cost the world so much love. The Kazekage was part of something so evil and vengeful, and the idiot could not even see it. She turned back to the battle just in time to see Gaara, and that Sasuke land the final blows on the reanimated Kage, sealing them in tombs. The coffin shattered, crumbling to dust. The battlefield was a chaos of sand and smoke, the cries of the wounded, and the clashing of weapons filling the air. Amidst the tumult, two figures stood facing each other, their eyes locked in a silent communication that spoke volumes. Gaara stood panting, his eyes scanning the battlefield as AI walked towards him. AI, her chiffon dress billowing in the wind, her hair a tangled mess of dark curls, looked at Gaara with a mixture of longing and regret. The Kazekage, his red hair matted with sweat and blood, his eyes ringed with dark circles of exhaustion, stared back at her, his expression unreadable. Is this what you wanted? Gaara called out, his voice raw with anger and pain. To align yourself with those who would desecrate the dead and slaughter the innocent. AI, her chiffon dress stained with blood and sand, her eyes cold and unyielding, met his gaze without flinching. The shinobi world deserves a reckoning, she replied, her eyes flashing. You've all been so blind to your own hypocrisy, so content to let the cycle of violence continue unchecked. Gaara shook his head, his fists clenching at his sides. You're wrong, AI. The Jinjutsu they promise is nothing but a lie, a false paradise that robs people of their free will, their humanity. Real peace, real love. It comes from the bonds we forge with one another, the struggles we endure together. I'm fighting for what is right. And I laughed, a harsh and bitter sound that echoed across the battlefield. Love? She spat, her eyes flashing with anger. What do you know of love, Sabaki no Gaara? Where was your love when I needed you most? Where was your courage when our future hung in the balance? Gaara flinched as if struck, his eyes widening in shock. AI, and now you've found your way. AI interrupted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Now you will fight for what is right. On the eve of your marriage to a princess, with the weight of your duties and your village bearing down upon you, now you've found the courage to fight for what you believe in. Gaara flinched as if she had struck him. The memory of that day, of his own inaction, still haunted him. He had let her down when she needed him most, had failed to stand up for their love. And now, the consequences of that failure threatened to destroy them both. "Ai," he whispered, taking a step towards her. She was barely 10 meters away. "If I could go back." "It's too late," Ai said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "The time for words is over." Gaara's expression hardened, his jaw clenching. "Then you leave me no choice," he said, his sand beginning to swirl around him once more. "I can't let you continue down this path, Ai." "I won't." Ai smiled, the expression tinged with a profound sadness. She walked towards him, heedless of the sand that whipped at her skin, until she was close enough to touch him. It was the first time in so long that they were close to one another. Something in Gaara's chest pained, as he realized this exactly where they had stood all those years ago. On this beach, beside the ocean, in what felt like another life. "You have no choice, Gaara. You and your fellow shinobi will face the consequences of your actions, of the world you have created through your violence and your cowardice. I have chosen my side, and I will see it through to the end, no matter the cost." Gaara's eyes hardened, his resolve solidifying like the sand that swirled around him. "Then you leave me no choice, Ai. If you stand against us, then I will stop you, by any means necessary. Then kill me." Gaara looked up in stunned silence, his eyes wide, as his first love searched his face with her beautiful blue eyes. "End it now, Gaara," Ai murmured, drinking in his beautiful face, the mark of her name half hidden on his forehead beneath his hair, plastered to his skin with sweat and blood. He stared at her a long while, wondering where the dancing moonbeam had gone. But Ai knew too well how to play with him. She put her hands on his chest and whispered up to him what she had said years ago. "Put your hands on me, Gaara." She was still master of the young Kazekage's bloodlust. Something shook with fierce, relentless appetite inside of Gaara, something he had not had to control in years. His hand rose, slowly, lazily, until his fingers wrapped around her throat. Ai's pulse fluttered beneath his touch, her skin warm and soft. He could feel the energy thrumming through her, the divine power of the goddess she embodied. It would be so easy, he thought, to squeeze, to let his sand do the rest. To end this madness, this pain, once and for all. To see Ai, one last time, be tortured completely by his. As he looked into her eyes, he saw the girl he had fallen in love with. With a choked sob, Gaara let his hand fall away from her throat. Instead, he cupped the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her hair, as he pulled her to him. Their lips met in a kiss that was equal parts desperation and surrender. From a nearby dune, Temari watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide disbelief. She barely noticed Naruto, practically aflame with the power of his tail beast, touched down beside her before following her gaze and letting his mouth hang open in shock. Temari?" Naruto asked, his voice uncertain. Was that part of the plan?" Temari let out a long-suffering sigh, her head falling into her hands. "No, Naruto," she muttered, her voice muffled. "That was definitely not part of the plan. In the lower plains of Tengaku, heaven, many thousands of moons before you were born, dear reader, a sacred tree grew from the tears of a god as he wept for his mortal wife. Over time, it grew, its roots twisting and tumbling out the fertile soil in which it made itself a home. It bore a sweet, pink fruit that promised a divine gift, known only by the gods. Chakra, the source of all shinobi power, the life force behind creatures untamable. The tree waited in yearning for the season of harvest. But gods had no interest, and mortals fumbled in ignorance in their short lifespans, ignorant of the gift that waited in the heavens above them. In this realm of celestial dreams, the tale of two goddesses unfolded, their fates entwined like the roots of the sacred tree. Born the light of a pale star, Renai emerged as the embodiment of love, her essence a shimmering dance of warmth and affection. But, as keen readers will know, everything exists in a balance. In the grand tapestry of existence, equilibrium must be maintained, and it is from the shadows of Renai's light that another goddess took form, a mirror image of the goddess of love, yet steeped in the echoes of her opposing nature. Kaguya was born of hatred and greed, a creature made solely to serve her own purpose, no matter the cost. She was not beautiful, like Renai, not charming, like Renai, nor beautiful as the moon, like Renai. The two, born from the same star, were the opposite of one another. And while Renai could embody the negative aspects of love, jealousy, vanity, possessiveness, she was devoid of hatred and malice. Kaguya, her eyes white and hollow, could find no god to like her, no god to love her. Her tears went unnoticed by the gods, who were so selfish and so love-struck by Renai that they could not bear to look at her sister. Soon after her creation, Renai's heart was captured by the god of war Shinso. Their love filled up the universe with its brilliance. Together, they formed the divine union known as the blood love, a bond so powerful that it was said to transcend the boundaries of time and space. But their happiness was not the only story woven into this celestial tapestry, for Kaguya, in the depths of her heart, harbored a secret love for Shinso. She spied him one day walking through the gardens of heaven, and upon approaching him to tell him of her love for him, he scolded her. He told her, with such ferociousness, that he would never be hers, that his heart forever, eternally, belonged to Renai. Kaguya's love for Shinso consumed her, a fire that could not be quenched, and as she watched him find solace in Renai's arms, her heart grew cold and bitter. The pain of her unrequited love drove her to seek power, a means to prove her worth, and to gain the attention and affection of the one she desired above all else. And so, driven by this all-consuming passion, Kaguya sought out the divine tree on the lower planes of heaven. In her quest, she waged war against the heavens, her armies clashing with the guardians of the sacred realm. The battle raged like a tempest, shaking the foundations of the divine world, until at last, the gods emerged victorious, and Kaguya was vanquished. In her last act against the gods, as Shinso turned his back with a triumphant smile, eager to return to his Renai, Kaguya used the last of her strength to grasp a hold of his cloak and curse him. It would be centuries until he was able to return to heaven. The god of war, young and arrogant, had laughed and shrugged the woman away, unaware that spells of hate are equally as powerful as spells of love. It would be many centuries until he was reunited with the goddess of love. The deities, drunk on their triumph and blinded by their own egotistical brilliance, did not notice that Kaguya, before her banishment, had stolen a fragment of the divine tree's fruit, a seed of untold power. With this forbidden treasure, she fled to the mortal realm, planting the seed deep within the earth. There, nurtured by the blood and tears of mankind, the tree took root, and Kaguya's power grew, a malevolent force pulsing beneath the surface of the world. When the tree bore fruit, she consumed it greedily, and became the first being outside of heaven to wield chakra. For eons, the gods paid no heed to the happenings on earth, their attention consumed by the grandeur of their own celestial lives. But Renai, who had taken up her position at the gates of heaven to wait for her love, had become fond of peering into the mortal world. One day, she saw the power that Kaguya acquired and could see the strands of fate weaving a new pattern, a destiny that would soon entangle the mortal and divine realms. No gods would heed her warning. Why should they care about the affairs of mortals? But Renai did care for these creatures who loved so dearly, so sweetly, throughout their mortality. She continued to watch the desolation of her beloved earth as Kaguya, a force unprecedented in that world, tore it apart. Renai gasped as Kaguya's two sons, Hagoromo and Himura, engaged in battle against their own mother's malevolent power. All hope was fading. Fate seemed to be siding with Kaguya as her sons, try as they might, could not surpass her power. Now, love is a reckless, rebellious thing. Against the wishes of the Creator, she took her favorite star from heaven and divided it into 9 pieces. Working quickly as she sensed the growing darkness, Renai breathed life into 9 celestial beings, each embodying a different aspect of love's infinite nature. These 9-tailed beasts descended upon the earth, joining forces with Kaguya's sons. As the conflict raged, the tailed beasts merged their essence, forming the mighty 10 tails, a celestial entity pulsing with the combined power of love's myriad forms. With the 10 tails at their side, Hagoromo and Himura vanquished Kaguya, sealing her away and restoring balance to the world. Renai had wept when Hagoromo refused to return her beloved tailed beasts to heaven. They were her creation, her love, come to life, and being parted from them was an ailment. She was the mother of the 10 tails, and swore one day she would come down to earth and bring them home. But the echoes of Kaguya's influence lingered, a testament to the enduring power of her unrequited love for the god of war. Not as powerful as her rival, she could not place an incarnate in earth. Instead, she placed the embodiment of her will to wait and watch for signs of Senso and Renai's reunion. And if that ever was to happen, she would be waiting, patiently, unmoving, for her reawakening. On the battlefield, Gaara pulled away from the kiss abruptly, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and horror. He stumbled back, putting distance between himself and AI, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The realization of what he had done, of the weakness he had shown in front of his troops, his siblings, and his enemy, crashed over him like a tidal wave. AI, her lips still tingling from the intensity of the kiss, watched him with a knowing smirk. She could see the conflict raging in his eyes, the desire warring with the shame and the guilt. And all who know love, know she is vain. She could not help but engage with her enemy in the only way she knew how to win him over. Slowly, she sauntered towards him, her hips swaying with each step, the battlefield fading away until it was just the two of them, locked in the all-too-familiar dance of temptation and resistance. "Tell me, Kazekage," she purred, her voice low and seductive. Amidst the heat, the blood, the adrenaline of war, AI whispered up to him, "You're still dying to own me, aren't you?" Gaara's breath hitched, his body responding to her words like they always did, all those years ago. He clenched his fists, willing himself to stay in control, to not succumb to the desire that coursed through his veins like molten fire. He would not be fooled. He knew her better than anyone, knew the depths of her devotion, the intensity of her love that bordered on obsession. "You think you have control here, AI?" he asked, his voice low and mocking. "You think that because I kissed you, because I showed a moment of weakness, that you somehow have power over me?" AI laughed, the sound tinkling like shards of glass on the wind. She closed the distance between them, her fingers trailing along his chest, feeling the thundering of his heartbeat beneath his armor. "Who are you to fight the destiny of the bloodlove, Kazekage?" Gaara grabbed her wrist, his grip tight enough to bruise. "I am not that man anymore, I am the Kazekage, and I have a duty to my people, to my village." His first love laughed, a vicious, condescending smirk spreading across her lips. It was as though the teenagers they had once been were meeting again, and the temptation of flirtation was almost too overbearing to ignore. In any other legend, any other time or place, one could mistake the two enemies for lovers. Gaara stepped closer, his sand swirling around them like a cocoon, cutting them off from the rest of the world. "Don't play coy with me, love. We both know the truth. You've been waiting years for this moment, years to beg for my love again." The smirk was wiped from her face. "Tell me, AI," he whispered, his eyes watching her lips begin to tremble as he brought her close. "How many nights have you lain awake, aching for the feel of me? How many times has he touched you, only to have you imagine my hands on your skin, my lips under yours?" AI's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding as Gaara's words awakened a serpent in the depths of her soul. "You are wrong," she whispered, but while her voice held conviction, her body was betraying her as she leaned into his touch. Gaara chuckled darkly, his fingers trailing along her jaw, tilting her face up to meet his gaze. "Am I?" AI shuddered, her eyes fluttering closed as shame and desire warred within her. "Stop it," she pleaded, but her words were a breathless whisper, a half-hearted attempt at resistance. "You will always be mine, AI," Gaara murmured, his lips brushing against her ear. "No matter how far you run, no matter how much you try to deny it, you will forever want me. And one day, when you can no longer bear the weight of your longing, you will come crawling back to me, begging for my love, for the touch of you, the man who owns you." With a final, anguished look, Gaara turned and walked away, his sand carrying him back to his troops, back to the battle that awaited him. AI watched him go, her face a mask of cold fury. She had underestimated him, underestimated the strength of his resolve. But no matter. Her anger fueled her convictions. The stage was set for her final reckoning. She had felt the flutter in the earth as another creature, dear to her heart, touched down on the sand. As Gaara landed gracefully beside Temari, Naruto, and the Sasuke, he was immediately greeted by a chorus of stunned faces and awkward silence. The Kazekage could feel their eyes on him, a mixture of confusion, concern, and in Naruto's case, barely contained curiosity. "I didn't know you had it in you, Gaara," the blonde shinobi teased, trying not to laugh. Temari shot Naruto a withering glare, her fan twitching dangerously in her grip. "Naruto, I swear, if you don't shut up." Naruto held up his hands in a placating gesture, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. "Okay, sorry. Geez, you Sand siblings are all so intense." He turned back to Gaara, his expression growing more serious. "You know what you're doing, right, Gaara?" Gaara felt the heat rise to his cheeks, his embarrassment only slightly tempered by the gravity of the situation. "I forgot myself for a moment," he admitted, his voice low and steady. "But I have not forgotten the task at hand, nor my duty to the shinobi world," the Kazekage said confidently. "I made a mistake. It changes nothing." The Tsuchikage, who had been watching the exchange with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, cleared his throat. "Young love," he mused, a wistful smile playing on his lips. "It has a way of making even the most level-headed among us lose our senses." He shot Gaara a look of understanding before turning back toward the battlefield. "I am glad your priorities remain in order, Kazekage." Gaara let out a breath of relief as he heard the kind words from the older Kage. His actions on the battlefield could have put him in a very dangerous situation with his comrades. How could he possibly explain the bond of blood love to them? How could anyone? Temari sighed, her shoulders slumping in defeat. As if this war wasn't already enough of a mess. She stopped short as her heart clenched at the look of anguish on her brother's face. "I trust there is a good reason you did not capture her then and there, Gaara?" His sister pressed him. The Kazekage turned to his sister, friend and comrade, and nodded. "There would be serious strategic ramifications if we were to capture AI at this moment. Namely, there are multiple battles happening across the shinobi world at this moment. If we captured her, who knows the retaliation of the enemy on the other battlefields? And we do not yet know what AI is capable of. She has reanimated the dead, tampered with forbidden spells. Who knows what else she is willing to do? I would rather not have such a powerful, hot-headed child as a prisoner of war just yet." The Tsuchikage nodded. "Her capture could escalate tensions and provoke retaliation too early in the war. We should wait to hear a victory on the other battlefields," the Tsuchikage agreed. Temari seemed less persuaded, but one thing remained unchanged. "I trust you, Gaara," she said, adjusting her fan on her back as though that would do something to alleviate the heat of the sun bore the beach. She turned suddenly at an alarming sound behind them and stood ready to attack. "Oh my goodness, did you see that?" Temari rolled her eyes as Matsuri, Gaara's first student, squealed to a friend as they both stood, starry-eyed at each other. Gaara-sensei kissed her. In the middle of the battlefield, she swooned. "How romantic," her friend replied, her high-pitched voice making Gaara wince as he hanged his head in embarrassment. Naruto snorted, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "You know," he said, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice, "in another universe, I am the main character in this story. A/N. You'll always be the main character to me, Naruto." But before anyone could respond, Naruto suddenly stiffened, his eyes glazing over as he began to mutter to himself. Gaara recognized what was happening instantly. Naruto had the look of a Jinchuriki battling on the inside, trying to calm the beast within. The Kazekage exchanged alarmed glances with his sister, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. "Naruto?" Gaara called out, his voice tinged with concern. "What's happening?" But Gaara could hear it too, her voice on the wind, sweet and inviting. "Kurama?" But Naruto did not respond, his body moving as if possessed by some unseen force. With a suddenness that left them all reeling, he leapt into the air, his body hurtling towards AI's location with a speed that defied belief. In the depths of a dense forest, where the ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers to catch the fleeting rays of sunlight, Sasuke and a reanimated Itachi found themselves face to face once more. The brothers, their paths once diverged by the cruel twists of fate, now stood, waiting for the other to speak. AI had not told Sasuke that he could potentially meet his brother again. What game was she playing? It worried Sasuke to discover that the woman he loved shared a shadow with the puppeteer, pulling at the strings of war. She had been a dancing girl once, before him. Now, her footsteps no longer sounded with the twinkling of stars, but the dripping of blood. Sasuke, his heart heavy with the weight of the truth he had recently learned, approached Itachi with a mixture of trepidation and longing. Itachi, his form reanimated by the power of AI's jutsu, regarded his younger brother with a gaze that held both pride and sorrow. "Sasuke," Itachi began, his voice echoing through the stillness of the forest, "I know the truth has been a heavy burden to bear, but you must understand, everything I did for you, for our clan, and for the sake of the shinobi world, for her." Sasuke clenched his fists, his emotions threatening to overwhelm him. The dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy cast shifting shadows across his face, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. All this pain, this loss, this hatred, Sasuke spat at him. "I'm expected to let all of that go?" Itachi nodded, a sad smile playing on his lips. He stepped forward, his footfalls barely disturbing the carpet of fallen leaves that blanketed the forest floor. "And yet, in the midst of all that darkness, you found love." Sasuke's eyes widened, his thoughts immediately turning to AI, a woman he had been tied to without consent. "All you're doing, brother." In a moment, Itachi was by his younger brother's side. He placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if sensing the significance of the moment. "Sasuke, your feelings for AI are your own. I may have set the stage, but the love that grew between you, that is something no one can manufacture or control." But the young Uchiha was not ready to face the heavy conversation about the only love he ever knew. Not now, in the middle of a war. His older brother seemed to read his mind, as his face grew serious once more, his tone urgent. "Sasuke, AI must help us break the curse that plagues our world. The very power that we wield, the power that has shaped our lives and our destinies, is a double-edged sword that has cut deep into the fabric of our reality." Sasuke's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Itachi sighed, a sound that carried the weight of centuries, as he recounted the tale of Kage Otsutsuki. "This power was never meant for mortal hands." Sasuke frowned, trying to understand. "But chakra is the foundation of our world, the source of our strength as shinobi." Itachi nodded, his gaze returning to Sasuke. "And therein lies the tragedy. Chakra has been wielded as a weapon, a tool for destruction and domination. It has fed the cycle of hatred, the endless wars that have plagued our kind. Like the wars fought by our own clan," Sasuke whispered, realization dawning. Itachi's eyes grew distant, as if seeing beyond the veil of the present and into history. The Uchiha, with their powerful chakra and visual prowess, were both feared and revered. But that power led to conflict, to the very strife that tore our family apart. Sasuke's heart clenched at the thought. "Our clan was a sacrifice in your godly matters?" Itachi's expression was one of profound sorrow, tinged with a hint of resolve. So Sasuke knew everything. It was a necessary sacrifice, to awaken the world to the consequences of the God Tree's influence, to expose the divine folly that bestowed such power upon humanity. Sasuke shook his head, tears stinging his eyes. The weight of his brother's burden, the magnitude of his sacrifice, threatened to overwhelm him. "But why did you leave me alive, only to suffer the burden of our clan's fate?" Itachi's expression softened, a flicker of love breaking through his stoic facade. "Because I believe in you, Sasuke. I believe that you can help create a world where chakra is not a curse, but a blessing. A world free from the cycle of hatred and revenge that has trapped our kind for generations." Itachi began to move. Sasuke followed in his wake. As they walked through the forest, Sasuke found himself grappling with the conflicting emotions that swirled within him. Whose side should he take? Follow his brother? Run after him, as he had done his whole life? On one hand, he felt the pull of his love for AI, the desire to protect her and keep her by his side. But on the other, he couldn't ignore the weight of his brother's words, the truth that echoed in every syllable. Sensing his brother's inner turmoil, Itachi stopped and turned to face him. The sunlight filtering through the canopy cast a pattern on his face, highlighting the lines of wisdom and sorrow that etched his features. "Sasuke," Itachi began, his voice gentle but firm. "I know that your love for AI is strong, but you must also consider the greater good, the fate of the world that hangs in the balance." The younger Uchiha's brow furrowed, his eyes searching his brother's face for answers. "But how can I turn my back on her, Itachi? How can I betray love itself?" As I did, Sasuke's eyes widened as his brother spoke. "It is not a betrayal, Sasuke. It is a sacrifice. A sacrifice that we must all make if we hope to break the cycle of hatred and suffering that plagues our world." Sasuke's heart clenched. The memories of his own sacrifices, the pain and loss he had endured, flooding his mind. He thought of his parents, his clan, and the countless lives that had been lost in the name of power and ambition. "I understand," Sasuke whispered. "I was lost, Itachi, for so long. I barely trust my own instincts anymore. My decisions feel half-made, put in place by someone else." Clenching his fists, Sasuke made up his mind, his eyes narrowing on his older brother in determination. "I am ready for the path to redemption." Itachi's eyes softened, a flicker of pride and affection shining in their depths. "It is your turn, Sasuke. Your turn to be the light that guides others out of the darkness. Your turn to help AI find her way back to the right path." Itachi paused for a moment, considering a plan. "Rinai has no master," he mused. "She would tear up the earth if the mood suited her." Sasuke smirked as he thought of AI's temper, before a jolt of awkward realization coursed through him. He and his elder brother were in love with the same, knew her well, could twist her arm behind her back, and make her do whatever they pleased. But sometimes she would not relent. Sometimes AI could bring them to their knees with just a look. But there was one man, Sasuke knew, that was always her master. Gaara will convince her, Sasuke admitted to himself. She loses herself and sight of her charge when he is near her. The two brothers stood in silent contemplation, Itachi watching as his younger brother admitted a truth that must have been hard to swallow. "I have seen her lose her footing when the Hokage is near her." Itachi nodded. "First," he said suddenly, turning on his heel as though ready for battle, "we must break the one controlling the reanimation jutsu." Before Sasuke knew it, they were running deeper into the forest, where the darkness reached deeper than the light. He could hear the familiar hiss in the air, could smell the stale stench of Kabuto in the wind. In the depths of Naruto's consciousness, a realm where the boundaries between the physical and the ethereal blur, the young shinobi found himself suddenly ensnared by an unforeseen force. As his eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the peculiar luminescence that emanated from an unknown source, he discovered that he was no longer in control of his own body. A plank of wood, seemingly alive with a will of its own, had twisted and coiled around his form, imprisoning him in an unyielding embrace. Naruto struggled against his bonds, his muscles straining as he attempted to break free from the supernatural restraints. Yet, for all his strength and determination, he found himself utterly immobilized, a prisoner within his own mind. As he fought against the wooden tendrils that held him captive, Naruto's vision began to clear, the foggy haze that had initially obscured his sight gradually dissipating. And it was in that moment of clarity that he witnessed a scene that stole the breath from his lungs and sent a shiver down his spine. There, crouched before the immense cage that housed the mighty Kurama, was a figure that Naruto had once rescued from imprisonment. Ai, the goddess incarnate, the woman who had captured the heart of the Hokage and started a war, knelt before the tailed beast, her delicate hand reaching through the bars of the cage. Her white dress flowed around her, as though caught on some unknown breeze. Her skin was glowing with the power of her divine origin. The bond between Ai and Kurama together was one that transcended the boundaries of mortal understanding. Kurama, the fearsome and powerful creature that had once been a source of terror and destruction, now nuzzled his gargantuan snout into Ai's palm, his eyes half-lidded in a display of trust and affection. Ai's own eyes glistened with unshed tears, a profound sorrow etched upon her celestial features. Her voice, a melodic whisper that seemed to resonate through the very fabric of the Naruto's subconscious, carried with it a weight of grief and longing. She spoke in a language She spoke in a language Naruto could inexplicably understand. "My beautiful Kurama," she murmured, her fingers gently stroking the beast's fur. A creature of such magnificence, such raw power, should never have been whims of these mortal men that shackled us both. Let us break them together." Kurama let out a low rumbling purr, a sound that was both a comfort and a lament. In AI's presence, the beast seemed to shed the layers of anger and resentment that had accumulated over the years, revealing a vulnerability that Naruto had never witnessed before. "Come home to me." As Naruto watched this exchange, his heart raced with a mixture of fear and confusion. The bond between AI and Kurama was palpable, a connection that seemed to run deeper than mere friendship or alliance. There was a tenderness in their interactions, a sense of longing and devotion. Naruto's mind reeled with the implications of what he was witnessing. He had always known that Kurama was a being of immense power, a force of nature that had been sealed within him for the purpose of protecting his village. But to see the beast so utterly captivated by AI, so willing to submit to her will, was a revelation that shook him to his core. Was this girl so powerful? Was he truly witnessing the actions of a goddess? Finally, finding his voice amidst the swirling emotions that were building inside of him, Naruto called out to AI, his tone urgent and tinged with desperation. "AI," he shouted, straining against his wooden bonds. "Get away from Kurama. You don't know what you're doing." At the sound of his voice, AI slowly turned her head, her gaze locking with Naruto's. Sweet Naruto, still wanting to protect those in pain, still so childish in his understanding of the world. For a moment, the young shinobi was struck by a fleeting resemblance, a ghost of a memory that danced at the edges of his consciousness. In that brief instant, AI's features seemed to shift and morph, taking on the likeness of another woman. Hinata's gentle smile, her kind eyes, and the soft curve of her cheek flickered across AI's face, a tantalizing mirage that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Naruto blinked, his mind struggling to reconcile the vision with the reality before him. As AI stood to her full height, her ethereal presence filling Naruto's mind with an aura of raw power and physicality, Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine. She was a being beyond mortal comprehension, a goddess made flesh, and her very essence seemed to crackle with an energy that set his nerves on fire. "Uzumaki Naruto," AI spoke, her voice a symphony of seduction and authority. The young warrior watched in a confused state of hypnosis and fear as she swayed her hips towards him, her hair dipping as she stepped, her dress clinging to her frame while floating around her. "Your strength of will is admirable. Already, the seal that binds you is beginning to splinter and crack." The songbird spoke as though amused, hardly worried that Naruto could soon escape her trap. Naruto's gaze darted to the wooden plank that held him captive, and to his astonishment, he saw that AI was right. Hairline fractures were spreading across the surface of the wood, a spiderweb of fissures that grew with each passing second. "But you must understand," AI continued, her tone softening, "that this story, this path we are all on, is far bigger than you. The importance of what I am doing cannot be undone." Naruto's brow furrowed, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. "Nothing," he said, his voice low and husky, "nothing was more important to Gaara than you were. He loved you, AI." Naruto's sweet face screwed up in pain as he realized the cruel fate his friend had been gifted. His big blue eyes filled with tears as his fists clenched. AI let out a laugh, a sound that was both bitter and beautiful. "Love?" she scoffed, her eyes shimmering with a mix of sorrow and disdain. "What do you know of love, Naruto Uzumaki? What do you know of the darkness that Gaara drew me into, the depths of despair that he plunged me into?" She walked up to him, her footsteps echoing through the mindscape like the beating of a distant drum. "He made me fall in love with him, made me believe in a future that could never be. And then, when I needed him most, he abandoned me, left me to face the consequences of our love alone." Her face was full of hurt and bitter, remorseful pain. As she spoke, Naruto could feel the wood that bound him beginning to splinter and crack, his own rage and frustration fueling the unraveling of AI's seal. The goddess, too, seemed to sense the weakening of her hold over him, and a flicker of concern crossed her features. "He loved you," Naruto screamed, his voice rising to a fever pitch. "He's still in love with you." A small, sarcastic gasp escaped AI's mouth. "Name a man who isn't." As the words left her lips, Naruto felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through his veins, a power that was both familiar and foreign. His eyes widened in shock as he saw one of Kurama's massive tails slipping between the bars of the cage, the fiery orange appendage snaking its way towards AI. "Kurama, no!" Naruto cried out, his heart clenching with a fear he had never known before. "Don't go!" But the mighty beast merely looked at him with a mixture of sorrow and regret, his crimson eyes glinting in the ethereal light of AI's presence. "Naruto," Kurama rumbled, his voice a deep, resonant bass that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. "I am sorry, my friend, but I have endured the agony of being apart from the source of my creation for too long." But even as the Nine Tails spoke, Naruto knew that it was too late. She had grasped onto a small part of Kurama in her haste to leave the place before Naruto escaped. The wood that held Naruto captive shattered into 1,000 splinters, his body erupting in a blaze of orange flames as his own chakra merged with the remaining power of the Nine Tails. He lunged forward, his hand outstretched, desperate to grab hold of AI, to stop her from taking Kurama away. But as his fingers brushed against the hem of her dress, the goddess vanished, taking with her a small piece of Kurama's essence. He cried out from the pain of loss and the anger of betrayal. The world was on fire. As battles raged across the shinobi and civilian territories, the once verdant landscapes were transformed into hellish scenes of destruction. The earth itself seemed to cry out in anguish, as if the very fabric of nature was being torn asunder by the clash of powerful forces. Forests that had stood for centuries were reduced to smoldering ruins, their ancient trees now no more than charred skeletons reaching towards a darkening sky. Rivers ran red with the blood of the fallen, their gentle currents now swirling with the grim waste of war. In the midst of this maelstrom of violence, the shinobi alliances fought on with grim determination, even as hope seemed to recede further with each passing moment. They threw themselves against the reanimated legends of the past, their courage and sacrifice a fragile last stand against the relentless onslaught. But for every enemy they struck down, another would rise to take its place, an endless tide of death and despair that threatened to drown them all. The Raikage, Hokage and Mizukage were moving with unprecedented speed towards the battle at the beach, their brows dripping with sweat, their clothes torn and blood-stained. They hurried on to save their fellow Kazekage and Sachikage from an unknown fate. The army at the beach was gathering strength, while the enemy retreated. The Kazekage tended to his closest friend, who was reeling from the devastation of losing even a fraction of his Biju. Gaara gritted his teeth and looked to where AI had disappeared. "Is this what you wanted?" His thoughts drifting up to the heavens to meet the humbled and weak gods that watched them. "Is this the curse of being in love with her? This is the wretched, reckless, red, remorseful bloodlove you all envy so much." Across the beach, Suigetsu felt himself buckle as AI materialized beside him and grasped a hold of his arm to steady herself. She gasped as she became accustomed to the earthly plane once more and fell to her knees. Perhaps it was the weight of her choices catching up with her, or perhaps it was this strange sensation pulsing within her. An unfamiliar energy seemed to crackle through her veins like lightning. It was the overwhelming and exhausting feeling only felt by those unlucky enough to be burdened with the role of Jinchuriki. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails nestling itself inside of her, the fragment of the mighty beast that she had torn from Naruto during their confrontation. AI, Suigetsu's once mischievous voice was full of fear. It shocked AI to hear him speak like a lost, lonely child, and she looked up to his face, his sharp teeth gritted together, his white hair ruffling in the breeze. He was not looking at her. He was held in fear at the sight in front of him. AI felt it before she saw him. It seeped through the air like a poisonous spore, spreading, infecting, destroying. The air was filled with murderous intent, the kind unlike the goddess incarnate had ever felt. She turned her head to see, there, standing before her with an aura of menace that seemed to distort the world around him, was a familiar man in an orange mask, the one she knew as Madara, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki's machinations. But he was different than she remembered. He was so frightening, he made her blood run cold. "The Takushi, beautiful one?" He spoke to her affectionately, although AI could not rid herself of the fear. "Did you succeed in capturing the Nine Tails?" the masked man asked, his voice a cold rasp that sent shivers down AI's spine. "I managed to snatch a portion of his chakra, AI replied, her voice trembling despite her efforts to maintain her composure. Naruto still lives, she gasped as Kurama trembled. The masked man made a sound that might have been a grunt of acknowledgement or a huff of annoyance. It was impossible to tell. He knelt down to her and clasped her face with a gloved hand. Suigetsu took a step away. The girl with the face of a goddess was immobilized by the sight of his Sharingan. You've done so well, AI. She shuddered as she heard the smile on his lips, hidden by his orange mask. One last thing you will do for me. AI felt a flicker of confusion and unease. This was where her part ended, wasn't it? She had put all the pieces into place for the final act of this bloody drama. I don't understand, she said slowly, her brow furrowing, her gaze shifting focus as she tried to become accustomed to Kurama's chakra. What more is there for me to do? She jumped as the man, so fast she could not see it, placed a summoning tag on the floor. With a small blast, AI shielded her eyes against the smoke that appeared as the jutsu was performed. Once the mist cleared, a coffin came into view. You are to perform the reanimation jutsu once more, the masked man informed her, his tone brooking no argument. But AI began, her mind racing. Who could it possibly dash? Uchiha Madara. As he answered, AI felt as if the ground had dropped out from beneath her feet. Her mind reeled, trying to make sense of the impossible words she had just heard. Reanimate Madara? But wasn't the man before her the legendary Uchiha? The questions tumbled through her thoughts, each more desperate than the last. No, she whispered, shaking her head in denial, trying desperately to make sense of what was happening. No, this cannot be. You are Madara. You told me. You were told what you needed to hear. The man interrupted, his voice sharp as a blade. A necessary deception to ensure your cooperation towards our desired, beautiful end. And I felt something shatter inside her, as if the last fragile remnants of her understanding had finally given way under the weight of this revelation. Rage, hot and wild, surged through her like a flood. Who are you? She demanded, her voice raw with betrayal. She stood to her feet. Her skin began to glow silver and gold with divine power. The masked man regarded her coldly, unmoved by her outburst. Who I am is unimportant, he said flatly, cupping her face in his hands with the affection of a father. AI's full lips pouted, her eyes angled on him in rage. Don't be reckless, AI. Remember the dream world you were promised. But even he could see, in her eyes, in the way her brow furrowed, the way her fists clenched, that AI was on the edge of something dangerous. You will do as I ask, Yuta, poem, or his head turned, his gaze seeming to pierce through the chaos of the battlefield, or I will kill someone you love. Gaara! His name escaped her lips before she even had a chance to register what she had said. She turned towards the battlefield, her heart seizing in her chest as she saw Gaara in the distance. A traitorous part of her mind whispered that even now, even after everything, the thought of the Kazekage's death filled her with a despair she could barely comprehend. It would be the end of her. The masked man heard her say the Kazage's name, seemed to sense her inner turmoil, and she could almost feel his sneer behind the swirling pattern of his mask. He tooted 3 times in pity, putting a hand beneath her chin and turning her back to him. Sweet AI, he whispered, watching as an angry tear escaped her eye. Her skin was glowing with moonlight as the sun began to set. You still love him after all he did to you? Her shoulders began to shake. The fear of losing Gaara, the fear of what she had become, was threatening to destroy her. Love is a reckless thing, AI. I thought you knew that. She pushed his hand away from her face. Do not school me in love, she spat at him. I still half hate him. The perfect, most beautiful embodiment of the blood love, he whispered. Lovers and enemies, one from the other, both at once. Which are you? And which is he? Are you unsure, dearest one? You promised me all was not lost. AI's lips began to tremble as she spoke. You swore a world of peace, and I would never break a promise to love herself. He put a hand on his heart. Grant me one last spell, and I will protect all in your heart. AI was paralyzed, confronted with the true depths of the deception that had ensnared her. She felt only a sickening sense of humiliation. Had she been a fool? A pawn in a game whose rules she had never truly understood? I will do it, AI said hollowly, her voice barely above a whisper. The masked man inclined his head, a mockery of acquiescence. And I will keep my promise. AI didn't trust his word, not anymore. But what choice did she have? She was lost, adrift in a sea of lies and manipulation, with no shore in sight. All she could do was keep afloat above the water. With a heavy heart, AI walked to the coffin, put a hand on the heavy, cold wood and let out of a delicate breath. She felt the power surge through her, dark and cold, as the veil between life and death shimmered and tore. And then, with a final pulse of chakra, the jutsu was complete. She stumbled backwards, fear taking over her as there, standing before her with an aura of terrible power, was a face out of legend. Uchiha Madara, his eyes blazing with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, his form wreathed in an otherworldly glow. He looked exactly as the stories had described him, a figure of myth and nightmare made flesh. AI had barely a moment to register the enormity of what she had done before the world around her seemed to warp and twist. The masked man, his Sharingan flaring beneath his mask, had activated his jutsu, and reality itself bent to his will. In a dizzying rush of sensation, AI felt herself being pulled away, her body hurtling through space and time. The battlefield fell away, replaced by a swirling void of color and light. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the journey ended, and AI found herself tumbling onto cold, hard stone. In a cold, empty place, she was alone. Defeated by silence, she lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, her mind reeling from the abrupt transition. Slowly, painfully she turned onto her back, but had no strength to do any more. She blinked away the spots that danced in her vision, and as her eyes adjusted to the gloom, she realized where she was. The cave stretched out before her, vast and echoing, its walls lined with stone statues all watching her. One statue towered over the others, a haunting, terrifying husk of the 10 tails watched her with unnerving silence. She could hear her own gasps of fear as she waited for the ghetto statue to move, but it did not. It remained empty. Unlike the stone and steel cages that, unknown to her, lined the wall she could not see. Within those cages, their forms as familiar to her as her own reflection, were the tailed beasts. She could feel their chakra, dense and powerful, filling the air like a physical force. It thrummed through her body, resonating with the fragment of Kurama that she carried within her. As if drawn by an irresistible pull, that fragment seemed to slip free of her, a wisp of crimson light that drifted towards the only empty cage. AI gasped as she felt Kurama leave her. She felt empty, alone, entirely lost. Her big blue eyes filled with tears in what felt like the first time in a long time. Hot, stinging tears ran down her beautiful face as she lay, motionless on the cold stone floor. And then, before AI could even begin to process what was happening, the tailed beasts began to stir. Their voices, ancient and inhuman, echoed through the cave, a chorus of welcome and recognition. "Is it her?" she heard Matatabi hiss. "Of course it is. Have you seen a lovelier face?" Saiken chorused. "The light from which our creation was possible." The deep booming voice of Son Goku joined the fray. The child of her Nai. But I could not speak, could not move, could barely breathe under the weight of her impossible situation. She managed to turn her head to them, and heard those lovely creatures gasp as they took in the face of, for want of a better word, their mother. She felt small, insignificant in the face of their timeless power. And yet, at the same time, she felt a sense of belonging, of homecoming, as if a part of her had always been meant to be in this place, at this moment. Their ethereal, gargantuan forms all peered out at her from beyond their cages, each one craning their necks sweetly like children trying to inspect something delicate and fragile. But what could she say to them? Her heart filled with love and grief. "Stop talking, you fools!" A voice bellowed from the darkness, and a familiar presence reached out. A tendril of sand that wound gently around her wrist as her arms were limp beside her. Shikaku, his eyes glowing gold in the darkness, peered down at her with an expression that might almost have been fondness. "You've returned to us, Chisana Megami, little goddess," the one-tail murmured, his voice a rasp of wind over desert dunes. Her blue eyes narrowed on the beast with a sense of kinship and trepidation. The last time they had met, hadn't he tried to kill her? Shikaku must have known who she was, Why hadn't he spoken up? Her thoughts were interrupted as she felt sand begin to wrap around her, slowly, affectionately. It helped her to sit up and face her creation. But you come bearing the weight of many sorrows. At the sound of Shikaku's words, I felt the dam inside her break, all the fear and pain and confusion of the last few hours pouring out of her in a flood of tears. She clung to Shikaku's sand like a lifeline, her shoulders shaking with the force of her sobs. Shikaku rumbled soothingly, his chakra pulsing in a gentle rhythm that seemed to calm the storm inside her. "You are not alone, child," he said softly. "Tell us, what is the state of the world?" Regaining her composure, I took a deep breath and tried to make sense of it all. On the battlefield, Temari stood with her troops, helping medical ninja and reorganizing their battle plans. "Get him to safety," she screamed at her comrades, helping those who needed her most. Her mind was wild, her hair out of place as she screamed against the wind and wails of hopelessness to get everyone back into formation. She glanced up at the sky and felt a wave of relief wash over her as she spied the 3 other Kage hurtling towards them. She looked up to where Gaara and the Sasuke stood, tending to a weakened Naruto. Gaara helped Naruto stand to his feet. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was glowing with rage and despair. Before the Kazekage could even ask him how he was, Naruto grasped Gaara by the collar, his face contorted in anger. His hurt-filled face, tears shining in his eyes, held Gaara captive as the blonde shinobi spoke in a dangerous tone. "What the hell did you do to her?" The Kazeek's ocean eyes widened as Naruto blinked away tears in the last rays of sunlight. "Gaara," he spoke again, trying to shake the Kazekage awake, "what did you do to that girl?" But Gaara could not speak. It was as though Naruto, somehow, had re-emerged having experienced some of AI's pain and was forcing the sand shinobi to confront it. But no words would come to him. She took a piece of Kurama. Naruto's hands curled around Gaara's collar, pulling it tighter, suffocating him. "The enemy has all tail beasts, do you understand?" Releasing his collar, Naruto practically pushed his friend away in anger. "I met AI when the Akatsuki took you," he said, turning away, unable to look at Gaara. "Even I know what love looks like." The Kazekage lowered his gaze. "It looks like AI keeping a lantern lit for you in your home. It looks like her sitting in a jail cell for your honor. It looks like her smile when she walks a footstep behind you, Gaara." Naruto's voice broke, as did Gaara's heart. Naruto's anger seemed to drain away, replaced by a growing sense of empathy. He had seen the good in AI, once, the gentle soul that lurked beneath the surface of her divine power. Perhaps, he thought, there was still hope for redemption, still a chance to guide her back to the light. "You have to find love again, Gaara. Bring her back," he said determinedly. Before Gaara could respond, the Raikage, Mizukage and Hokage touched down beside himself and Naruto, their chakra flowing into the air like electricity. The Sasuke opened his mouth to greet them, but he faltered. From behind them, a chill of fear swept through the assembled shinobi. A new chakra entered the arena, bringing with it the cold of the nighttime. They all turned towards the enemy and froze. For there, standing amid the carnage with an aura of terrible power, was a face out of nightmare. Uchiha Madara, his eyes blazing with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, his form wreathed in an otherworldly glow. And beside him, the masked man who had orchestrated so much of the war's suffering, the one who had played them all like puppets on a string, dancing to his tune of lies and deceit. "What new devilry is this?" the Raikage growled, lightning crackling around his clenched fists. "How many more demons must we face before this bloody day is done?" "Steady," the Sasuke cautioned, his ancient voice heavy with grim resolve. "We must hold the line, no matter the cost. The fate of the world hangs in the balance." Gaara, his sand already swirling around him in agitated patterns, could only stare at the reanimated Madara with a sense of growing dread. He had heard the stories of the Uchiha's legendary power, the terrible jutsu he wielded like the wrath of a vengeful god. How could they hope to stand against such an enemy? But before despair could fully take root, a voice cut through the air, a voice that no one was quite ready to hear. They all turned slowly to see, striding towards them grim purpose, was the only survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre. His dark hair swaying gently as he walked, paying no heed to their disbelieving stares. Naruto was the first to recover. He pointed a finger in Sasuke, his eyes widening in shock. "Sasuke, what are you doing here?" The Uchiha looked haggard, his face lined with exhaustion and strain, but there was a fire in his eyes that burned with unquenchable determination. "I am a clone and I come bearing a message," Sasuke said, his voice tight with urgency, his white shirt splattered with blood. "Speak," Gaara commanded, his own voice steady despite the wild hammering of his heart. The last time he had seen Sasuke, I had been unconscious in his arms, and now they were on the same side. It was dizzying enough to make your head spin. With a deep breath, Sasuke told those gathered, in clipped and brutal tones, of the truth behind the war, of Madara's resurrection, of the masked man's lies, of the terrible fate that awaited them all if they failed to act. Gaara listened, his face a mask of stoic resolve, even as his mind raced with the implications of Sasuke's words. As the wielder of the reanimation jutsu, I is the only one with the power to break it, to turn the tide of this battle, Sasuke said at last, his voice softening slightly, as the vision of blue eyes, dark hair, and red lips came into his head. "But she will not listen to me. She never has." Silence hanged in the air. "Then, who?" Naruto asked, but they were all already turning towards the Kazekage. "I already tried to talk to her," Gaara said, his voice rough with old pain. "What makes you think she will listen now?" Sasuke met his gaze, and in that moment, the two men understood each other perfectly. They were rivals, in love and in war, but they were also bound by a shared purpose, a common goal that transcended their personal feelings. "Because through all this pain and deception," Sasuke said suddenly, "all the truths she has come to realize as lies. One thing remains the same, the only truth no one can deny." The Uchiha and the Kazekage shared a look of understanding. Naruto looked between them slowly in confusion. "Which is?" "She has always been in love with you, Gaara," Sasuke said simply, admitting it even to himself. "She always has, even when she was with me." As Sasuke spoke, Naruto tried to prevent his eyes from widening, and instead stole awkward glances at the gathered Kage. "I tried to deny it, to believe that I could be enough for her, but I see now that it was a foolish dream." Gaara closed his eyes, a wave of emotion threatening to overwhelm him. To hear those words from Sasuke's, to know that even he, the last of the Uchiha, acknowledged the depth of AI's feelings, it was almost too much to bear. But there was no time for sentiment, no room for the luxury of feelings. The world was teetering on the brink of annihilation, and every moment counted. Gaara opened his eyes, his resolve hardening into diamond certainty. "Are you willing to place a bet on that, Uchiha?" the Raikage asked, wondering if they should really waste their time with this. "I'm betting all our lives." As Sasuke's words hung in the air, a heavy silence descended upon the gathered Kage. The Raikage's eyes narrowed, his massive frame tensing as if preparing for another blow. The Mizuki's delicate features were etched with a mix of surprise and contemplation, her gaze shifting between Sasuke and Gaara, as if trying to puzzle out the depths of their history. The Hokage, her face lined with worry and exhaustion, seemed to age before their eyes, as the full weight of Sasuke's revelation settled upon her shoulders. But it was the Tsuchikage who broke the silence, his ancient voice crackling with a lifetime of hard-won wisdom. "The heart is a battlefield all its own," he mused, his eyes distant as if seeing into the past. "And it seems that this war, for all its grand scope and terrible carnage, may hinge upon the fate of a single love." His words seemed to galvanize the others, their expressions hardening with renewed resolve. They knew, now more than ever, that the future of their world rested on the actions of the young shinobi before them, on the strength of the bonds they had forged and the depths of the feelings they carried. It was a heavy burden, but one they knew Gaara, Naruto, and Sasuke were uniquely suited to bear. With a final nod to Sasuke, Gaara strode forward, his voice ringing out over his troops. "Listen well," he called, his tone commanding the attention of all who heard it. "The masked man is an impostor, a liar, and a traitor to all we hold dear. And Madara, the true Madara, has been resurrected to aid him in his vile schemes." A ripple of shock and fear ran through the assembled shinobi, their faces paling at the mere mention of that legendary name. But Gaara pressed on, his words a rallying cry that seemed to ignite a spark of hope in even the most battle-weary hearts. "But all is not lost," Gaara declared, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. "Lend me your strength once more. Believe in our strength, united, and there is still a chance, a single thread of hope that we must grasp with all our might." Temari's eyes shone with tears as she took sight of her younger brother, speaking like a king, on a cliff at the edge of the beach. The nighttime was descending around them, the darkness threatening to engulf them, but Gaara stood strong, his courage and fire warming the air around all the shinobi. The soldiers cheered, and the Hokage could feel his shoulders relax a little in relief. "Hello!" The wreckage boomed, making them all jump. "Madara is moving. We don't have time for this." Gaara nodded, his own resolve burning like a flame in his chest. He turned to the gathered Kage. "Let's hold him off for as long as we can. Give Sasuke, Naruto, and me some time to find her." "Godspeed, Kazekage," the Mizukage said in her gentle voice as Gaara and Naruto produced clones to join Sasuke's. Before anyone could ask, Naruto was already running. Gaara cursed and jumped onto a cloud of sand. Sasuke followed swiftly. "Can you sense her?" the Kazekage asked Naruto, his voice tight with barely suppressed emotion. "Can you find her?" The three shinobi, all with different understandings, relationships, feelings towards love, sped across the war-torn landscape. Naruto closed his eyes, his brow furrowing in concentration. For a long moment, he was silent, his whole being focused on the task at hand. And then, with a gasp of relief, his eyes flew open, a smile breaking across his face like the dawn after a long and terrible night. "I can feel her," he said, his voice thrumming with excitement. "The piece of Kurama that she took, it's like a beacon in the darkness. I can guide you to her, Gaara." The Kazekage felt a rush of gratitude, a surge of affection for this boy who had been his first true friend, his constant guiding light in a world of shadows. On a war-torn night, hidden away from the rest of the world, the moon was sat between shards of a star. In the cave housing the nine-tailed beasts, Ai, incarnate of the goddess Renai, barely 21 years old, was curled up in the arms of a fierce and violent Biju she once knew so well. She wore a beautiful white dress, now torn and stained red by war. Her beautiful face was scarred with the marks of battle. Her most treasured gift of Kiswato from her first love shone as though a single teardrop ruby was pinned beneath her hairline. On her head, the weight of a gold tiara felt heavy now, adorned with gold embellishments, engravings of scripture and gemstone roses. Her crystal blue eyes shimmered like opals as sweet tears escaped them. The girl clung to Shikaka's fur as she sat on his arm, feeling the low rumble of his purring vibrate through her core. The celestial power of the tailed beast thrummed in the darkness, sounding like monks ascending a monastery tower, singing in worship. The slow drip of water somewhere in the distance, falling onto a hollow object, offered a percussive sound. Even Ai's gentle sobs were melodious, tinkling like the ringing of prayer bells. Indeed, there was music in the air. In this small place, heaven manifested on earth. The little goddess and her creatures, all weeping silently for the loss of love and innocence. For the cruelty this world had shown such a gentle, beautiful girl. Beyond the devastatingly awesome beauty of Ai and the tailed beasts, housed in cages at the end of the cave, the world was waiting, still and empty. Trees were leaning towards the cave in a non-existent breeze. River currents changed direction to run towards love. The earth itself moved and shifted beneath the footsteps of the man, who was defined only by her, as she was by him. By how many names have you known them? Love and her beloved? The Emperor and Empress? The star-crossed lovers? The enemies? In how many forms had they met before? Over how many centuries did their love endure? The world was waiting for the answer. The entire shinobi world rested on this night, on what would transpire between the love-torn Gaara and Ai. The clouds left the sky, revealing the earthly acts to the heavens. Even the arrogant, egotistical, selfish gods were forced to bow down and bear witness to the bloodlove. Sasuke, Gaara, and Naruto entered the cave soundlessly, but their gasps were audible as they took in the fantastical and haunting sight in front of them. Glittering, shimmering, frightening and powerful, the tailed beasts were all facing the central cage, where the One-Tails was housed. A beast Gaara knew so well, held his first love in its arms, as though she were at home. AI looked tiny, her dark hair and petite figure barely noticeable against Shikaku's gigantic frame. But as she turned at the tremble in her chakra, alerting her to someone's presence, her beautiful face was all any human could see. Even Naruto had to swallow hard at the sight of her, but not for her beauty. To see the face of love, so hurt, so broken, so worried and in agony, it broke him a little. This thing he had fought for, longed for, protected, killed for, and here it was in human form. So lost, so alone, so desperate for someone to see her scars, to know what mankind had done to her. They could see it now, in all its shameful bluntness, the damage the world of men had inflicted on the one thing worth fighting for. Sasuke walked forwards, his powerful, graceful movements recognizable to AI instantly. Blinking away tears, the goddess choked out a sob, her will alone enough to make Shikaku lower her to the ground. Her white silk slippers, now stained with blood, barely tapped down on the ground before she was running towards the man she loved. Sasuke, the Uchiha, braced himself as AI collided with him, her arms wrapping around his neck in a fierce embrace. How did she still smell like jasmine? How did she still pour herself over him like water, as she had the first time they touched? Was she resilient to war, this delicate, dainty moonbeam? Or was it by heavenly virtue that she still smelled and felt like heaven to him? He wrapped his arms around her, his broad, strong physique almost scooping her up entirely. She rested her head against his chest, smiling into the familiar scratchy white fabric of his shirt. If AI were the moon, Sasuke was a dark ocean. She was a force of nature, beautiful and untamable, capable of stirring the tides of his emotions with a gentle touch, a well-placed kiss, a come-hither glance. He was unmoving without her, empty and vast, aching to be touched, to be brought to life. They affected each other, were tied to each other, both the push and pull of every movement between them. But, as Sasuke felt AI's grip on his shirt loosen, he knew the other, undeniable truth. If AI were the moon, Gaara was the moonlight. The Kazekage was the light that emanated from her, softening her edges, anchoring her as a source of beauty in a world of chaos. If AI were the rain, Gaara was the clouds, both equally beautiful, equally devastating, destructive and life-giving. One could not exist without the other. Gaara and AI were only explainable by their love. Sasuke felt his heart clench with a bittersweet ache, and he winced as though physically struck by his own thoughts. Gently, AI pulled back, her hands coming up to cradle Sasuke's face. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she searched his eyes, trying to understand the turmoil and loneliness she found there. "Sasuke," she whispered lovingly, always so ready to soothe him, "what troubles you? Why can't you look at me?" Sasuke swallowed hard, his gaze darting over his shoulder before returning to AI's face. AI, sensing Sasuke's unease, followed his gaze. As her eyes fell upon Gaara, she felt her heart seize in her chest, a maelstrom of emotions rising to the surface. Anger, fear, longing, they swirled within her like a tempest, threatening to sweep her away. He stood there, so unaffected, barely breathing, so utterly beautiful, and everything she ever wanted. "What?" AI's voice was barely a whisper, her hands falling away from Sasuke's face. "Is he doing here?" The goddess incarnate came into view as she stepped past Sasuke. The Kazekage shuddered as something that only AI could ever affect stirred inside of him. He had never seen her, covered in blood, scratched, smirking in anger, glowing with a power he could only dream about. The 13-year-old, bloodthirsty, hormone-riddled, violent, reckless Gaara that was hidden deep within the calm and collected Kazekage looked over at a vision of what he would call beautiful and held back a scream of sheer, disturbed delight. Even now, even after everything that had passed between them, the mere sight of her was enough to completely unravel him. Between waves of dark hair, red lips pouted and blue eyes narrowed on the Kazekage with barely hidden loathing. His ocean eyes swept over her lovely face, and the man, often confused for a king, had to blink away tears. Love had traveled so far from him. "AI," Gaara whispered her name like a prayer, "we need to talk." The goddess incarnate laughed, a bitter sound that made even the Biji tremble in their prisons. "Talk?" she spat, her eyes flashing with barely contained fury. What is there left to say, Gaara? We made the world spin in one direction. How can we stop it turning now? Sasuke stepped forward. Ai, listen to him, he urged her gently, knowing how quick to anger love can be. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. We need your help. Shinobi need my help? She asked with a small laugh, looking at Sasuke, as though seeing him for what he really is. What have men done to love other than enslave her? Tie her to a fate they determined? Leave her scarred? Why should I lift a finger to aid those who have lied to me, who have used me as a pawn in their games of power and deceit? And I gasped as a tear dropped from her eyelashes. With a small step back, her gold jewelry tinkled like wind chimes in the silence. You have, all of you, trapped me. In love, in war, in hate. I don't want any part of this anymore. Naruto, his eyes shining with that indomitable spirit that had won him so many allies, stepped forward, his hands held out as though beckoning her into embrace. Innocent lives are at stake, and you have the power to save them, he said with sharp conviction. Ai turned to him suddenly beneath the goddess gaze. Even Naruto faltered. He looked away blushing, as the girl tilted her head at him, as though assessing him. Walking over to him, Ai lifted her hand, her skin glowing silver, sparks igniting around her frame. Her gold bangles jingled on her wrist as she reached for Naruto. The blonde shinobi, and used to such physicality in a woman outside of war, closed his eyes, and swallowed hard as she approached. He was surprised as Ai turned her hand towards Sasuke, pointing confidently at him, while maintaining eye contact with Naruto. He is war, she said softly before pointing to Gaara. He is death. She pointed to herself, and smirked a little as Naruto followed her fingers with his eyes. I am love. What are you, Uzumaki Naruto? How do you fit into this story? The drip of the water, like a drum, was the only thing that could be heard in the silence, as the group waited for Naruto's answer. But this lesson was far too removed from shinobi's skills, too close to poetry, and too far from war for someone like Naruto to answer. Ai moved forwards. The blonde shinobi could swear she was floating, and she cupped his face affectionately. You are hope. Her smile faded. I cannot help you. No, Ai. Naruto shoved her hands away, and pleaded. Please just, Ai. The world stood still as Gaara spoke her name, as though addressing her caused him immense pain. She turned to him, watching the way shadows flickered on his handsome face by the light from the lanterns that lined the walls. Ah! Love gasped softly, as the Kazekage fell to his knees. I knew what you were the moment I first saw you. Gripping his trousers at his knees, trying desperately to stop tears entering his eyes, Gaara begged for her. Why I did not worship you. I can only blame my naivete and inexperience. You are scarred. He looked up at her, causing a lump to form in her throat as she watched him. Not just by my love, but by my cowardice. Every time I asked something of you, it was for me. Full, hot tears escaped Gaara's eyes, as the weight of what he had done threatened to overwhelm him. And you would do it, willingly, happily. All you ever did was love me. I was too childish, too arrogant, too selfish to understand what that meant. He bowed his head to her. So now I will follow you. Mankind will beg you today to help us, despite how we have scorned love, and taken her for granted. For all your beauty and kindness that we so wickedly assumed belonged to us. Ai was shocked to find that when she blinked, tears fell from her eyes. You should never have been defined by me, or any other man, he choked. Who knows what beautiful things you could have made, what you could have become if it were not for us. So I am begging you, Ai, to help us. Do not do it for me, but for those in the world who truly deserve love. Don't let us mortals face the end without it. Tears of jealousy and heartbreak pooled in Sasuke's eyes, as he watched Ai's face grow sorrowful, as he watched Gaara say the things that needed to be said, understand Ai in a way Sasuke never could. He knew, somewhere deep down, what Gaara meant. Sasuke, Madara, Itachi, Rinai, they had all tied Ai to themselves as though she were a part of them, not a goddess in her own right. It is why Ai had never given him an answer, why she never could have given him an answer. Because Gaara loved Ai in her entirety, saw her now for more than just the woman he fell in love with, and Sasuke was still too young to gift her that. Guys, Naruto's voice cracked like a whip in the air. They are approaching, he warned softly. But AI and Gaara's gaze were locked, barely able to move their eyes for fear of losing sight of each other. Held in some celestial orbit, never able to venture too far from one another, the two felt that divine thread of fate was cast out away from them. Freedom was just beyond the horizon. Love was in the distance. We can free the tail beasts or break the reanimation jutsu, AI said quickly. There is no time for both. The tail beasts, Naruto breathed. They will listen to you, right, AI? The same way Kurama was drawn to you on the beach, they cannot disobey you. AI looked at Naruto. His blue eyes, bright and determined, just like hers, were locked onto the girl's ethereal form. AI's gaze swept across the caged beasts, their ancient eyes glowing with recognition and longing. She felt the pull of their chakra, a familial bond, as though a part of her soul was somehow outside of her being. The Biju, sensing her attention and affection, shifted in their cages. Shikaku's golden eyes gleamed with a mixture of reverence and mischief, while Matatabi's blue flames flickered with anticipation. Son Goku rumbled low in his throat, a sound that reverberated through the stone walls like distant thunder. Each beast, in its own way, acknowledged the presence of their creator's incarnation. Yes, they will follow me, AI nodded. The Kazekage looked around at AI, Sasuke, and Naruto, and made up all of their minds. Then we must break the reanimation jutsu, he declared, his eyes never leaving AI's face. Restore full control to those who have been resurrected. Let them join our side. It's our best chance to turn the tide of this war. The Kazekage's words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with implication. Madara wants the 10 tails, Sasuke said, his voice calming like cool water, but AI could hear the ripples of hurt there. His first goal will be to kill AI, to sever her connection to the Biju. We'll protect her, Naruto explained confidently, throwing his hands together to cast signs and summon a small army of shadow clones. We'll protect her, the clones shouted in unison as they ran forwards, looking like balls of orange and white flames darting around the cave, spreading out to put distance between AI and the approaching enemy. As if in response to Naruto's words, a shift in the air sent a shiver through the assembled group. Sasuke and Gaara's eyes darted around the cave, seeing something AI could not, their bodies tensing as they sensed the approach of friend and foe alike. There was a vibration in the air and in the ground, something that whispered warnings of the impending pandemonium. The air grew thick with the scent of death and the metallic tang of blood, harbingers of the battle to come. In the distance, they could hear the faint echoes of clashing steel and shouted jutsu, a grim reminder of the war raging beyond these stone walls. We need to hurry, Sasuke whispered, his hand instinctively moving to the handle of his katana. They're coming. The urgency in his voice was a stark contrast to his usual cool demeanor. Even the last Uchiha, hardened by years of isolation and vengeance, seemed to call out, lost and alone, for love. Her face a mask of ethereal calm despite the storm raging within. AI nodded almost imperceptibly. I'll need cover, she murmured. Gaara, Naruto and Sasuke turned to her and nodded. They all noticed that in the moments before incantation, AI looked every inch the goddess she was meant to be. Her long dark hair flowed around her like a river of midnight. Her blue eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light. The white dress she wore, now stained with the grime and blood of battle, seemed to glow softly in the dim light of the cave. Even her gold jewelry, now dulled and rusted by war, tried to shine in the soft light of the cave. She fell to her knees and removed a sealing tag from her robes. In an instant, Naruto and his clones moved to flank her, their bodies forming a protective barrier against the encroaching darkness. His golden chakra flared, an aura of power that pushed back against the oppressive atmosphere of the cave. The original Naruto turned, expecting to see Gaara and Sasuke beside him, but the two had turned towards AI before almost bumping into each other. They had both turned with the same intention to ask AI what she needed. What they had not thought about was who she needed. The Kazekage took only a moment to think about it. Sasuke was in love with AI and AI returned that affection. The last time she had looked at Gaara that way, it had been years ago, hadn't it? She no longer slept in his arms, did she? She belonged to another man. Silently, the Kazekage nodded to the Uchiha and turned around. He went to join Naruto in keeping guard of AI, his sand already swirling around them, ready to defend her until some bloody end. Sasuke could smell the jasmine of her hair in the air as he knelt down beside her. AI was reading through scrolls, arranging them to perform some ancient magic Sasuke had no idea of. He watched her work for a moment, and a small smile of nostalgia played on his lips. A year ago, when they had met, he had tried to train her in the art of war, but she had had no talent in any of it. Now, in the middle of battle, he was taking orders from her. Love always surprised him. "What do you need?" he asked softly, his voice barely audible over the rumble from the throats of the Biju. She did not look up from her papers. Her dark hair fell in front of her face. Her blue eyes sparkled down at the words she had written months ago. "Ah!" AI jumped and looked up as Sasuke pushed her hair behind her ear. "What do you need?" he repeated, his eyes softening, and AI cold see, through the hardened, brittle armor of the Uchiha's past, was the vulnerable boy he had once been. "Chakra," she breathed and watched as Sasuke, his eyes never leaving her face, took her hand and placed it against his chest, between the fabric of where his shirt crossed over itself. Her fingertips brushed his skin, her touch still igniting that familiar spark of want within him. For a heartbeat, he was transported back to their first meeting, to the moment when he realized he had found love. That beautiful girl watched his face. As small tears entered his eyes, she could hear her heart break. What were they to one another now? In the grand scheme of things? After the Hokage was the one to bring love back into the light, Sasuke knew the answer. "Sasuke, it's fine, AI," he whispered, blinking away the tears hurriedly. "I always knew." Love leant in and kissed Sasuke on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, without a word, she drew upon his power to summon a scroll. "Ah!" Sasuke felt that familiar, strange feeling of AI using his chakra, and buckled a little. The parchment materialized in a swirl of starlight, ancient symbols dancing across its surface. The scroll in her hand seemed to pulse with light, the symbols shifting and rearranging themselves as if alive. It was a remnant of a bygone age, a piece of magic that predated the shinobi world. "They're here!" Naruto screamed as the cave trembled and walls first to enter were the Kage, bursting through the cave entrance, their chakra pulsing like a storm front. People, friends, warriors, AI once knew so briefly, all coming to her aid. Tsunade's fists crackled with raw power, while the Raikage's body sparked with lightning that illuminated the jagged stalactites above. The Mizukage and the Tsuchikage glided in gracefully. Behind them, Sakura's emerald eyes flashed with determination, her stance mirroring her mentor's. Kakashi moved like a silver shadow, his Sharingan gleaming in the dim light. And, with a sigh of relief from the Hokage, Temari and Kankuro entered alongside their comrades and moved to flank their brother, fan and puppets at the ready. What little remained of the allied shinobi forces poured into the cave, like a river breaking through a dam, their diverse jutsu painting the air with a kaleidoscope of chakra. They took their positions alongside Gaara, AI, Naruto, and Sasuke, forming a living barrier against the enemies that followed them. They all held their breath, waiting for the enemy to emerge from the shadows. It started, undetectable, untraceable, as a small ripple in the form of a stone at the opposite end of the cavern, before the giant rocks that formed the wall of the cave seemed to warp and twist into a doorway from which hellish visions appeared. Madara emerged, the real Madara, in all his vicious glory, his gunlight gleaming in the light of the cave. AI's teacher, the man in the orange mask, was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had met his end in the world beyond the cave. Behind Madara, eyes glowing with an unnatural dark light, bodies moving with jerky, puppet-like motions, walked the reanimated shinobi. Family, friends, teachers, lovers, Kage, rivals, all walking on earthly planes because of love, all brought here for a single purpose, all waiting for AI to turn the tide of war. The two sides watched each other for barely a heartbeat before AI stood, her hands wove intricate patterns in the air, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Her voice rose above the din of melody that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the earth. The scroll before her pulsed with an otherworldly glow, ancient symbols of the dead language dancing across its surface like living things. With a final, resounding word that echoed through the cavern like a thunderclap, AI shattered the claws of control within the reanimation jutsu. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. The reanimated shinobi stumbled, their eyes clearing as if awakening from a long slumber. They flexed their fingers, cracked their wrists, smiled at their loved ones, as they were finally able to see clearly. Chaos erupted in an instant. The cave became a maelstrom of jutsu and clashing steel. The reanimated shinobi were crying out in righteous anger then to righteous anger, as they turned on Madara, who in turn divided himself into thousands of replicas. Naruto's shadow clones filled the air like a swarm of golden fireflies, each one radiating with the power of the Nine Tails. The Biju in their cages cried out for AI like small children lost in a massacre. The ethereal form of Sasuke's Susanoo manifested, filling a large portion of the cave, sword cleaving through Madara's shadow clones with devastating efficiency. Glittering throughout the battle, swirling through the air, the Kazekage's sand fanned out, shielding allies and crushing enemies with equal precision. All the while he kept an eye on the woman behind him, desperate to keep a hold of her to protect her. But it seemed she was no longer the girl he knew. AI moved with a grace that defied the chaos around her. Her hands danced through the air, summoning weapons that materialized from swirls of starlight. Gaara watched in astonishment, half his attention on his own battle as AI created a shield of golden light to guard Sakura as she charged through a barrage of fire jutsu, her chakra-enhanced fist connecting with bone-shattering force. Even one of Naruto's clones stopped to watch as AI provided cover fire through a rain of spectral arrows for Kankuro's puppets as they darted in for the kill. The cave itself was coming alive, responding to the titanic clash of wills within it. Stalactites crashed down like stone spears, while geysers of steam erupted from fissures in the floor. The air crackled and sparked with the intensity of the chakra being unleashed. Madara stood at the eye of this storm, his rinnegan gleaming with malevolent purpose. His shadow clones multiplied faster than they could be destroyed, each one a perfect copy of his terrifying skill. Although the battle looked disorganized, a storm of chaos and confusion, death and violence following one another in an unforgiving cycle, the allied forces moved with a synchronicity and concealed formation. Between Madara and AI were a series of blockades, preventing the formidable Uchiha from getting to her and ultimately yielding power over the tail beasts. Naruto's shadow clones, glowing gold, their bright blue eyes hardened in the heat of battle, formed in line 100 paces from AI, standing in Madara's path to her. Towering above them all, filling up the cave with its ethereal glow, Sasuke's Susanoo fought with fury at the forefront. Yet one translucent wing remained vigilantly curled around AI, a thin shield of chakra shimmering around her. The Kage, though embroiled in their own fierce battles, maintained a loose formation around the goddess incarnate, their movements a complex dance that always kept one of them between AI and Madara's relentless advance. Even the very air seemed to conspire in her defense, as gusts of wind, perhaps Temari's doing, perhaps simply the breath of fate itself, subtly altered the trajectory of incoming attacks, steering them just wide of their mark. These layers of protection formed an invisible fortress around AI, a testament to the unspoken understanding that in her survival lay the key to their salvation. Each of her friends, each of her protectors, worked tirelessly to maintain that crucial distance, a living barrier between love and oblivion. In Tengaku, heaven, the gods held their breath and watched with admiration and respect as these mortals fought so bitterly to hold on to peace, onto the world they loved. Their form was enviable, moving together as though one, subconsciously communicating with one another to protect AI. Only Renai, stood on the edge of a star, saw the crack, the weakness of their defense. They were relying on AI to follow suit, to stay in the comfortable confines of protection. But Renai knew AI like she was her reflection. Madara just had to give that girl reason to move, and rely on the belief that love is as reckless as it is beautiful. AI, turning to her left, just in time to duck thanks to Gaara's warning cry, AI narrowly avoided one of Madara's clones as they leapt at her, weapon outstretched. Sand swirled around her, blocking Madara from getting near her. AI stumbled backwards as the wall of sand became thicker, a solid wall 10 feet deep, just to capture one of the clones. AI was, of course, safe in the cover of Susanoo, but was grateful for Gaara's help regardless. She turned to the Kazekage. Renai felt her heart break as she watched AI's face. In his determination to safeguard her, the Kazekage had turned towards her, uprooted all of his sand, and left himself momentarily exposed. It was a split second, a mere breath in the grand scheme of things, but in the heat of battle, it was all that Madara needed. Love's sapphire eyes widened in horror as she saw a shadow detach itself from the darkness behind Gaara. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into an eternity, as she watched Madara's clone materialize, a black spear of chakra forming in its hand. In that moment, all of AI's divine power, all of her celestial heritage, fell away. She forgot why she was there, what she was doing. Seeing the Kazekage an inch from death was enough to make her forget her entire existence. "Gaara!" AI screamed, the cracks in her voice echoing throughout the cave, which had somehow slowed down until nothing else mattered. Gaara's hair was ruffling gently in the breeze as his eyes widened, a scream forming in his throat, as he realized AI was about to run out of the protection of the barrier they had created for her. But it was too late. Without conscious thought, Love moved, her silk slippers pounding on the stone floor, blood and water splattering up around her legs, marking her white dress. Her hand reached out, fingers stretching towards the man who had once been her entire world. Love threw herself between Gaara and the oncoming attack. She saw the evil, the hatred in Madara's gaze falter for a moment at the vision of Love's sacrifice, as he stared into her eyes, seeing a soul far older than his own. That girl with a beautiful face was willing, fearless, to die for the young Kazekage? With a desperate lunge, AI attempted to grasp the spear, to halt its deadly trajectory. But to her shock and dismay, her fingers passed through it, as if it were made of smoke and shadow. AI felt the impact of his spear, a searing, white-hot pain that blossomed in her chest. But even as the spear pierced through her, she looked over her shoulder to see it continue its deadly path, emerging from her back to strike Gaara as well. Time seemed to stand still. The sounds of battle faded away, replaced by the thunderous beating of her own heart. She could feel Gaara's warmth against her back, could sense the moment when the spear found its mark in his flesh. They fell together. As Madara withdrew his weapon, a look of grim satisfaction on his face, AI and Gaara collapsed to the ground. AI? She could hear the heartbroken cries of Sasuke somewhere in the distance, but AI was finding it hard to breathe. Her vision was swimming as she looked up to the roof of the cave. She could hear her Biju crying out for her somewhere far away. AI's white dress, now stained crimson, spread around her like the petals of a blood-red flower. Gaara's armor, dented and scratched, reflected the dim light in a dull sheen, his hair sticking to his forehead with blood and sweat. Slowly, AI managed to turn her head to face him. Side by side they lay, their fingertips brushing against each other gently, the warmth of their blood warming each other, as the rest of them seemed to turn cold. Hot, full tears ran down AI's face as Gaara, his oceanic eyes becoming unfocused as he held onto consciousness, lifted his hand to stroke her face. The most beautiful thing he had ever seen was finally next to him again. With the blood on his fingers, he traced the mark on her forehead he had made years ago. AI. She tried to speak to him, tried to tell him what she had wanted to for so long, but her body was no longer working. The words would not form. The veil between life and death grew thin, the cave turned colder, the embrace of the other side took hold. Gaara. Not a single moon has passed where I did not love you. AI's lungs expanded with air as she took her first breath on the other side. As though she were breaking free of water, she inhaled gratefully, greedily, until her breathing slowed and she was able to open her eyes. The sight before her was unexpected, beautiful and terrifying. She found herself stood in the middle of a large, circular garden, full of lush green grass, bushes of lilac hydrangea, pink roses and white jasmine. The air was filled with a floral scent of summer flowers. Lining the garden was a series of archways, gigantic stone structures with trails of wisteria and ivy climbing up the pillars that supported the arches. Her big blue eyes followed the wisteria as it stretched towards the sky. Beyond the garden, above the arches, All the colors of the cosmos glittered, as though the garden were floating, lonely and forgotten, in the middle of the universe. AI watched as shooting stars splashed across the sky, as giant, sparkling clouds of moon dust swirled and swayed in some unknown breeze. This place was beautiful in its appearance, but haunting in its emptiness. Love felt alone, suspended in space, with no before and no after, in a place that existed outside of time. She noticed movement around her, through the archways. Her eyes narrowed as images beyond the archways began to shift from a picture of the garden, melting into something else. Before she could decipher these new visions, a voice spoke from behind her. AI? Turning at the sound of his voice, AI's silvery dress one could only call moonlight, twirled around her, the shimmering stones of her jewelry glittering as though delighted to see him. Stood in white, in the style of clothing he usually wore in his village, the Hokage looked just as royal as the man she remembered. He was glowing softly with the light of the other side, his crimson hair ruffling in the breeze, a soft look in his ocean eyes as he approached her. Gaara had never seen AI in her divine form. Her skin shone like moonlight, as though chakra itself were pouring out of her. Her silvery dress made her look like the nymph he had met all those years ago, so delicate and coy, ready to give him that doe-eyed look of love just a moment before she begged for him. The Hokage's vision slid from her to the archways, as he too noticed movement there. "What is this place?" Gaara asked, his gentle voice carrying to AI on the breeze. The dancer turned away from him, observing the movement in the arches. They had expected to materialize in that empty white space that surrounded the gates of Tengaku, heaven. They had expected to meet Renai and be welcomed into paradise. "I'm not sure," AI responded slowly. "I've never been here before." She watched with curiosity as, beyond one arch, an image of Konoha formed. Naruto stood proud and strong at its gates, being welcomed home as a hero. In another arch, AI's blood turned cold. She saw a world taken over by the infinite Tsukuyomi. A red moon rose high in the sky over a barren and scorched earth. These were visions of two incompatible futures. Suddenly, AI understood where they were. "These are different fates," she said out loud as she watched, with a shiver, her own funeral through another archway. Possible futures on the edge of existence. She expanded and turned to Gaara only to find he was staring at something behind her. The Hokage walked past her, a look of longing in his eyes, as he approached a distant arch. His first love followed him cautiously, wondering what had captured his attention so fiercely. Gaara approached an arch that showed an image of blue, cloudless skies above the gardens of the palace of Sunagakure, the gardens in which he had wandered through, lonely as a child. Then hand in hand with AI as they whispered their love to one another away from prying eyes. The gardens, which had always been beautiful to Gaara, paled in comparison to the garden of heaven he was currently standing in, but it was not the image of his home that had drawn him here. There, in the palace gardens, beside one another, a smile on her face, a look of love on his, AI and Gaara walked together, stood in royal colors of purple and blue. The two clasped their hands together and stood, completely and utterly in love. They were older, only by a few years, but they were, undoubtedly, together, at home once more in each other's company. The younger Gaara stopped short at the archway. The white hem of his robe caught on the breeze in the palace garden, pulling him in. AI came to stand beside him, her jewelry tinkling in the breeze, watching with a strange feeling of love and melancholy, as a future she never thought was possible was there, alive, before her eyes. They had passed to the other side. They awaited their judgment from Renai. This future was impossible now, wasn't it? Ah! AI barely dared to let a small gasp escape her lips before her breath was stopped short. There, from behind the older image of Gaara, emerged a tiny figure, barely steady on his feet, in a dark green shirt and trousers, with black hair like the night, just like his mother, and ocean-colored eyes, just like his father. The child smiled in delight as he noticed AI and Gaara watching him in complete shock. Not yet 2 years old, he let go of the hem of his father's robe and began to toddle over to the edge of the arch, towards the younger versions of his parents. AI watched as Gaara sank down slowly to the grass, crossed his legs and held out his arms for the child as he approached, plodding along with a large grin on his face. Gaara shivered with a feeling he did not understand as the child's outstretched hand met his, the tiny hand wrapping around a single of Gaara's fingers. AI could feel unwanted tears begin to form in the corner of her eyes as the child fell into Gaara's arms. The Hokage felt the weight of AI's hand on his shoulder as she sank down onto the grass next to him. She placed her head on his shoulder, watching the child in his arms giggle and reach up for them both as Gaara pulled him into embrace. The Hokage did not know any children, had never held a baby, had never had a child smile at him like this, reach for him, and giggle in sheer delight. But somehow, he knew exactly how to hold him, how to comfort him, how to love him, because this child was undeniably his. I never even allowed myself to dream about you. I whispered to the child and reached out a slender finger to stroke his cheek. At her touch, the child giggled, sticking out his tongue to try and suckle on his mother's finger. AI and Gaara laughed softly, watching as their son cooed and laughed and pulled on AI's hair. Gaara felt a teardrop land on his hand and turned his head to see AI, her head leaning on his shoulder, tears rolling down her sweet face. She turned to him and suddenly, in this moment, seeing their possible future, being outside of existence, having left their lives behind, love returned to them like a lightning bolt. Her eyes softened in that way he remembered, beckoning him into her, asking him to love her again. What did the past matter anymore? What did earthly matters mean when the two belonged to paradise now? Gaara watched as AI's lips parted softly, her head lifted from his shoulder. Gaara leant towards her, but before AI could close her eyes and feel him again, she saw his eyes widen as he looked past her. What dash? AI stopped short as she looked down beside her to see another child, identical to the first, sitting beside her, contently playing with the hem of her silvery skirt. Gaara and AI looked between the two children as though trying to understand where the mirror was until they laughed in realization. Hello, AI said with a bright smile as she took the child in her arms and smiled down to him. A feeling she had never known, a love she had never known began to warm her soul as the child fell asleep, content, in his mother's arms. AI, she turned as Gaara's voice broke slightly, and found that he too was caught between those feelings of happiness, longing and deep sadness. You said these archways show possible futures. Are you sure? He sounded as though he was pleading with her, but AI did not have the answers he wanted. They have a chance to happen? They could come true? You are correct, Hokage. AI and Gaara looked over their shoulders as Renai spoke, loud and clear, into the universe, causing the stars to cower before her. The two lovers stood, holding on protectively to their children before turning to meet the goddess of love. Renai, her timeless beauty mirrored only by magnificence of the cosmos around them, stood in her usual white dress with a gold trim, her thick gold bands of jewelry glowing softly in the twilight hours. These are possible futures. Each night the universe moves closer or farther from each of these outcomes, she informed them, and nodded towards the children in their arms. They do not exist in actuality. AI and Gaara looked down to their arms to see the children fade away. They turned back toward the archway to see the older versions of themselves scoop up their children lovingly. Renai opened her mouth to speak, ready to recite the ancient, millennia-old speech of welcoming the dead to heaven, but before she could, AI, her arms now free, took a protective step in front of Gaara and fanned out her arms to prevent Renai from getting close to him. Do not let the Hokage pass through the gates, AI pleaded, closing her eyes as hot tears of guilt, frustration and love escaped them. The shinobi world needs him now, let him return to Earth. Opening her eyes, AI could see that Renai was not persuaded. The mortal form of love fell to her knees, her silvery dress fanning out around her, caught on a breeze manifested by her divine origins. Take me instead, the girl begged. I will return to paradise. Just spare him, please. Renai looked down at her incarnation, a mixture of pride and sadness etched on her beautiful features. She knelt down and cupped AI's face affectionately. Your love for him has been the death of you, AI, Renai whispered to her. Petals of fallen flowers twirled around them on the breeze. Your love for him set the world on fire. The goddess' eyes searched AI's face, seeking some common ground, some understanding. What beautiful chaos did I unleash on the world? Renai laughed before her face became serious once more. Her blue eyes narrowed on her incarnation with scrutiny. I cannot let you pass through the gates, AI. I must take him all. AI pushed Renai's hand away from her face violently and stood up, ready to lift herself up into the air and send lightning thundering down into the gardens. Why not? AI cried. Take me. Send him back. Because your work is not done. Renai scolded her. You are yet to give me an answer. The response quietened AI. Her blue eyes searched the floor before she looked up at Renai in earnest. I will give you your answer if you spare him. Hearing this, Renai, like many gods, was intrigued with the idea of a wager. She nodded, her chandelier-like gold earrings sparkling around her face. Very well, AI. I will ask you again. What is love? As Renai asked, AI nodded to herself, retreating into her mind, to her countless lessons with her father, to hours sat in Gaara's embrace. Wherein lay the answer? Where could she find it? Her blue eyes glittered, reflecting the stardust in the air, as she tried to decipher the answer. She turned suddenly to her first love. Gaara flinched and stood stock still as AI turned to him, her eyes searching him for the answer. He was the closest thing she knew to love, wasn't he? His beautiful eyes looked down to her, his gaze becoming deeper with affection as AI came closer. Kiss me, she breathed up to him, but Gaara needed little encouragement. He placed both hands on either side of her face and watched, as that familiar agonizing feeling of one erupted in his veins, as her eyes sparkled up at him and her petal-pink lips parted. Stood at the edge of the universe, between shooting stars and moonbeams, Gaara and AI's lips met, soft, far softer than she remembered him being, more delicate and more gentle, as though he was holding back from pulling her hair and making her open her mouth wider for him. She felt herself getting weaker, ready to beg like she always did, ready to hurt for him. AI pushed him away suddenly. No, she whispered to herself, shaking her head at him. That's not love. It's not, Gaara asked, bewildered. No, Renai answered him, a bemused smile on her face. That, young Kazekage, was lust. She winked at him and laughed as Gaara seemed to remember they had an audience and his cheeks turned a little pink. He and Renai watched as AI glanced around them, trying to search the scene for the answer. She looked towards the archway through which she and Gaara were stood, playing with their children in the palace gardens. It was a picture of love she never thought she would ever see. But still, it was not the answer. Suddenly, as though her thoughts were manifesting in reality, the images beyond the archways began to shift again. In one, she saw herself, stood in Gaara's office years ago, bidding him farewell as she accepted her banishment. In another, walking through the rain, a blood-soaked Itachi fled Konoha, shedding tears for his younger brother. To the left of her, AI saw, through an arch, the death of Uzumaki Naruto's parents, stood between their child and the Nine Tails. In another, Gaara's mother used the last of her chakra to protect her child, whispering to him a prayer of love as she took her last breath. What did they all have in common? All pictures of unconditional, deep love. What tied them together? The answer came to AI as she saw herself, only moments before she materialized in the garden, stepped between Gaara and Madara. What were you, AI? Renai urged her. What were you always? At the beginning? At the end of it all? AI turned to her goddess form, squared her shoulders, and looked her straight in the eye. The whole universe stood still for the answer that waited 21 years to form. Sacrifice, AI answered. Love is sacrifice. This series ended here. Comment and like this video, and see you in next series.